be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion. This is me, I still love.
Oh my god.
Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you, I know I'm a superstar in the sky.
Oh my god. You're better. You're better. Wow. Nice. Wow, Ace. Wow.
I have my knife out.
No.
Go.
Party, you will not
One enemy remaining. Last
Yo.
player standing.
The ace.
That was kind of crazy.
Did it.
Okay. Well, you're not wrong.
Pull up.
You're not wrong.
Pull up.
One
Cause I'm the goat. Cause I'm the goat.
Somebody.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Please, 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 please.
Please.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
enemy spotted me.
One enemy.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, 46 lane. Nice.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Spike down. Attacker spawn. One enemy remaining.
Variable removed.
One.
Let's have rifles.
Let's go!
Children, I know here.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Brim 110, close John.
One enemy remaining.
Kill my ally.
No more. I hold this.
One enemy.
Long, 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 long.
We have knife.
I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my own.
Nice, Bill.
Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm #1 up on that court, I'm making grid. One is winning, the last one now can't call me Liz. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom. I wake up, flex, thumb down, now check. No drip, this time to run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Time to run it all.
Hi everybody, and welcome to brownieval Draft Deluxe, presented by Community Gaming and Draw with Kristi. My name is Browntul, and I'll be your host for today. And we had a fantastic set of games yesterday. We were streaming both on Twitch and YouTube our round robin play with the 36 players that were drafted by 6 captains. And they all played some wonderful games. I hope you all enjoyed them. If you missed out on those games, you can definitely look back on Twitch and YouTube at BrowntulStar and just see how those games went. But wow, I just thought they were fantastic, and that means today's games are going to be even more fantastic. Maybe they'll be inspirational as well. We're just gonna have to see. So the way that's going to work today is that we're going to have the 4 teams that moved on. Oh, it doesn't fit. That's funny. I did check this beforehand, but but you can see here that we have the top 2 teams from Group A and Group B moving on to here. We'll talk more about those teams in a moment, but you can see on the screen. Oh, this is outdated. Hold on, fellas. We're gonna do some live editing. I got you. Here, this will make sense. Teams. Advance. Kaboom! Okay, and we'll just pause for a moment. There we go, I think that makes more sense. So the teams that move on, they're the top 2 seeds from Group A and Group B, and they'll go to the grand finals and a best of 3 match. Whoever wins that wins the whole tournament. Pretty straightforward, single elim format here. Now the teams that advanced are the Pink Geese and Cooked Ones from Group A, and the Exalted Honey Badgers and Red Robins from Group B. And what happens here is we're going to take first place versus second place from the opposing groups. So the first game that will happen will be the Pink Geese versus the Red Robins, and then the Exalted Honey Badgers versus the Cooked Ones will go right after that. We'll take a little longer break, then we go to the grand finals, a best of 3, and the winner gets $100 in money. We like money. I was gonna say like, oh, we're gonna give it in Valorant gift cards, but who knows? Maybe they will actually take the money and run. We'll have to see what happens. But there are the rosters on your screen. And I want to talk a little bit more about these rosters. So we're going to bring in our wonderful caster for this first game. And for the first part of our segment here, Janice. So Janice, first of all, welcome back to our brownieval streams, and I know you had a wonderful time on the Group B side. Tell me more about that experience over there, and also what do you think about those Group B teams?
It's nice to be back on Twitch. It was fun being on the YouTube stream, but it's really nice to be back over here. Yesterday's matches, it was the definition of a roller coaster of emotion. We had a very dominant, like a very one-sided game 1, featuring the Honey Badgers and the Red Robins, who were the 2 teams that advanced into the playoff stage. Honey Badgers just managed to really storm through and play really dominantly on the map of Ascent, and Red Robins just weren't able to get a foothold. Then we go into game 2. Yippee and Exalted Honey Badgers play a really close match 2. It goes nearly to overtime, barely at the end of the day. Exalted Honey Badgers, off the back of their Star Rays player, is able to close it out and end the series in a 13-10 victory. And then we go into game 3, and we're expecting, you know, it should be a decently close game. Both of these teams had lost to Exalted Honey Badgers. It's a winner takes home. Red Robins had the game to going, and then Red Robins just ended up taking the last series 13-1 in a very commanding fashion. I'm all the way excited to see that the fact that Red Robins are going into this match. They won't have one map to warm up, which they talked about. That's something they needed. They needed that extra map to warm up. They won't have that leisure of having a map to throw away and win. They have to go and win now.
Yeah, and when you look over on the Group A side and you look at the Pink Geese, this is a team that has an all-time high confidence, Janice. If you all were here for the first segment on the Twitch stream yesterday, you would have heard Justin say the key words: we are going to go 2-0. And guess what? They actually went 2-0. And it felt like it might have been close, but all the games were close in Group A. They happened to be the teams that had the wider margins, but they're not too big margins. You have to be a little careful here. Who knows what's going to happen? If their confidence is a little too high, then you know, the Red Robins, if they heat up quickly, then like you said, Janice, it can go wrong really quickly. So definitely that's going to be the matchup we look forward to there. But the Cooked ones, you know, they kind of had that comeback that it was a little bit closer than it was with the Red Robins just going 13-1. But when the Cooked ones lost to the Pinkies 13-8, they had little time to just be sad and have remorse. They had to go play their next game against Polar Express, and if you remember, Polar Express had really good scrims.
Oh, absolutely. I was surprised to not see them here today.
Yeah, and that just shows the power of the Cooked ones. They got cooking at the right time. They pulled out the double initiator on defense and waited to get to the attacking side, and that patience really paid off for them. So the Cooked ones end up being the 2nd seed. We'll see them a little bit later today, but wow, it's just, this is going to be very exciting, Janice. That is for sure.
Yeah, and I know we'll be able to talk about the Cooked ones later a little bit in our second match, but first match, I believe, is we got Pink Geese and Red Robins, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
And I believe that we have our next map set as well.
Awesome.
There it is.
Split. Ooh, here we go. Red Robins, they didn't play Split yesterday, but I do believe I've seen them scrim in it. They looked a little shaky on their attacking side. That's a common thread with the Red Robins. Their attacking side on these 2 site maps have been a little bit shaky. They haven't been as clean, but it's also been a week, like 2 weeks. They potentially have had that time to build a little more confidence on that side, and potentially once they get a little more warmed up, a little more comfortable, they'll be starting on the attack. They just need to get a couple rounds, and once they switch over to the second half onto their defense, I'm sure the Red Robins will feel a little more comfortable. So it's going to be them setting the pace first and Pink Geese having to respond.
I think the Split map is going to be a big map for Pink Geese. I know that they do generally like this map. And we took a look at the lobby here. I wonder what they will select here. I know that Lack really likes the Cypher, and Cypher is very strong on a map like Split. You can pick Killjoy or Cypher, but
yeah, there's
just,
a
like,
lot
the
of
Cypher
flexibility.
lineups, right? Yeah,
there's a lot of flexibility with the type of Sentinel you can use. Like Cypher has obviously been like used at the very high of the metagame. You've seen that in the very high tier 1 plays. Killjoy is still an excellent option if they want to play a little more safer, a little easier to play and stall for utility. But and there's always the option of going with the Sentinel-less composition, really leaning into a double initiator, double controller setup, and not having that passive utility in that agent pool. Or potentially going with the double duelist, which we did see yesterday in a couple competitions. Not on Split in particular, at least in Group B, but at least we saw the double duelist being utilized throughout our series, because that sometimes all you need to do is just frag out, and that could be really big, especially on a map like Split, where just one player going down can open up the entire map.
To introduce all the players here, you look at the Pinkies, they got Lack, Bedlam, Justin, Kitsu, and Jared. And then for the Red Robins, it's Robin, Tim, Vipey, Soma, and OG Chimp.
Yeah, really balanced rosters going throughout this. I'm really excited to see how these two teams work out. I mean, they seem very balanced all the way through. One thing that I do want to mention is that that Tim right there is actually did not play yesterday's game. Wait, am I looking at that correctly? Yeah, Tim didn't play in yesterday's games. I believe Mayberry is stepping out of the roster today and will be filling in for Mayberry, who was playing the Jet on Ascent and then played the Killjoy over on their Red Robin's 13-1 victory on Lotus. So I'm excited to see Tim being into this roster now for this map particular. Could mean something is going to be something could have been cooked up, something a little bit sweet. I'm really excited to see as we get into the agent selection. It's, again, a lot of different compositions we can use. We have somewhat of an idea what the Pinkies are going to run, potentially with that double initiator, but it's really to see what each of these teams are going to want to run now.
By the way, Agent Select is presented by drawwithkristi. Go get your vinyl stickers, all featuring Toffee the Brown Bear at drawwithkristi.shop. You get 10% off your order with brownieval 10. The discount ends tonight. You also get a free keychain if you spend $5 or more. And go ahead and enter the prediction right now. You can use it to get more channel points and then use them to enter the raffle for 1,050 Valorant points. And now, when we look at the agent select here, Justin actually is locking into Omen. I'm a little surprised. I mean, of course, Omen is good. But Justin had been loving the Harbor, so this is a bit of a change here. But I think the use of the dark cover and the fact that they can regenerate and they cover most of those entryways on defense can be very crucial for them.
Yeah, the more mobility I think it is. Harbor is very limited where their smokes can be placed. You have to be, if you want to smoke B, you have to be B or mid. If you want to smoke A, you have to be A or mid. Omen allows a little more flexibility of those dark clouds having nearly universal map coverage. This is why you can see OG Chimp, who popped off on Lotus on that Omen as well, pick it up as well. We're looking like we're actually going to get nearly mirrored compositions. Vipey is going to actually go for the Jet other than the Raze, which is a little bit of a question mark, but if Vipey can continue playing a really great entry role, I think I'm not too worried about that. Soma on the Sky is going to be taking Bedlam's Breach, which not a lot of passive information gathering tools over for the defense. That's the biggest question mark that composition for the Pinkies is going to be for me. The fact that Cypher is going to be your only information gathered that you don't have to commit a body to. So I'm really excited to see how their defense looks like, but right now as we get into it, I'm really excited. This match is going to be very close, I presume.
Our observer today, by the way, is the legendary Emery.
Woo! Emery.exe. We love him.
So yeah, you do make a good comment, Janice. We're just so used to seeing a Raze entry every time this map is picked. But it's not like the Jet doesn't have mobility. Like
right.
you're able to, like, I think of both sites heaven, maybe more of A heaven, but both sites they have a rafter section where you can jump up there. If you take the space early, you save a little bit of time, and that can be crucial. Even a dash in on B for Vipey, that can be important.
Yep, here we get started. Brownieval Draft Deluxe, presented by Community Gaming and drawwithkristi. We are getting right into it. Already off rip, Vipey taking a little bit of ramps control. Already some of the rotates coming in, but it looks like Kitsu is going to be the one trying to hold things down as best as they can. Paranoid for the blind, Dizzy to counter out, and now they're just playing around the smoke. Jared with the first blood, Kitsu able to find one, but it's going to be traded out. Spike not able to get planted yet. Bedlam able to trade and grab that one pick down. Vipey's finally able to manage to get that smoke down, but it's going to be a 3v3 retake situation now.
And this is really tough when you look at a smoke like this. That's basically a one-way. You really don't want to peek that. They're going to try to go around. And if they peek at the same time here, they clear the elbow. I think there's a shot for this retake.
OG Chip gonna get blinded and stunned up. Actually dodges the stun, able to nearly get the kill, but Justin's able to grab one. Ben finds another, down to Vipey. 10 HP, not going to be enough. There we go. First round goes in favor of the defense. And
Team A.
a very nice retake in that 3v3 situation. Excellent stuff coming out.
That was just beautiful speed there, Janice. They just went so fast. You look at the replay powered by Community Gaming, and you know the preparation of the retake. That has been one of the strengths of the Pinkies, and it seemed like a really good entry here, and still somehow, some way, you know, I mean, it was still close. So that's something you got to look out for both of these teams here.
I'm already feeling really confident. Red Robins, again, they start off really slow. That was a really nice pistol round, and you can look at the economy. They're going to buy up. They're going to try and force this all the way through mid. A lot of action going to be him. Justin trying to slow things down, along with Jared with that paint shells, but Justin will be able to find the first blood. Bulldog, just a little too much damage, and Soma's left on 10 HP. Already Red Robins blown up. Heals starting to come out. And things slow down just for the moment, but all 4 members of the defense have already rotated here. They're going to be running into a stack either which way they go. Busy trying to clear out a little bit of space. Pop flash out, potentially Justin a little bit spam through, not able to find the kill. Able to back out of the stairs, and it looks like they potentially want to go chasing. It's a flip of the map, and all of a sudden you can look at Red Robins making their way to A from the CT side.
Yeah, that is very smart for the attackers to just keep going. I think they wanted to try to get Justin, if possible, and that could have influenced whether they would go B. But now you have just the speed advantage here. I think Robin's going to plant default. Okay, so now you're forcing the defense to get onto site. It is your territory now.
Yeah, little buddy able to get the spike down. 5v4 situation. The Pinkies do have the weapon advantage, but Robin's already pushed up very aggressively. That can't get spotted. A timing potentially able to get one. That's a nice little pick. 4v3 situation now. Fault line on Tim holding the elbow position. But JRD jumps in with the judge, closes it out with the sheriff. 3 kills for the Rays. And the Pinkies take the second round and will get a double economy bonus.
Wow, what about that aggression? Jared is just going in hot, and we know that the Rays is a good selection when it comes to judge players. Wow, so 2 shots there. You had the sheriff come out as well. Look at this replay here. So first of all, what about that push there for Robin to take the space to help the cause there for the Red Robins? But then here comes JRD just zooming in.
Oh, it was a collateral shot. The judge, those 2 players lined up perfectly for that Rays that was just flying out of heaven.
Wow. You know, I talked about how aggressive the Pinkies were in Group A, but this is like a whole level of speed. We're only 2 rounds in, and they are going in fast.
So a little bit of a change of pace. Sheriffs and a ghost. Pistols in the hands of the Red Robins, who did force up after losing the pistol. So it's a bonus for side of the Pinkies, trying to do as much damage, trying to hold onto these rifles. It's going to be a huge boon for their economy. JRD with the judge, but it's going to get spotted out. Someone able to take it down with the sheriff shots. Ben able to get the trade, but it's only good for 1. 4v4 situation now. Bulldog the judge not going to be able to be picked up, and it's going to be Pinkies backing out of mid. Space has been claimed by the Red Robins now.
The mid area has always been important for all the games that we've seen so far in the tournament and in the scrims. Whenever you can take the mid control as the attackers, that's when you have more options to go for.
Spike is going to be able to get down on A, and more importantly, Robin's already got a thrash round 3. Potentially could be huge, but Justin's holding this area. Only with a ghost has to be forced to back out of there. Soma's there to push out, but Robin pushes over towards A main, taken down by the Gecko Counterpower and Kitsu. But Vipey a little clean with the shot, aftershock to push him out, but OG Chip with the judge in heaven. It's just a little too good. Justin to do it in a 1v3, not going to be enough. The third round goes in favor of the Red Robins, and now they'll be able to buy up. An excellent little attacking side for the Red Robins as they push through mid, find their way over to the A side, and they clean up.
Yeah, maybe this is the warm-up round. We remember in the Group B play, Red Robins took a long time to really get their groove and pop off in the next game. Here, they have no games to warm up with. They have to win this, so this is a good sign. They're able to get the round that they should win here, that third round, and And if we keep this momentum going, then this could be a problem. The Pinkies do like to play, they do like having the lead. But remember in the first game, they also played from behind. They went down 0-4 on Breeze and then just had a huge momentum shift. So this is a little bit of a different situation for the Pinkies.
Oh yeah! OG is the one I'm going to be looking out for, but Robin right now with the Thrash cleared out a little bit of the mail, but goes into the vents, not able to find a pick, but the space has been backed off from the side of the Pinkies. But the entire the Red Robins have looked over towards the B side. It's going to be a B split. The one Cypher is going to be up to Lack and see if they can able to get a couple kills. Only good for one, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Jared trying to get any of the spam kills, not able to find it. 4v4 situation. A little pop flash play coming out, but it's going to get taken down. Soma not good for anything, and now the numbers are in favor of the Pinkies, but they've got to retake in. Tim already on this heaven spot, going to get spotted out by the Dizzy, but the spam through is a little bit better. Chimp and Tim close things down. 3 kills for the Cypher. Chimp cleans things up. We are tied here on split. Excellent post-plant protocols coming out from the Red Robins, and they're going to be looking very confident they can keep this pace up.
This is the momentum. They're warming up. I mean, shall we steal a line from the Cook ones? They are cooking.
They're playing very well. I mean,
what about this 3K here, Janice? Yeah, like, look at this right here. You just had the angle. No one looked.
It's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's the crossfire. No one bothered to check heaven, though. I would have expected one of them to at least look to the left.
The Dizzy did spot one out, but as the minute it came out, Justin was already spraying through along with OG Chimp, and all of a sudden Tim has an excellent way of crossfire, and the heaven position plus the low setup coming down from the last 2 members on the side, it's nearly impossible to break through that if you don't have the utility to flash out. We go into this for a light buy coming from the Pinkies. Paint shells to slow things down. A little bit of chip damage. Here comes the showstopper from Jared. Able to grab 2. Robin and Soma fall along with the spike. Tim's looking to try and get the trade, but Jared with the stinger. 3 kills for the Rays, claiming the mid pressure, claiming the spike. It's now down to Vipey and Chimp.
What a great move from Jared. He clearly came in with the mindset of pushing very hard. He wants to take all this space, and it's inspiring his teammates. Perhaps we'll see an ace here.
Yep. On for the ace. OG Chimp good for 1, down to 8 HP. Ace very, very likely here in this, and there it is. Jared with the first ace here in our playoff stage. And the Pinkies able to get the 3rd round win, stay in the lead.
And this ace happened because of this mid press. I was noticing in the beginning, it seemed the Pinkies really did not have good control of the mid area. They needed to have some sort of action here, and Jared decides, let's use the showstopper up high and down hard, and let's add a stinger to that as the beginning of getting a wonderful ace. So very good for Jared, who's got 10 kills already in 5 rounds.
10-3. It's funny enough, like the one round that like they take the mid pressure is when you only put 1 body there, and that happened to be arguably your best duelist. But first gun round, first full buy for both of these teams. A little bit of A main pressure coming out. Robin, the only one holding this, could get a timing perhaps. Yes, finds Kitsu. But is he going to be able to spec JRD right here? Fault line out. Robin's got to run, but the fault line will slow them down. Barely able to get into the sewers while not taking a lick of damage. Meanwhile, the entire side of Red Robins had pushed onto the B. Extremities taken, but the rotates have arrived. 5v3 situation going on from here. The trip set up a little bit good. Lack having to back out into the spawn, so they have conceded the space. It's going to be a 4-person retake into B for the side of the Pinkies.
And look at this, they got the kind of crossfire going on again. There's a couple players in Pillar, there's one on the Raptors. Let's see if they actually clear it first, but Vipey wants to try to get that alley space as well. The attackers are always ready for all the entries that the defenders have to go in for retake.
Yeah, Vipey was pushed off of that hell position, but OG Chip was there for the trade. Now it's a 3v5 situation. The defense still very patient, still not committing to anything, and perhaps they might be thinking of save. It's going to be a very dangerous situation. CT's watched out by Chip. 3v2 situation. Justin's good for 1. That will be it. Robin cleans things up at the very end. Tied again is this match. Red Robin's starting to look really clean. I talked about how in the Screamson and traditionally Red Robins have not looked great on their attacking side, especially on Split. Split seemed to be a very difficult map for them when it came to their attacking side, but perhaps with Tim being on this roster, a lot of more flexibility. OG Chimp starting to pop off as we saw yesterday in Lotus. They're looking very clean. and potentially are in prime position to take the lead as it's a half buy coming out from the Pinkies.
And don't forget, when we go into the second half, you're going to have that Cypher also on defense, so that as Lack gets taken down there from Chimp. So you're going to have to look out for the second half too. You think ahead of that, and taking the lead in this half is very important for both sides.
But there's from the shadows, and you can already see Robin was already booking it to A once they saw that neural theft. So many players stacked towards B. Spike is going to get down on A with the help of the wingman, but Kidsy's in a prime position to potentially get 1 or 2. Takes the share of shots, able to land. Thrash in the hands of the Gecko, but the Spike has gone down. 3v4 situation. Attackers are down in numbers somehow.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Couple trades.
In DGen, but the defenders are also late on this rotation. It is good to wait to get the numbers, but that's a couple of seconds lost here.
A main position is in the hands of the Red Robins, but here comes the Thrash. Only going to be able to spot out this one defender. It's going to get spammed through. Yeah, barely able to go, but Soma from the Rams position, able to grab 2 kills. It's good for a trade, but it's down to the 1v1. Jared with the paint shells onto the side, has grabbed up the weapon upgrade, knows where Vipey is, and able to get the kill. No idea where the spike is, and there's no time. Jared able to win the 1v1, unable to where that spike was planted, and the round win will go to the Red Robins, who claim their first lead.
Well, that round goes to Wingman then. I saw Wingman trying to plant from main and went all the way into the corner, and it worked out pretty well. Here's the Thrash there in the replay, and I don't think the Thrash made it over there. Then you saw Soma being inspirational.
The smoke had him bloom, the Dark Cloud had him bloom, and Soma was able to spot the 2 players jumping out of heaven, so they were completely vulnerable to that spray down. But yeah, JRD cleans things up. You know, basically 1v3 situation, but unable to find the spike, unable to get that round win. But it will be a full buy, just like Guardian in the hands of Lack. For the side of the defense, and they got plenty of ultimates to play with. Jared already with another showstopper here in round 8.
How interesting here, though. The Pinkies are pretty much abandoning mid now. They're leading towards stacking sites instead. You know, they did have a pretty hard time other than that Jared showstopper round on mid. So maybe this is an adjustment. They're just willing to give up the mid area.
Yeah, first Seeker's going to be able to spot out Ben, and that Breach is going to get taken down. But the split hasn't come through. B main has not been given up, and Justin's holding down this positioning. Finally going to get traded out by Vipey. It's just Lack with a Guardian, not able to find the shots to land. 2v4 situation now. JRD and Kitsu finally making their way over from the A site. Showstopper available if they want to invest it, but it's a big ultimate to commit so late into this half.
Yeah, but if they do commit it, that means they're confident, right? We've seen some crazy ultimates being used in scenarios where it should not have been optimal, but sometimes the little mistakes can happen, especially if you just woke up for this tournament, or later on in the grand finals if you're tired.
They're going to give away their position. 3K for Vipey, going for the 4th, not able to find it, but Kimp is right there for the trade. The Omen leading the team in kills. Starting to put in the work, and that's exactly what you wanted to see. 2-round lead for the Red Robins, and that's going to call for the timeout.
Wow.
Coming out from the Pinkies.
This is the first time I've seen a timeout on my side here. From
we got 2. We got 1, barely.
At least from the first half. Like, everyone was reluctant to even call a timeout. And I think it's just, you know, momentum is on. If you're used to playing comp games, you just want to just keep going, keep the momentum going. But Justin, he has thought about this in previous tournaments, his previous pink teams. He has really thought about how to use these timeouts to really calm down his team, and this is a crucial moment when you have 4 ults. And before we continue, just to remind everyone to check out our sponsors, Community Gaming and DrawwithKristi, by using commands CG and Kristi.
Yeah, there's a K-pop sticker there, and I might cop that, y'all. So I'm definitely gonna use the code Brownie10.
Yes,
BrownieVal10. I love saving money. BrownieVal10. Use that coupon. I love coupons. I love saving money. And speaking of saving money, that's exactly what Pink Geese might have to do. They're gonna be on a little bit of a half buy, but what they do have, they lack in money. They are abundant in ultimates. They have a ton of retake utility. They have the Showstopper, which Jared's been phenomenal with. You have the Neural Theft from Lack to spot his positioning, along with Justin's from the Shadows, and more importantly, the Rolling Thunder from Bed. You're not likely going to get another one, so perhaps they're going to look to get aggressive towards B. Jared already posted up in the B main area. They're leaving all of A open and option to just lean towards this B and mid section. Prowler out coming from Soma just to try and clear things out. Pop flash coming out from the sky, able to find the first pick, not able to find the second, but the trade comes through for Tim. Lack is forced to back out of Mail, but the trip is a little bit good. Vipe's out in Mail by themselves. The Aftershock along with Lack Stinger evens the number, 3v3 situation, but the site has been open for A. Robin and the rest of the team starting to make their way over to the A site.
You remember, the Pinkies did save. They did a half save, so they have a couple of guns freely available in mid that they can upgrade. And they have the ultimate, so I think they might have been thinking of saving the ults for their buy round, but now they can actually use it here.
Could be a huge round when they're able to do it. All 3 ultimates available for the last 3 members surviving, but Vandal in the hands of Jared could be huge. Trying to weed out any of these players. Tim holding Heaven, Chimp and Robin holding Rams. No one onto the site. There's the blast packs out and Chimp crosses over, finds Lack. 2v3 situation, 1 on Rams. Ultimate is surely not going to be invested as the spike has been planted for Heaven. A blind coming out. Bed is left with the Sheriff. Not able to find the shots. Jared's good for 1, but the Mosh comes out. Chimp swings out. And that's the 6th round on the board for the Red Robins as they're starting to roll away.
Well, this does answer your question. Are they heated up? Yes, they are. Most definitely.
They're warmed up.
Like, was it 4 rounds in a row? 5 of the or 6 of the last 7? Yep.
Yep.
So it's just one of those teams. If you give them an opportunity to get some kills, then they start to feel better about themselves and they start to run away. And in a best of 1 series like this, it's not good if you're on the other side, is all I'm saying.
And for me, like, what Red Robin's what's impressive is this composition doesn't have a lot of ultimates that are meant to be a game changer. You have Thrash, obviously, but the rest of them are kind of passive ults to use. The Blade Storm when you are on a safe round. From the Shadows if you're just trying to get information. Neural Theft requires a kill for goodness sakes, and Soma's Seekers have only been good to be used once. Mid pressure out, Paranoia, a little bit of a trap play coming out from the Pink Geese, but they're not able to find a kills off of that, but the space has been backed off by the Red Robins.
This is kind of rare that the Pinkies actually have control of mid. I would have thought they would have stuck with the site plan because they've never really been able to trade each other in the mid side. That's how they're always low on the numbers. But now that they have this mid control, there's some pause for the Red Robins. They have to invest some ults to try to get onto the B side instead.
Oh, and Lack falls, gets trapped off, but the rotates are here. Again, retake ultimates, including that Rolling Thunder. Look out for the breach. Potentially, Showstopper going to be invested first. Not able to find the kill, but the stuns are good. Jared holding things down along with Bed down to the 1v3 situation. Soma left to do it by themselves. The paint shells to clear things out. A swing out, not going to be able to find anything. Ultimates expended, but the round has been won. A really big bounce back win coming out from the Pinkies.
Not gonna lie, Janice, I have no idea what happened that round. I just saw a bunch of people fly in the sky and get hit by ults. What about the Showstopper and the paint shells kill as well? Jared's doing everything at this point.
Jared's putting this team on their back. 18-6 with 2 assists for it. That's a 3.0 KDA. That's pretty good, but respectfully, OG Chimp on the other side doing the exact same thing. 14-5, just barely under that 3.0 KDA. So both of these players really playing well. And we talked with OG Chimp in our interview yesterday, and he talked about his team letting him frag out, supporting him even on that controller role. Vipey's been doing a really good job with the initiation tool, but the answer is Pinkies. A stinger in the hands of Lack just because the economy has been that wonky. Prowler coming out here. Mid pressure going to be out, but Kitsu spams through, finds Tim, who was a little bit overzealous, assuming they wouldn't spam through as easily. So numbers disadvantage coming out. Vibey wants to try and get the number back in their favor, but it's going to be this mid defense so good. Soma able to dodge the fault line, but Justin clears things out. Flawless round for the Pink Geese as we go into the last round of the half.
I don't think that spam was intentional. I actually thought it was just to shoot the Trailblazer down.
It was, I think.
Yeah, you caught off on the beginning of the replay there, but something seems to have changed here, where the Pinkies, they have not changed their setup here in mid, and now they're winning mid. So, I see that smoke and miss too.
Well,
Actually,
for me,
so.
it's like Pinkies. What they've done is they've played a lot more passively. They've been pushing out of extremities, which is great. Playing like it's great high-level plays of Valorant, but what that also meant is that they weren't able to group up as fast. The retakes were a little bit slower because you're waiting for people to get on time. You're waiting for a flank. They opted to, hey, let's not wait. Let's just go. Vibe invested Slades that last round, so it's just a Guardian in the hands of the Jet, the weakest gun here. But a couple ultimates to play with. Soma 2 away from the Seekers if they want to try and grab this orb, potentially. But the defense is already stacked towards A. Cutting off noise, a tap onto the orb. And there will be one away. Thrash for Kitsu. Neural Theft for Lack. Beyond that, not a ton of ultimates to play. It's going to be all on these guns.
They probably do want to try to get this Neural Theft off for Red Robins. And if they can get that... Oh, well, this might not look too good though, Janice.
Yeah, Kitsu holding down that angle was excellent play. Soma having to look up, not able to find the kill. Kitsu, good for that kill. 5v3 situation. We are looking very close at a tied half. Thrash going to be invested, able to find one. Robin falls, and it's all down to Tim. Left in a 1v5. Neural Theft just as the cherry on top. Lack grabs the last kill. We are tied up here on Split.
Wow, this is like the most even game we've had so far. 6-6. And after we had declared that the Red Robins were running away with it, it seems that it's not so fast. After the mid control was finally figured out by the Pinkies, and of course this round that you see here, this great defense where they stack the site, it seems that there's a little bit of momentum that has returned to the Pinkies, and now we can take the momentum into the attacking side. I wonder if they can switch gears here instead of playing passively like we mentioned earlier. Now they're on attack. Now they can go quick, and they have some options with the Gecko and Breach combination, the double initiator. So we have to see how they plan this here.
Yesterday, Group B, the story of Group B was streaks. It was try to get as many rounds in a row as you can. Here we go, a fast execution coming from the Pinkies, now on the attacking side. Two members here on site, and Cypher setup, able to slow things down as best as they can. So it's gonna force a little bit of rotate over towards Ramson. OG Chip is stuck, reloading in hand. Robin's one goes for the second, not able to find it. 3v4 situation, the numbers in favor of the Pinkies, but Vipey is there waiting over and towards Rose, able to good for one, trying to back out, goes for a second, and finally falls Jared already with 3 kills. The spike making its way towards the B side, and it's just down to Tim and Soma over for the Red Robins.
You know they're gonna send Jared for the ace here.
Oh, 100%.
No doubt. He's gonna overextend. It's just, where do you overextend?
They're playing this pretty safe right now. Spike finally able to go down, planning for that B long position. Tim already gonna get their head chunked off decently. Jared, yeah, playing very aggressively. He still has 4 points on that shield health. Might not make the biggest difference, but it's a slow, methodical defense. Retake, potentially. Tim finally getting that heal. And just flash out. Bed's already got the fault line in hand, trying to stun things up. Bed takes away the ace, but all the same. The round win going towards the Pinkies. They pick up their first pistol as they're they pick up their second pistol, pardon me, as they start to look very, very good off the back of JRD.
Bedlam just wanted to get his kills in. This is very important. Get him going. It is part of this team strategy here. Get the entire team, and then the Pinkies, they're actually pretty balanced here. I know that Jared's having a very inspirational game right now. But for most of the games that we've seen in Group A, it's been a fairly balanced team. Everyone's been able to fill their roles perfectly. So hopefully that's a good way to get Bedlam going here.
A little bit of A pressure once again for the side of the Pinkies, who've already found Soma peeking out a little bit too far from the elbow positioning. So here comes the execute. Fault line, paranoia, kills are going to be traded. Might be able to find Lack over there onto the flank. So a slight weapon upgrade to the Stinger. It's not going to be much, but the spike has gone down inside of the Pinkies. A 3-person retake coming in from the Red Robins, who are playing in heaven. Potentially could be good for one. Yes. Exactly what's going to happen. OG Chip left to do it on their own. They've been phenomenal, but with just a classic in hand, upgrading to the Stinger, how much can you get done? Nothing. 3 survive for the Pinkies as they have taking the lead by 2.
Yep, everyone's gonna go in here. This time we saw Kitsu catching some fire, and now the Thrash is also almost available here. So, got 5 rounds in a row. This is the game of streaks here. 5 rounds for the Pinkies after 4 rounds in a row by the Red Robins. What's it gonna take? 1 round that the opposing team gets, and they're probably gonna go on the streak too. I mean, I need some of that energy somehow. Like,
That's
are they going to the
exactly what
cafe here, or you're like, what is it?
Ooh, I need some coffee. That's exactly what I need. Actually, probably not. It's already like nearly 7 p.m. for me. Maybe coffee's not a great idea, but first buy up for the defense. They're going to be able to have these rifles, but it's a really good buy stuff going up for the Pink. He's going to get pushed out a little bit, but Jared gets his head chopped off. Vipey a little clean with the shots. We find that one Dizzy's going to be traded out just to slow things down, but Tim peeks out, able to spot 2 people from Mail. The crunch is a little good. Kitsu with nowhere idea where to look, and Soma cleans things up. Red Robins grab their first on the board on their defensive side.
I know that Emery can hear us in the observer call, and I'm going to repeat the statement here. No matter how good Emery is, we have no idea what's going on. That is how chaotic these rounds are going. Where there's action from mid, there's action from sights. Like, you see Tim getting those flank kills, and then where did this kill come from? Where did Vipey come from? like they're just everywhere.
I will say, shout out to M getting that kill, like that 2K from Tim pushing out on mid. But beyond that, it's just unlucky because the kills just go in favor of every which way. But going here into round 16, the defense 1 round away from tying things up. But it looks like the Pinkies looking to get aggressive off the back of the Thrash. Jared blast packing out, not able to find a kill quite yet. The flash out just to slow things down, but Jared not gonna get blinded for long. Robin gets stunned, but finally he breaks free, not before Jared takes the head clean off. Tim good for 1, taking down the Cypher counterpart towards mid. Might be forced to invest that updraft just to dodge the paint shells. Such low health on the Red Robins that they're looking to try and get into this, but the Thrash is gonna initiate it. Looking for anything just to stall. Chip's good for 1, but Jared 3K on for the potentially their second ace. Once again, 4K for the Rays. Showstopper built up, but it's just down to Vipey. Not a lot of HP coming out. Blast pack. Boombox trying to find out, but Jared, with the help of Kitsu's jump peeking, finds the ace. A 9th on the board for the Pinkies as they maintain their 2-round lead.
Well, Jared's on pace for 40. I don't know if I expected it from this. I mean, we did have info on Jared in the past and how great he is, but I don't know if I was expecting this type of gameplay. That's 2 aces, right? Basically 3 aces if you think about it.
2 aces, nearly 3.
And he's just, all he's doing is he's being aggressive on that raise. Yes, it's only 1 duelist, but also the teammates being able to help make the space and just be a distraction for him. This is very selfless play to help get this to go.
Rolling Thunder gonna be invested. Jared just jumps in, spots Robin, who has nowhere to go. OG Chip was barely able to get out of there with the TPs, but the site has been claimed off of the back of the Breach ultimate. 4v5 situation on a light buy for the side of Red Robins. They're just looking to do some damage. Dash already expended. A main control already been granted. It's not looking great for the Red Robins. But Justin's able to grab 1. A nice little kill, and Kitsu grabs another. It's all of a sudden very doable. The A main pressure has been gone. Tim reaching out. Pardon me. This is just too chaotic all of a sudden. That's pardon my fault. Pinkies just went flawless round.
Hey, still winnable. Everything's
still winnable.
Until
not with the 2v5 situation. Pardon me.
Not when stuff like that happens, and everyone is getting on the board here for the Pinkies. They are on fire right now. They have won 4 rounds here in this half compared to 1 for the Red Robins, and this is the part where I think the Red Robins are going to have to start thinking about calling a timeout and talking about this. Maybe they'll call it on their eco if they lose the round here. If it happens, that'd be a good time to discuss how they will approach the rest of the game. Oh, what is this?
Well, there's the adaption. Push out through A main, all 4 members, but it has given up the B side. So it's going to be a full 5v4 retake. Robin does have the flash. That's going to be your main ultimate that you got to keep an eye out. That could be huge, but Justin's already positioned up in garden. garage, pardon me, trying to find that one kill potentially. Trailblazer out coming from Soma, not able to find the kill. Justin good for one. Chimp finds a second over towards the CT side. Crash available, and that's going to be invested from Robin. 2v4 situation, trying to clear out the site. Will be able to do so in the meanwhile. Tap onto the spike. Able to barely get to half. OG Chimp trying to slow things down, and the showstopper denied from Chimp down the bed, but the spike has been defused. An excellent little retake and adaptation coming out from the Red Robins as they find their 8th.
Wow, what a huge shot. That showstopper was going to be huge. That was the play of the game here if it got off, but first of all, you see the Thrash clearing here, but wow, that is crucial. Low health Jared, shut down from OG Chimp, preventing that to be shot out there, and the defuse is successful for the Red Robins. They really needed this round.
Yeah, that would have gotten 2, denied the defuse, and left OG Chimp with 10 HP left to do it in a very dangerous 2v2. But now, it's a much more quiet round. The defense, Vipey with a Stinger, not the best gun, but they're playing for the long game. They're playing for the economy. The attacking side, looking to just brute force their way into A, and the adaptation has been made by Red Robins. They're going to be playing for retakes. They're not looking to try and stall onto the site. Robins holding the screens area, but now with how quiet this entire map has been, both of these teams don't really have the utility to just look for active information. They don't have a Fade Eye, they don't have a Sova Dart. Instead, they're just trying to use bodies, trying to manipulate, trying to out-call each other, and it seems like the call is to make their way back over to B through mid.
It's interesting that they have Lack basically playing with the team. In the Breeze map yesterday, they had Lack going on all sorts of lurks, and sometimes arguably a little late lurks. And here, they decided after that first round where Lack got killed on the flank, they just said, nope, we're just going to keep you here. We'll have you watch the flank, and we'll play together. And it seems like that's working for them.
And the one piece of passive information, the Guiding Light, spots out the members of Pink Geese. Not going to be good for the kill, but Jared able to find one. Chimp's there for the trade. Not going to be long for this world. Vipey's left to try and hold the hell position by themselves with the Stinger. Not going to be good for long. The Spike is able to get down with 10 seconds remaining, but it's just down to Tim. A 1v3 situation for the Cypher. The money should be fine other than Robin, but still, you would love to try and get this round win off of some heroics.
I don't
know
if you go. Yeah, I don't think you go here. Probably like cause a distraction for a bit. Maybe get an exit. I like this exit here. That might be a good one, but
yep.
You don't have many rounds left to save, so or to go for it and then save. So that's a good save here. Unless he's actually going for it.
No, it looks like they're just playing for exits, trying to get a little aggressive. But no, these last 3 attacking players are just gonna get out of B main. The weapon will be saved by Tim, but it's gonna be 11th on the board for the side of the Pink Geese. Played that really well. Their first major rotate over from the A side over to B. Both of these teams playing so quiet, and look at the scoreboard. Like, I know we're gonna look at the replay, but look, Jared is 30-8.
Yeah.
30-8. They haven't even eclipsed double digits in kill and deaths.
That's just the game that he's having right now, as you see how great the entry is for the Pinkies.
Yeah,
but it's
nice and clean shots.
I don't know, is there a way to stop Jared? I mean, right now it's like, it's okay, well, both of you have good top fraggers. Maybe it's okay to ignore, but it is very hard to ignore Jared right now. His impact has gone beyond having 2 initiators. Even if they didn't have initiators, I'm sure Jared is basically making all this space. Might as well just go in and follow his lead.
All the way through ramp, but it's Robin with a bucket trying to hold it down on the side. Able to grab one, not good for the second, but will be a little bit of stall. To Tim trying to get up and above, but Bedlam is just a little bit too clean with it. Secret's gonna be invested by the defense, trying to clean things out, but Soma falls. 2v4 situation now, and it's very scary. Vipey's dash already invested. Chimp, the paranoia, I believe, already have been invested. Yeah, not a lot of utility, not a lot of time, and not a lot of members to survive this. It looks like it's potentially match point for the side of the Pink. One round away. They're able to grab this, and yes, it should be 1 round away from making it to the grand finals, into the best of 3. And the Red Robins scrambling for answers on their defensive side now.
And I don't even know like what you would do in a situation if you are the Red Robins right now. Like maybe you just need to change your scoreboard color on the top right to red, and maybe that will help you a little bit. Just think like attackers or something. They have never really had the numbers to do a retake in this half, and you see the timeline right there. They just do not have this half downloaded, and they're going to have to figure out something. I mean, heck, they can call a timeout, but now they can't with the time running down. Late. Oh god, yeah. Hopefully maybe they just need some more channel points redeemed here to show some support from the fans. They need a lot of good luck here, or else it's the Pinkies going to the grand finals.
I mean, they need a little bit of luck, but also I think this could potentially just be a thing of composition. Again, the ultimates in play on their attacking side was great because ultimates weren't required to get out the sites. They weren't required for retakes. But now you don't have that ability to have the ultimates to retake. Someone's going to get caught up here in the back, but is able to grab for one, not a second. The two site anchorers for the side of Red Robins fall.
Planted.
Now it's going to be a 4v3 situation. You do have Lack on his big flank up through ramps through A to potentially backstab, so they got to get a move on if you're side of Red Robins, but the weapon's not great. A Judge and a Stinger. If you have a little bit of space, Spike has been planted all the way to the garage side. Wingman out, potentially try and get it out, but the span through is a little bit good. The flank coming through, not able to find it. 3v3 situation, but Smoke, you need a Dark Cloud coming out. The Judge not great for long distance. A tap on the Spike. Things are starting to look dire. It's going to be OG Chim trying to go for a play. Time running out. It's going to be the Pinkies winning things out, but then no! The Ninja Defuse! Robin clutches it out at the very end. I thought there wasn't any time, but Robin was sticking it the entire time I was talking.
No, yeah, of course, yeah, you had to stick it there, obviously, with the lack of time. You see the replay here. The Dark Cover, of course, came out a little late, but it did come out fast enough. OG getting that one kill, their OG chip, that is important. Tim getting this kill is important. I think they were just they thought a little bit too hard here. Like, you had to spam through the smoke.
Yeah, I thought Justin got the kill, but Justin was trying to push up into the smoke. Couldn't decide what they wanted to do, and it cost them, potentially. But still, they have a lot of wiggle room. 3 rounds to try and close it out.
Hey, remember the Red Robins, whenever they get one kill or one round win, they go on a streak. So that is actually a big moment in the game. Not because, of course, the game's extended, but because now they probably got the green light that the heat meter is on for them. So
and they feel a lot more confident. You have to feel a lot more confident after a round win like that. The energy's got to be high. And OG Chimp, you're looking at that Omen, seeing what they can get done. Paranoid are going to have to be invested early from the defense just to try and keep that mid pressure. With just over a minute to play, Pinky's playing this a lot slower than a lot of their other rounds.
See if they try to get more of this mid area here, and it's not very good when you got the Dark Cover out. I would try to reconvene together. They have had success on the B side when they satcheled in like that. And you do have the Thrash. Yes, you Thrash and from the shadows, maybe for some extended space. Yeah, it looks like they're going to try for this B push here when the time is going down.
Might be playing a very close angle. In position to potentially dodge this Thrash, get a big pick. Doesn't have a Stinger, able to take down the Dizzy. Dash initiated. Here comes the Thrash, but Timmy able to find Lack. A great first kill coming out for the Red Robins, but it's going to get traded out. Justin in bed, able to grab 2. Vipey left at 30 HP. Thrash from Robin, going to have to be invested off of the tap of the Spike. Stun, not going to be able to find anything. Wingman, good for 1. Find the Spike, but Vipey's good for 1. Going to be traded out. 2v2 situation. Mosh Pit trying to clear out the person in the backside, but Justin going to get spotted out by the Wingman. Stunned out, trying to TP, not in time, down the bed. Not able to find the kill. Robin comes up huge. 2 rounds in a row. Double digits for the Red Robins now.
Beautiful retake. They actually knew exactly where the attackers were after seeing a little bit of that vision there. And throwing out the Wingman. You usually use the Wingman to defuse, but people forget that you can use it to attack as you see the timeout coming in. Look at this replay here. Look at Vipey. That kill, of course, crucial. Helped give the team a chance here, Janice.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, it's just excellent utility from Robin, really. Like, it's a mosh pit to try and clear out the backside, make sure they can't swing in. Wingman to try and clear out the person right over there by the box. And all of a sudden, the kills, they line up right for Robin as they're spread out. played that really well in the defense. Now the timeout being called by Justin for the side of the Pinkies.
Yes.
2 rounds in a row they've given up, and now their bye it's still gonna be fine, but other than Lack, who will be on a little bit of a weird bye, but momentum starting to shift in favor of the Red Robins.
And just a reminder for all of you, during this timeout, don't forget to check out our sponsors, Community Gaming and drawwithkristi, by using command CG and Kristi. So Justin, of course, he's very, very smart when he calls timeouts. He always motivates his team. He tells them to calm down a bit and has a game plan. And, once again, I know that there's the whole momentum shift here with the Red Robins, but Justin, he always finds a way to say, there's 2 rounds to work with. What can we do if we don't win this round? How can we win the next round despite the econ not looking too good the round after? Can they win the round here? If they don't win the round, can he keep his team motivated? That is the key here.
My eyes are on Jared with that showstopper. 2 ult points away. You would definitely see that potentially they're going to want to try and build that up within this round or the next round, but opting to actually just ignore the ult or take this Rams pressure really quickly. They're looking to try and hit things as fast as possible. Potentially, it's going to be down to Robin, and Chip holding things down. Robin's good for 1. The fault line hasn't come out yet. After trying to clear things out, it does take Chimp down, but Robin weaving and bobbing. Tim's there in heaven with the double swing, not able to find a second. Justin and Kid2 able to trade things out. 3v2 situation, numbers in favor of the attacking side until Vipey clears things out, able to find 1 2v2 situation now.
And they plant in the corner here. That is a very deep area that you have to go for. And look at this, the regrowth. Totally forgot about this. So now you have full health versus low health.
It's going to be up to Bed in this screens position. They have to be able to clear that out. Justin's not going to be good for much. And potentially they are going to read this.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Bed is going to get spotted out. Gets a little too overzealous. Justin with just 11 HP. Not going to be able to find the kill. Vipey able to find that kill. The spike ticks, but the fuse will come through. 1 round away from overtime, folks.
Oh my goodness. This is absolutely box office. What a great retake. What a clutch with Soma just by using the regrowth. Just being smart enough to use such basic util, but sometimes it's just forgotten. You get too excited for this retake. Now here it is after the regrowth. They both go together. I don't know what we saw here. I guess a tiny peek through the screen.
Just backed up.
Yeah,
Bed just backed up trying to re-clear towards the spawn, and all of a sudden it was just a really bad timing. The knife in hand, but round 24. Showstopper available for Jared. You expect some very explosive play. It's going to be Robin the only one here on this A site. It's going to be in a lot of danger trying to stall out. Soma 1 away from the shooters. Looking for that kill, but it's Jared with the Showstopper able to find Robin. So off rip, the site has been cleared. 5v4 situation, not even 15 seconds into the round. It's going to be a huge retake. You're looking at Soma trying to find a kill. The Seekers invested could be huge. Vipey with the knives, not a lot of ultimates beyond that.
Yeah, but Vipey's got to activate it right here. There's no reason not to activate it now.
Paranoia from the defense versus going to be activated, going to be traded out. Wingman from Kid2 going to get used, invested from the shadows, from the attacking side, trying to hold things out. OG Chimp going to use and cancel things out. So it's going to be the 4v5, but the time starting to kick down. Ben and Kid2 finds the first 2 kills. It's all down to Chimp, who is not able to find it. Pink Geese are going to make their way to grand finals after a 13-11 victory here on Split.
Oh my goodness, everyone is sweating so hard right now. I didn't know what was going to happen. They could have gone either way, but the Pinkies went back to their tried and true. They went with the Jared entry, the showstopper, the quick kill onto Robin, and then you saw the rest of it play out here. Kid2 getting a couple kills there, and how fitting, the captain, Justin, with the finishing kill, and 13-11 is the score as the Pinkies move on to the grand finals.
You look at the scoreboard and, the highlights show up. Jared with 34 and 11. 8 first bloods. We talked about how ridiculous 7 or 6 was earlier from yesterday's, but 8 first bloods. Only 11 deaths, meaning, Jared just did their job perfectly. But really, shout out to the entirety of the Pinky squad. They'll be moving on to grand finals. They supported each other so well. But that does mean we do have to say goodbye to the Red Robins, who played their hearts out yesterday, came back with a dominant finish, and just today came up barely short to bringing us to overtime.
And Jared was at 30 at what point in the game? I think it was like 3/4 of the way, and it felt like there was no way that he can be stopped, and yet the Red Robins did find a way to get the momentum back on his side. Once again, it's not really a one-person team in this game, but that last round being so crucial, and also the buys were crucial too. Remember, we were saying it might be a save round for the last round, but when you look at the scoreboard, they actually were able to buy full rifles, and then maybe like one half shield. They had planned this out perfectly. And then Jared, they sent him in, the rest of the team followed in, and you have yourself a victory and a well-earned rest here, at least for this next semifinal game. They can sit for a bit and get excited for the grand finals.
Well, that's gotta absolutely feel nice, especially after a grueling series like that. I mean, for not only just for Jared, you know, we talked about the initiation power of that, but like, man, this team supported their duelists, and that's kind of what the theme has been for all these teams in this tournament. Like, you have these duelists and you have the teammates that have been able to support them so well. You know, the power of a great initiator has been is so important in the competitive play, and you know, these teams have a couple weeks to practice, and these scrims and these practices by themselves have been exactly what each of these teams need, and you can see the utility used so perfectly, especially if you look at Bedlam on that breach. 14 assists. We have not talked about that. 14 assists for the breach is exactly what you want to see out of an initiator. Support your duelist and the rest of your team.
All right, looks like we're gonna have our interview now, and the interview is going to be with who else? JRD.
Hello.
Hello, Jared. off rip, 34 and 11 with 5 assists and 2 aces, with one of them stolen like on the pistol round. Like, how are you feeling with just the ability of like your fragging?
I'm feeling great. I have a really good team behind me, using lots of supportive util, which makes it, you know, easy for me to get in there and get some kills.
So,
go ahead, Fred.
Tell me a little bit more. Like, did you just manifest your profile picture in this game? Like, did you expect to be this good this game?
No, obviously not. It's a bit of a life game, so I'm gonna be taking a bit of a back seat, I think, in the finals, and letting Kitsu and Lack frig out for me.
That's crazy to think that you're like, yeah, you know, I might have like near on pace for a 40 bomb, but I'm just gonna let the rest of the team like frag out so hard. But like, seriously, props to you and your team. Like, you guys played that so well, especially like you move on to like the defending side. Like, your first half was a little rusty. It felt a little bit scary after like 6 rounds out of 7 going in favor of the Red Robins, and then you guys come back with the last 3 rounds on the defense to try to tie the score up. So in those last 3 rounds on your defensive side, what changed for you guys that allowed you to come up and get a 6-6 half?
Well, we took that time out and just took a breather to kind of regain ourselves, come up with a solid plan, and then finally execute on it, and it ended up working out for us.
So, Jared, with this victory here, of course it was very stressful, but you end up pulling through. What is going to be your strategy, just waiting for this next hour, waiting to see this next semifinal game go through, and then how are you going to prepare for the grand finals?
I'm probably going to prepare by going outside and doing some yard work. It's a beautiful day outside.
Enjoying the fresh
think
air.
about it much. Yeah, enjoy the fresh air, touch some grass, which might hurt me a bit, but yeah, we'll see. Looking forward to it.
Grass buff, feeling like a little bit of a plan. You guys are only going to be growing from here on out, and you guys are looking so formidable going into grand final. So we're really excited to see you then, Jared.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
All right, there it is, the match MVP with 34 kills, Jared.
Woo!
Thank you, Jared.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
By.
All right, so obviously Jared, he was very inspirational in that game, and we'll see the Pinkies in the grand finals. But next, we're gonna have our interview with our semi-finalists, the Red Robins. They played very hard, and we're gonna hear from Robin himself. And here he is. There he is. Hi, Robin.
Hi, Robin. Hi, bestie.
Hello.
Hello. For one, you know, such a grueling 24 maps of Valorant, and you know, you guys came out just short. But like, how are you feeling after like nearly taking it taking it to overtime here on Split?
Feel pretty good. It was a really close game throughout. 6-6 half, ending at 11-13. Feel pretty good. We put up a good fight.
So what was your strategy going into this semifinal? I know that in the group stage, it took you a little while to get your team going, and then you went on that massive second game. Here, you knew you only had one game. So how did your team get to warm up and get into the groove of things despite the being down early 0-2?
So it was just a lot of talk about, hey, let's make sure we play together, get our trades, play some good Valorant.
And you guys were, like, in my opinion, playing some really clean Valorant. And like, I'm looking, like, I still have like the scoreboard in front of me. Like round 17, like towards the end, like once like Pink Geese hit match point, right? You guys were so close from like nearly losing, like taking these out, and they were already at match point. They're about to get this huge like win very early on, and then you guys pull up this big thrifty in round 21 where you come out and you're to get to defuse, like basically a ninja defuse for that round in 21. Like, how did it feel like managed to go from 2v3 and able to get that defuse in the nick of time? What was the energy like in the
we were pretty hype. It was really chaotic. I heard all the chaos going on, and I just walked in there, just defused the bomb.
Man, it really comes that simple to you, doesn't it?
Hey man, my team did a really good job of grabbing everyone's attention, and all I had to do was go in and touch the bomb.
Fair enough, and that does speak a lot to your team, and I know that this is the end of the road for the Red Robins. Do you have any message that you want to send to your team and to your fans as well?
Really good time playing with the Red Robins. We were, from draft, I just kind of picked who I thought would work together, and we worked together pretty well. We had a really fun comms. It was a really great experience at least for me. I would hope for the whole team too.
I know Chimp had a great time, especially after y'all's like 13-1 victory over on Lotus yesterday. So
Yep. Now that pick was specifically for Chimp because Chimp doesn't like Lotus.
Really?
Well, there you have it.
That's Chimp's, like, one of Chimp's least favorite maps, and that's the map I picked, so...
That's ridiculous, because the OG Chimp, like, absolutely popped off. Well, Robin, thank you so much for coming on an interview. Again, it's so sad to see you guys bow out here in the semifinals, but we hope to see you later on in future tournaments, and I'll probably see you for practice. But thank you so much, Robin, for joining us here in brownieval Draft Deluxe. I hope you have a great night, man.
Yeah, thanks. Hope to be back. Hope to be in another brownieval.
Alright, so that's Robin over there, and now let's go ahead and take an update on our schedule. So we look over here, now the scores are updated. 13-11 the victory for Pink Geese over Red Robins, and that was a very rough, heart-wrenching game, very sweaty game, too many adjectives to describe it, but hey, the Pink Geese came out on top, and they really deserve to go to the grand finals, Janice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Pink Geese, like, what for me was really special about that squad, and getting to watch them for the first time, was their ability to come back, and you talked about it a lot. Those timeouts were huge. Heard it from Jared as well, like those timeouts coming out from Justin, able to calm the team down, are exactly what this team. A team that can adapt is a team that can win in any scenario, and having someone like Justin in the roster, in the game right there, that can call a timeout, reset the mentality, pick a new strategy, and win things out when it matters, that's exactly what you want to see from a captain. I very much am excited to see Pink Geese in the grand finals playing against either the Honey Badgers, great in Team B or playing it against the cooked ones, who I've yet to hear about formally from you.
Yeah, we'll learn a bit more after the break, but let's just say the cook ones found out what to cook during the tournament, and they found out how to do it at the right time. That's how they're able to get the number 2 seed. But gosh, the Exalted Honey Badgers, they found a way to be exalted. That's why they're the number 1 overall seed, and let's see if the cook ones can fight off against the Honey Badgers. Who knows? But for now, Janice, I think we should take a little break here, and we will be right back shortly. We will have a new caster that will take my spot so I can relax a little bit. I just want to get this game in. You never get to cast your own tourney sometimes, so... but it's always nice. I know I casted with you before, Janice, and usually our roles are flipped, but it's nice to be on the other side. You know, just being able to root for my players without being biased. So...
You were phenomenal, Brown. It's a pleasure to work with you in the casting booth. A pleasure to work with you in general here at brownieval. In general, so I'm really happy about that. So you ready to take that break? Ready to enjoy yourself back in the production booth?
Yep, that's what I'll be doing, and Lubu will be joining us at the other side of the break. But first, let's hear from Surya and Sujin about our sponsors and take a look again at our promo video.
Thank you, Community Gaming, for powering brownieval. Community Gaming is the all-in-one platform offering esports infrastructure in order for people to create, facilitate, and participate in esports tournaments. And its partnership with the Play to Learn Foundation helps provides prize pool grants to grassroots tournament organizers. Learn more at communitygaming.io.
Thank you, drawwithkristi, for supporting brownieval. Bring Toffee the Brown Bear home by purchasing vinyl stickers for your journals, water bottles, laptops, and more at Kristi's Etsy shop.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, number 1 desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one, and yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still
Oh my god.
Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky.
Oh my god. You're better. You're better. Wow. Wow, Ace. Wow.
I have my knife out.
No.
Go. Party. You will not kill. My ult ready. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
The ace.
There's a different
Okay. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Cause I'm the goat. Cause I'm the goat.
buddy.
Yeah. One enemy remaining.
Please, 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 please.
Please. Spike planted.
late.
Oh my god!
Yo, 46 lane. Nice.
Oh my god.
One.
Let's have rifles.
Let's go!
No here.
Brim 110, close John.
One enemy remaining.
No more.
One enemy.
Long.
Stretch. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might but first die. One out of the table. My hands, I'm by my lonely. Two is savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no fans, I got my own.
Nice, Bill.
Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm making grid. One is one in, the last one out, can't call me Lou. Put in my hours, send the invoice, and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom. I wake up, flex, thumb down, now check. No drip, it's time to run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might, but first die. Time to run it all.
and welcome back to Brownieval Draft Deluxe, presented by Community Gaming and Draw with Kristi. My name is Janice, and we kicked Brown out of the casting booth, and I got Lubu with me, joining me for our second semifinals match. Lubu, how you doing?
Yo, Janice, I was just telling you, Brown, right before, it was like, I got my boba with me, so I'm getting that caffeine in me, ready to cast for the semifinals 2, as well as the grand finals later on. So I'm feeling really good right now. Feeling fantastic.
You got both the second semifinals and the grand finals, which will be here on twitch.tv/BrowntulStar and also available on YouTube. So be sure to check that out if you're not a Twitch viewer like me. I like my YouTube streams. I have YouTube Premium. I like to have that on in the background. But before we start anything, before I start our second match, again, we want to thank Brownieval. Let's just talk about real quick with this format. We got our playoff stage yesterday. We had 2 groups of our we had 6 teams going into this, divided into 2 groups of 3 in a round robin stage. We just had our first semifinals, which between the Pink Geese and the Red Robins. The Pink Geese won that out and will be our first team in the grand finals. But of course, our second match will be Exalted Honey Badgers, led by Sophia, versus the Cooked Ones, led by Mumu. Of course, throughout the game, we can gamble channel points every match, buy tickets for a chance to win 10,050 VP. Of course, you can check that out with the exclamation point giveaway. And as we look towards the bracket, again, 13-11 victory for our first match with Pink Geese and Red Robins that I got to cast, which was a wonderful, wonderful close battle between those 2 teams. But right now, what we're going to talk about is Exalted Honey Badgers and the Cooked Ones here in our second match.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind too is don't forget that Cooked Ones, they squeaked into the playoff format after, waiting for the outcome between Pink Geese and Polar's Express from the other day, because it literally was down to, neck and neck of figuring out, off of the one win loss, who was going to move on. So Cooked One's able to get in too. And then on the other hand, Exalted Honey Badgers, in terms of how they performed yesterday, clean sweep throughout, very confident with, their gameplay, and the team cohesion was on point. You had Mao, #Meow, just popping off, a top fragging for both games and put up fantastic scoreline numbers. So this is looking to be a fantastic matchup for the semifinals 2 match.
Yeah, I got to cast the Exalted Honey Badgers. That squad just looked so clean. They looked dominant in their first map, and then they struggled in the second match. But again, when I was talking with Brown, a good team is the one that can come back and win it out when it matters and make adaptations on the fly. I'm really excited for this team. These teams both seem to be very, very balanced between both these squads. They both have really great duelists that can frag out. For the Honey Badgers, obviously, I'm looking at Mao, who was, out of the lack of a better term, was just brutal over for that squad. Meanwhile, the other side, it's like I'm really excited to see potentially Turtle, who was playing that Raze, but and you got Elena right there, who on an Astra on split went 23 and 18 with 6 first bloods, which is a ridiculous scoreline for a controller, especially one that is Astra, who we have not seen in the meta in quite a long time.
Yeah, and also too, don't forget the map for this game is Lotus, and so because of that 3-site map, I'm looking specifically at 2 positions on both teams and figuring out what exactly the team comp is going to be. It's going to be the Sentinel, and it's going to be technically not a role, but it's just the entry on both teams on the attack side, because for Lotus, I think the Senti is going to dictate basically how the game's going to go. If the teams decide to rock with, let's say for example, a Cypher, then all of a sudden, Cyphers usually set up on that C and that B side with some sort of off utility as well. So it means that for defending teams, there's a lot more coverage that's going to happen. Lurking is going to be a little bit more trickier. Not necessarily the same with KJ. Usually KJ, you're going to see most of that util being set up on that C side with only the alarm bot every now and then being set up on the B. And on the opposite side, on the attack, when you're looking at specifically the entries, I'm looking to see a team bring in either a Jet or a Raze, something that they can take space with quickly on specifically that C site. If they're able to get that space on the C site, the Senti pick is actually going to start to become maybe even a hindrance to those defending sides. So really, really looking forward to see what the team comps are going to be for either side.
Yeah, yesterday I got to see Red Robins and Yippee, who played that Lotus match. They were playing a couple different compositions, and then we were talking about the Sentinels. You have the Killjoy, that's the most popular, but you do have the ability In my opinion, what's going to be really interesting is the controller setup is going to be what's going to be interesting. Yesterday we had Yippee Saichi play our first ever Clove here in Brownieval, but you're going to see a lot of Omen, potentially some Viper, you know, with the recent nerfs. That's always going to be a little difficult to play with a very nerfed Viper, but as I talked about Clove, it looks like Elena might be wanting to pick them up for the second time. And a double controller setup nonetheless.
Yeah, so the Omen picks right off the bat locked in. So already, I mean, Omen's a fantastic pick for Lotus. It's one of the two that I think you would absolutely go for, which is between Omen and then as well as Clove. And as you pointed out, some Ellen Yar is also holding onto that Clove. We'll see whether or not they lock. Yeah, look at that. Actually locks in, and look, there's the Raze pick, so there's the good entry that we got on both teams. Ooh, Mao picking up the Raze too, so entry has been decidedly really good. The Fade pick by JDK is definitely something too that I think you gotta look out for, because if anyone has played Raze and comp, or excuse me, Lotus and comp, the Fade Raze combo, you know, the nade and the pin, deadly combo on that A, right off bat, you're gonna see that a lot. But you're seeing all these lock-ins now, as it looks like KJ is gonna be the Sentinel pick on both teams, and so with the KJ setup, look for both KJs, you know, on the defensive side to be majority of the time set up on the C side.
We got our agents locked in. In the meanwhile, what has been locked in is our channel predictions. So putting your points in on who you think is going to win, and don't forget, we still have that you can invest that 500 challenge points towards the Brownieval 10,050 VP raffle channel points. So don't forget to invest that money. There's going to be a lot of people in there, so try to get as many injuries as you can invested. That was our Agent Select, sponsored by drawwithkristi. You can use code brownieval10 for 10% off your order. And again, it's drawwithkristi.shop. So go check them out. They have been a wonderful support of Brownieval and Brown as a whole, all their stations. This tournament could not happen without them. Looking at Lotus, this is our second semifinals match. We are in such a good series. We have Meow, Mao, Caitlyn, Chewy, Kyle, and Bento over for the side of Exalted Honey Badgers. And for the cooked ones, you got Mumu, you got Lonely Turtle, you got Matt, Elena, and JDK. Both of these teams very, very even in their skill level. Them really wanting to fight for that $100 prize pool over in the end. So definitely put in your predictions. Speaking of predictions, Lubu, what do you think is this match?
So it's kind of a little bit interesting. Generally speaking, I like both team comps in terms of how they've decided to go about, you know, for the agent select. The one concern I have is specifically for cooked ones, they don't have a flash on any of their characters. I mean, I guess you could say that the Omen's blind is technically a flash, but it's slow and it can be avoided, and it's only directional, right? So it's going to be a little bit on the attack side too when it comes to how they're going to attack it for this first half. I'm really curious to see how they're going to be able to perform. But for both teams, I think specifically for Lotus, you need to have one player play the lurk. In this case, I'm expecting the KJ to be lurking, or just someone. If you can get these teams who are rotating off of their initial sites because of a push from, you know, the rest of your team to just sort of make a fake going, and then if that lurk is able to get that rotate, expect to see a lot of rotates on Lotus, right? It's a very, very rotating map. You don't necessarily have to commit to the site that you hit on the initial push.
This is day 2 playoff stage for Brownieval Draft Deluxe, and we get into our second semifinals match. It's going to be a little bit of aggression off rip, and Mao able to grab one off rip.
Yeah, it's that Fade Raze nade I just talked about in the initial, was able to catch him off guard, and so because of that, able to get Lonely Turtle off of a quick pick here. But as you see right here from the attacker's side, because of that pick, they're slowing down now. You see Elena just putting up onto that C side here, hoping to get some sort of info, maybe get the pick. And you actually can see also Mumu is anchoring back and maybe hoping to see if they can get someone out from the defender side, pushing a little bit too aggressively. But from the side of cooked ones right now, it looks like they're just slowly waiting for this C execute. They're not giving away any information just yet. See Chewy Kyle over here for Exalted Honey Badgers, still holding down. Information's been given though. The smokes are coming out here as Chewy Kyle does not get checked by the Fade Pink here. Util gets drawn out here. But, oh, like, look, you see it right now, the Exalted Honey Badgers, that rotation's coming out now heavily right now. A-Side's been getting up completely for the moment as for Cooked Ones. Rotation towards onto the B is being executed. That Omen blind's coming out right now as Mao will find the first headshot onto Elenia.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, also gets the second pick onto Boozily Matt. Now she gets a double kill on the JDK. Mumu gets the trade back on the Chewy Kyle, but Oki Caitlyn finds the trade back on the Mumu J, and immediately Mao's going to go for this defuse, and very quickly off of that rotation, Exalted Honey Badgers lock it down.
I think that round was just a little bit of an overcook from Cooked Ones. You know, you do lose your raise, you lose a lot of the entry power, but you take your time, you cut noise towards C Mound. But once you got the C Mound, they just held there, expected rotates elsewhere, but no information was gathered out on whether the positioning from Exalted Honey Badgers. They just held still. And then finally, when the Killjoy Mollies came out, they tried to rotate B, but hey, the rotates are already there. The defenders are already have 2 members on the B site. There's no hope for them on that round. Weapons now going to be given to the Exalted Honey Badgers on the defensive side. It's going to be a change up in pace for Cooked Ones, looking to just run it down B, not play anything too special. You got full util for Lonely Turtle. The execute's going to come fast.
Ooh, Oki Caitlyn able to get the dink on a Lonely Turtle. Doesn't get the kill, but that's a good amount of damage being taken over as Lena's going to push through the smoke. That's that clove there, hoping that Oki Caitlyn's going to be able to push the smoke and able to break here. And actually, speaking of, gets rewarded, and that's a Spectre now going over to Elenia. As you see, Bento here pushing that split right here on that A link. As Chewy Kyle, Meow also getting 2 kills right now as Lucy Matt trying hard to get a couple of kills back. JDK able to get Bento as well. I don't know, and Meow gets a triple kill, and Chewy Kyle able to get rid of JDK, so good damage down by Cooked Ones, but even still, Exalted Honey Badgers does find the 2-0 with that force.
Ooh, it got a little bit dicey there. Elena picking up a big kill. Matt also just with that Omen, just all of a sudden getting a right click off into the smoke and then just jumping and juking. You can take this replay brought to you by dropped to you by Community Gaming, but you can see like all of a sudden like there's Matt giving that right click and JDK is able to grab Bento walking out of the smoke, just jumping and dodging, but finally the last 2 fall. And now we look round 3, the buy up coming out for the side of the Cooked Ones. The buy is not going to be great for Honey Badgers, but they at least brought in the Vandal. They still have a Bulldog, so decent weaponry. They look to take A pretty quickly.
Yeah, Mao's raised nade onto the A site. This time I think Cooked Ones have learned a lesson off of that pistol round, so not pushing out immediately to avoid the raised nade, but they're all set up outside of this A main here and just trying to maybe bait out a rotation here as Mao, nice little wallbang dink onto Blissy Matt as the stops charge go away. And they are able to get the pick onto Meow as now space being given over to Cooked Ones. They're pushing out relatively quick here as you see Oki, Caitlyn, and Bento are trying to play that breakable link here and just prevent a rotation here as Bento's going to be able to get rid of that raise boom bot. But you see here for Cooked Ones pushing out now onto the A side. Just Mumu right now going to be planting for the tree spot right here as Exalted Honey Badgers are going to be waiting for this retake here and hoping to get maybe a quick pick before they commit to the retake just for the moment. You see Oki Caitlyn though making a little bit of distraction for Lonely Turtle, who goes down on Mao with that nice little bulldog headshot. Oki Caitlyn getting tagged here as he's able to pick up the Vandal, and unfortunately does not find JDK, who gets a nice little wallbang headshot. Elinyar also gets rid of Mao, and all of a sudden it's a 4v2 now in favor of Blissy Matt. Gets rid of Chewy Kyle, and now it's just Bento in a 1v4, only with a stinger and a hope and a prayer, as Elinyar is going to be pushing to get a nice little triple kill with a headshot onto Bento, and Cooked Ones able to find their first win, make this 1-2.
Really clean execute. They're able to spot out Meow, who played a little overzealous, but hey, that's what you do on a save round. You try and catch people out of position, but they swung out with the Sheriff, falls quickly, so it's a 5v4 off rip, and they just played that really well. They worked their way up very slowly, using the 2 smokes between the Omen and the Clove and cascading up top of one another until they're able to get into the site through tree, get the spike down, and even still, they're great post-playing protocols, including when Caitlyn tried flashing out from the A-Link area. But as we approach into round 4, once again, rebel control for the defense. Honey Badgers really understand the importance of this, and a little one-way as well to slow down any attackers looking to get too overzealous.
Yeah, so Chuiko on the C definitely heard Elinyar pick up the orb on that C side, and so because of that, look at the rotation now coming from Exalted Honey Badgers. You have 3 players on that B side. They're shifting over towards the mid and hoping to open the door, maybe get the flank here. But yeah, no, look at that. And so Meow's actually going to go rotate back towards Mao because they're not convinced that this is a hit. And actually, Enyo is going to get that first pick on the Bento. Okay, Caitlyn is able to get the trade back before getting traded themselves by Lonely Turtle. And so very quickly now, B site is being a bit open here. You just have Meow with that Gecko pick here on the A link breakable, hoping to maybe just buy a little time here. But meanwhile, for Cooked Ones, they're still not really committed to this C push, it seems, as you see Chewy Kyle here with the KJ pick, popping the util, but definitely gets the information that C site is in fact the site that is being hit. Dodges the raise nade, trying to go for the pick, dodge by Onyar, who's gonna pop that core ultimate. Lonely Turtle though, able to get the pick back before getting traded, as Meow gets a nice little double kill and makes this now a 2v2. Very quick, Meow with the raise block in here, able to find Moo Chi, and that's actually the spike as well. So now all of a sudden, it's Obliviously Matt in a 1v2. 14 seconds left for the round. Obliviously Matt needs to go a little bit faster here. 8 seconds left. Can they find anything? No. Meow with a nice little triple kill to make this 3-1 as Exalted Honey Badgers bite back and make this 3-1.
Cook once had an excellent plan at splitting, trying to take down those 2 defenders that were just stuck in the B main area, splitting through, but it just, at the very end, they walk into the Killjoy setup and really shout out to Chewy Kai, who was just able to hold things down with the mollies. The rotates were able to come in time, makes things in a 2v1 situation for Matt, who obviously could not get much done. Now we look at the buy. It's a really shoddy buy from both of these squads. 2 shares for Exalted Honey Badgers, a Frenzy for the side of Cooked Ones. It's not the greatest weaponry, but the ultimates are starting to come online. Meow with the Thrash could be huge for a retake on the defense or aggressive towards A, but it looks like Cooked Ones want to just hit this C side, especially when Kyle's now brought down the 1 HP with that medal.
Yeah, so you see Lonely Turtle here with the double raised satchel, able to get on the site very, very quickly. And as you pointed out, Chewy Kyle down to 1 HP, gonna back up and just play the retake with the team. You actually see here, Obliviously Matt is, or sorry, obviously Matt is still playing that T-spawn here and hoping to maybe pick off a potential flank rotate. But as you can see here, for everyone in Exalted Honey Badgers, 4 members, actually, all 5 look to be retaken from that waterfall spot here, as it's just Chewy Kyle making sure that nothing goes on here. Gecko ultimate comes out, does detain 1, and you'll see Moo not long for the winner, but Lonely Turtle actually able to get the kill, and JDK able to find another one as well. Mao finally able to get the kill on the Moo. As Meow trades back and forth, OK Caitlyn able to get that pick back onto Matt, as it's now a 2v2. And JDK, nice little headshot onto OK Caitlyn, makes it a 1v2. JDK though, not able to, as Lonely Turtle able to find that last kill on the Mao to make this 3-2, still in favor of Exalted Honey Badgers, but it seems right now, Janice, that Cooked Ones have, they've found a little bit of life in their attack.
Look at this crossfire. So excellent, like pushing all the defenders into this waterfall position, and the Thrash able to grab 1, but the crossfire is so good from this point on. You can see Lonely Turtle and JDK together able to grab those 2 kills. Mao, good for 1 to able to trade things out for a little bit, but what ends up happening is just the site starts to blow up a little bit. Lonely Turtle able to, I believe, blast pack up onto the C side, grabs that space, but from that point on, it's not able to find much. We go into round 6, slightly coming out for the defense, and Mao, the Rays player I've been talking about and who has been on fire since last night, already grabbing a pick, but Elena's there for the trade over towards C Mound.
Yeah, and that's actually huge too, because that's going to give Exalted Honey Badgers the realization that, hey, maybe they're actually rotating on the C. But as you can see right here, JDK punishes Mao for pushing out, and actually we'll find 2. And actually both Mao and Meow going down over to JDK. And this should be a quick push now here from Cooked Ones to try to take that space onto that A side. But you see Bento already rotating over to that A Heaven site here, as Caitlyn's going to come back him up as well. The Fade dog comes out to try to get that location of Bento, but you see nothing going on at the moment here. Looks like utility's just being given out, but OK Killing does get found out by JDK with a nice little triple kill, finds OK Killing through the smoke, and Bento will go down to obviously Matt to end the round, and we are all tied up here, Janice, at 3-3 now.
Yep, really good stuff from the attacking side. They adapted really well, and now they're starting to feel a little more comfortable onto this. Look at this replay. Like this, you just see how confident JDK just needs to hold the crosshair. Just very slow from Mao and Meow, who just wanted to try and take the extremities, try and catch a timing, but tied up here on Lotus. And right now, for the side of the defense, this is a must-win round, and it's not looking great. Mao's on a Guardian, Kyle's on at Bulldog, but they will have a couple ultimates for this retake. 2 away from the showstopper. They have the lockdown in Kyle and Caitlyn. Potentially is someone you want to look out for, potentially with that Empress. If can able to get a little aggressive, but it looks like C hits coming this way for the Cooked Ones. They've made their way all the way up here. They have their own lockdown. They have the Raise Rocket available right now. And it looks like C is going to be the ending for Cooked Ones here in round 7.
Yeah, and you see Chewy Kyle here playing that waterfall spot is able to get that information that, yeah, there's definitely players outside the C. And so because of that, if you look at the mini map, you see the rotations are coming out for Exalted Honey Badgers, but Cooked Ones wisely do not push this just yet. You can give over the audio cue, but don't actually show just yet and maybe pick out an over-aggressive rotator. But you see right here, though, Mumu going to be activating that Killjoy lockdown to try to make space. Oh, yeah, speaking of B-main, Bento finds one, but obviously Matt able to get that trade back. And so because of that, you see rotations coming out now for Cooked Ones as they push out onto this B site here. Both lockdowns are being in effect here, and I think Mumu's going to actually give up. Yeah, Mubu's going to give up their life to get the spike planted. I don't know if this is the right call here. Okay, Caitlyn finds one. Elenia gets the trade back, but Chewy Kyle able to make space and kills their double here on the Mumu as Eliar finds another one, but Mao, nice little wallback headshot onto Eliar, and see Chewy pushing to try to get rid of, obviously, Matt, but Mao with the Raise Rocket will get rid of, obviously, Matt before he's able to teleport away on Omen, and so Mao, once again, putting it up big for his team here as all of a sudden, 4-3 now in favor of Team Exalted Honey Badgers.
Yeah, big clutch up coming up from Mao. It's something you definitely wanted to see, but really, how was a game of rotate, like just managing the side of Cooked Ones, just not opting Killjoy for Killjoy all, forces them to move over to the B side. They understand that, hey, spotted out the flank from Bento that were trying to they were trying to peek out of there and grab a kill at the very end. They hit the B side and they're just unable to get the post-plan position because the rotates have come in so fast. They're actually their own attacking lockdown forced the entirety of Exalted Honey Badgers to already be in position to recover retake B, hence why that was so aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, it looks like for the first time in a while, Sound presence coming out from the attacking side. Showstopper out for Lonely Turtle, able to find Mao, and it's a 5v4 in favor of the offense.
Aggressive Raise Rocket from Lonely Turtle, but gets rewarded with taking out Mao. And you know what, because of that too, once again, Cooked Ones are not showing much presence here. They just showed Lonely Turtle on the A, and so because of that, if you actually look on the defender side, both Oki Caitlyn and Chewy Kyle are still set up on the C because they're not convinced just yet that Cooked Ones is actually pushing the A. Now a little bit more information has been given over, and so you see the rotation starting to come out now as Bento trying to get some picks here, but won't go down to JDK. They haven't spotted out Meow yet, but Lonely Turtle wisely clears the corner, and so because of that, Fade ulti now does come out. Won't actually hit anyone as Oki Kayla and Chewy Kyle weren't even close to A side for the moment. And so this retake possibility is being started as Oki Kayla does get rid of Elia, who does pop the close ulti, try to get more, but Chewy Kyle able to get rid of Elia the second time here is obviously Matt does able to get the frag onto Oki Caitlyn, and Lonely Turtle with a nice little triple kill ends it on Chewy Kyle. And again, Janice, we're all even up here at 4-4.
I liked a little bit of attempt, but again, it was just a little bit overcooked. You can already see just the reinforcements upon reinforcements. Lonely Turtles already pushed all the way through stairs off the lane. Caitlyn pops the Empress, but able to grab one, not able to find the second for themselves. But again, they're just surrounded on all sides. The pace of play that Cooked Ones are playing at, it is trading blow for blow for blow. I mean, you can look at this timeline right now. It is very close between these two teams. The ultimates abundant a couple rounds ago. Right now, not as.
Yeah, and so the crazy thing too is because you see Chewy Kyle is always playing the C side a little bit on the safer side. He's not actually peeking to grab that information, but because of that too, he's only relying on the audio cues to see if there's actually anyone on that C push from the side of Cooked Ones. And because of that, since you don't get that visual cue, you can go only off of audio and say to your team, hey guys, I hear at least one on C, and that's not enough to actually get the rotations coming out here for Exalted Honey Badgers. But meanwhile, on the Cooked Ones side here, very quiet information being given over to A. They all that Exalted Honey Badgers know right now is that there's an Omen smoke and that Fade is on A. That's it. They don't know the remaining members, and so that's why you don't see the rotations coming out here necessarily. But meanwhile, for Cooked Ones, slowly trying to make this presence here because again, Exalted Honey Badgers, they're not even pushing to get any sort of information here. It's a save round for them, so they don't want to give away anything just yet. But for the time being, Yeah, it's very, very
hard.
slow.
It's so aggressive.
Yeah, actually, look at Mumu too. Look at Mumu on this B, pushing up here to try to get a lurk kill. But Oki Caitlin's wisely in the corner, and he gets rewarded. Mumu goes down. That's a Vandal now over to Oki Caitlin. Mao with a nice little
down.
sure, headshot. Loading through, finally gets the trade back. But Bento punches. Can't get the kill with the classic. Oki Caitlin, however, gets another kill onto Lonely Turtle. And then all of a sudden, it's a 1v2. I don't know how. But for obviously Matt, down to 20 health. 20 health gets the spike, but Chewy Kyle pushes, gets the classic headshot, and it's a thrifty for Team Exalted Honey Badgers.
Just the effect, the butterfly effect from getting that one kill over on the lurker. You could see like just the one kill was just so brutal for the cooked ones. All of a sudden, hey, they want to push the extremities. Hey, we're gonna run right into. You could talk about like the strategy and everything. Mao with the 2 big shares headshot. Bento with a blind, not able to find the kill, but the blind is enough to stall enough time for the rest of the team to come in, pick up those kills, and you're leaving Matt in a 1v2 situation, forced to use the from the shadows, trying to find anything. And now, what looked like it should have been like a round lead for the side of the cooked ones, it's once again Exalted Honey Badgers able to maintain their lead, if not barely.
Yeah, looks like Seaside's the call for cooked ones here as Chewy Kyle's playing the backside, trying to take some space here. Oh my god, shoots Lonely Turtle out of the air with a nice little headshot. Good shot by Chewy Kyle, but is not long for the world here as Eleanor will be able to get the trade back on Chewy on this little wall bang shot with that Phantom. But in the meanwhile, you see the remaining members of Team Exalted Honey Badgers now pushing for this retake. You actually see Bento here going to be playing onto the C-mount for that nice little flank here as the retake execute's about to happen here for Exalted Honey Badgers. But look at Eleanor's position here, right in that smoke. Hoping to catch someone off guard, but the Gecko blind actually get rid of Ellen because of that. Able to get rid of Mao, but now gets the trade back. JDK, however, gets rid of Oki Caitlin. Obviously, Matt on that flank, able to get rid of Meow. And all of a sudden, 1v3. Well, but just for Bento, his entire team was just eliminated on sight. 1v3, and the smoke, the clove smoke coming out here to deny that vision. And so, Bento, don't know if he's gonna push this. Probably just gonna try to save the Vandal here. Not much more you can do. And actually, yeah, you see the rest, the remaining members of Cooked Ones here. You know, they're gonna save their guns. Fantastic round here for Cooked Ones. Able to, you know, take space onto the C and then hold it specifically just to make sure that on that retake, nothing crazy coming out here for Exalted Honey Badgers.
Yeah, so the double controller, you know, sometimes it's a little bit of a troll if you play like 2 controllers. You know, they're not gonna really complement one another because you're weaving in and out, and the enemies can be utilizing the smokes. But that double smoke allowed so much stalling pressure and also confusion coming out from the defenders, retaking from the CT side. It was really difficult over to try and get out. Even with the flash out, it just wasn't going to happen for the last 3 members of the defense. Now we look here, nearly the end of the round. Once again, Rumble Control being fought for. It was only these 2 players. Looks like the side of Cooked Ones want to go for a little bit of a trap play, but the other side, Mao's got a showstopper, Meow's got the thrash, and the Cooked Ones, they don't got a lot of ultimates. It's going to be on raw firepower and utility.
Yeah, meanwhile on the other side too, Chewy Kyle was able to get the information that Elena was actually peeking the C main, but because all of a sudden now Chewy Kyle wisely starts to jump peek just to try to get that visual information. And because of that too, you see once again though that on the side of Cooked Ones playing it slow. Elena though able to find get rid of Bento here on that B, link towards the C, and so that's a rotation now coming out here as for Team Cooked Ones able to take space here onto the B site, but the Gecko ulti doesn't find actual one. Flash isn't able to detain anyone. As Oki Caitlin will find one. Meow finds another one. Obviously Matt able to get the trade back, but Meow finds the second kill onto Elenia. Can Meow find more? No, obviously Matt will get a double kill onto Meow and even it up at 2-2, but Oki Caitlin with a Bulldog able to get rid of Loading Turtle, now just a 1v2, just off to obviously Matt. That's a little triple kill. Obviously Matt can get the 4K and make this a 6-5 in favor of Cooked Ones. Between Chewy Kyle and obviously Matt, and Matt doesn't actually have the spike just for the moment, and it looks like Chewy Kyle's just gonna give space for obviously Matt and allow him to just get the plant off, but with only 8 seconds left, obviously Matt gonna plant in the default spot here. Chewy Kyle slowly taking space here. And wow, wait, obviously Matt, no mistake! You ulted away! You have no way, I have no audio cue! Chewy Kyle is gonna get this defused in perfect time! Obviously Matt gets rid of the 4K, but that's a bit of a misplay here for obviously Matt as Chewy Kyle off of that ulti is able to get the ninja defuse.
What a round that was. There's so much we could talk about that round, but I would just want to talk about that last little bit. Again, as you're talking about, obviously in the 1v1 situation, it is so tense, it's so pressure, and Matt doesn't have any idea where Kyle was playing from. Could have been from Heaven, it could have been from the A-Link, it could have been right from Waterfall. So you TP, try to get the space, try to back out and create more confusion, but Kyle understands the timing so perfectly, and now it's 6-5, 1 round away from getting to a 7-5 half if you're the defense, but meanwhile, Cook One's upping the pace, looking to just brute force this B site.
Yeah, Elinyar pushing aggressively with that Clove because the fact that they have got the Cold ultimate and is able to get rid of Bento despite dying to Bento actually. But Oki Caitlyn able to get the trade back onto Lonely Turtle, and so you see Elinyar trying to go for that trade back once more. But Oki Caitlyn wisely backs up for the moment and is being supported by Chewy Kyle's utility on that KJ as well. In the meanwhile, you see Oki Caitlyn though able to get rid of Mumu. That takes the spike going down for just a moment as Elinyar's going to go for the trade back and is able to get the trade back onto Oki Caitlyn to even these things up at 3 versus 3 now. JDK planting the default spot once more as you see Exalted Honey Badgers, Mao and Meow pushing for this B Heaven to try to go for the retake here, but Cooked One's able to successfully get away, but the information has been given. They know that there's no one, at least on the default site here, as obviously Matt able to find Mao. Chewy Kyle gets the trade back on Elinyar. This is 2v2. Oh yeah, you're right.
One away from lockdown.
One away from the lockdown. Obviously Matt able to get the kill onto Meow, and all of a sudden just a 1v2, just Chewy Kyle left with only 36 health. Chewy Kyle gonna first try to get this pick on a Matt, but Matt with a nice little flick, able to get a nice little triple kill, and we're all even up here at 6-6, Janice, between both teams as the first half expires.
We are in for such a treat, viewers. You don't want to miss it. This is what brownieval is all about. Seriously, 6-6 halves and back-to-back maps in our semifinals. These teams are so even. You could not have written a better script if we even have such a script writers. We can't afford that right now, but oh man, both of these teams are playing so well. Look at, like, obviously Matt 17-6 and 8 assists on that Omen, playing so well. But we switch sides now. Attacking side has traditionally been the favorite for the side of Lotus on these 3 map sites. Defenders are a little bit split over, but right now it's gonna be Caitlyn and the Gecko. So you have the Reyna and the Gecko. That's gonna allow a lot of initiative power. The ability to get the spike down, ability to take duels and set Mao up for success, and it looks like a C hit is going to be what the pistol is called.
Yeah, Mao able to take space, and Mumu actually walked through the smoke. JDK actually finds Mao on that trade back through the smoke. Nice little headshot there with the Ghost. Fantastic headshot, actually. Is, however, for Team Exalted Honey Badgers, they are able to get the spike down planted by Meow, able to get rid of the Fade Ping as well. Doesn't really give any information over, as you see now for Team Cooked Ones trying to go for this retake here. It starts, JDK finds second kill onto Bento. That's a good start. You see shots being given away as obviously Matt will find Chewy Kyle, nice little headshot. JDK triple kill here. Now finds one. JDK with a nice little 4K to give a good solid lead start here for Team Cooked Ones.
JDK, absolutely a person you want to see pop off. Really excellent stuff coming out from the Fade. That first kill, like, able to trading out Mao, getting that Mao, like, in the smoke, I believe. Mao was trying to escape through CT, able to find that kill was huge, but from this point on, it was just Mao holding every single angle perfectly, doing a little bit of dodging and juking Matt, grabbing that one, but it was the JDK show for the defense. So both defenses starting off with the defense starting off with a win on the pistol right now. Looking pretty good, but now you look towards what they're going to want to do. They'll have the guns. Outlaw in the hands of Matt. That's going to be exciting to see. And they're going to decide the Exalted Honey Badgers. They're going to run right into it.
Yeah, obviously Matt finds one. Not able to get the second kill with that Outlaw, but finds Mao too. And that's their entry now down for Team Exalted Honey Badgers. So that's a good start here, as obviously Matt is going to reposition in a nice little off-angle spot looking towards that C-Link door here to try and maybe pick off another member of Team Exalted Honey Badgers. But Chewy Kyle, because of the positioning, is kind of stuck in the corner here and tries to shoot some bait on something. But obviously Matt finds a second kill with that Outlaw. So the Eco working fantastic here with that Outlaw buy, as you see for Team Cooked Ones. They're holding fast here. Exalted Honey Badgers have opted to back up from the Bean main, but unsure as to where to go. Looks like C side is the call, but you see Mumu has not rotated off from the C side here. So KJ Util off in the perfect spots here as the rotations now for team Cooked Ones are starting to slowly walk their way over towards that C site. Mumu definitely has the information that there's someone outside of C, so you haven't seen the rotation being fully committed as
that metal
finds a double kill with the molly. Fantastic molly coverage here, and now Mumu for the push, able to find the triple kill on a Meow, and it's a flawless here for Team Cooked Ones.
The newest agent in Valorant, Clove with the metal, and you can see the value that Clove provides to Lotus, something that a few agents could do. You know, you have Fade with the health decay, you have a couple agents that can bring players low, but not as easily, not as quickly as Clove with that metal ability. You could see those two mollies all of a sudden just completely tear down any sort of initiation that the offense had. It was a save round for the side of Exalted Honey Badgers. They will have the weapons, and Meow is one away from the Thrash. A big XQ weapon, but it looks like A pressure is what the defense want to go for. They want to claim that rubble space. It looks like it might potentially be a brawl over here as JDK stuck.
Yeah, JDK stuck for a moment, but puts himself into the smoke as Mal. Nice little first kill on a Lonely Turtle, but JDK, look at the positioning of JDK in a fantastic spot here. But can they find value with that stinger pick here? JDK going to push out, does find Meow, able to go back into the smoke too. JDK wants more. JDK with the double kill. That's obviously Matt finds a triple kill. Right now we're on a Chewy Kyle. Bento gets the trade back onto obviously Matt, but it's just JDK. JDK is playing for their life here as OKK finally gets rid of JDK here. And it's a 2-2, but JDK able to get tremendous value with that stinger pick. And Oki Caitlin's down to a little bit of low health here as you see for Bento and Oki Caitlin. They're just going to rotate out of this A site wisely as this A push has been stalled completely. Elenia is still holding down this A site with Mumu. They're not going to be rotating over just yet. They want to reclaim some sort of weapon advantage here as you see. Elenia, in fact, does pick up that Vandal, and I think Mumu's also going to be looking for another gun, too. Picks up the Stinger, realizes, no, that's a, don't want the Stinger, want the Bulldog instead. But in the meanwhile, Oki, Caitlin, and Bento have taken space on the C site. Default plan on C being given over now to Team Cooked Ones. And you see Elenia and Mumu playing this retake a little bit slow. I think Bento might have heard a footstep here.
Positioning could be huge right now.
Mumu's gonna peek. Bento finds one. Bento does not find two. Elenia is tagged for a little bit, but gets that overheal. So for the moment, he's fully healed. But oh my God, Elenia with the nice little flick when headshot onto Oki Caitlin goes down. As now, because of that, it's gonna be 9-6 in favor of Team Cooked Ones.
Devastating time for Caitlyn, who was trying to reposition. They knew where Elena was, but had to make a gamble of whether they were going to move towards pushing through CT towards that lane area or pushing through Waterfall, and it results in just Caitlyn being caught off a little off guard. Like, Elena's just sprinting it down. Caitlyn trying to reposition, trying to get it a little better, and yeah, just the timing. Brought to you by Community Game. Just that little timeout. Now we got a timeout. Pardon me. A lot of things going on in this match. It is getting intense, but we got a timeout brought to you by Community Gaming and drawwithkristi. Don't forget to check out our sponsors. You can use command !CG or !Kristi. Don't forget we have coupons available at drawwithkristi.shop. Use code brownieval10 if you want to get a little discounts on those stickers. And speaking of stickers, what seems to be working really well for the defense on Cooked Ones, they're sticking to their game plan. JDK's been popping off, obviously, but what's been really working is they're just reading the attackers so well right now. Badgers looking a little shaky right now as the money's not great. They have the Thrash still in hand, but beyond that, it's not looking too good. They got to get a turnaround very quickly, perhaps. Looking for a different site, a different method. Hopefully that timeout will be exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of Cooked Ones, off of that 3-win in a row, look at obviously Matt bought the op. So we're gonna see an opping Omen here, and it looks like wisely, you see obviously Matt though, gonna TP's into the corner, but he's been giving away the information because of that. That operator pick didn't work out at all as the Mao was able to get the nice little wall bang onto obviously Matt. And so that's the operator now going over. I don't know if they know that obviously Matt actually bought an op. So it doesn't even look like they're gonna go for the gun here, just for the moment. No, they're not. So either way though, nice little first pick by Mao as Exalted Honey Badgers have complete control of C site for the moment.
Early, Nightfall's going to be invested just to confirm these positioning from the attacker's side. It was a very fast initiation, but Caitlyn's in a great position. No! And survive.
Yeah, Mumu gets the trade back onto Oki Caitlyn, and so it's a 3v4 still in favor right now. As Lonely Turtle, though, gets rid of Mao. Bento gets 2-1, gets 2. JDK, though, finally gets the trade back as it's just Chewy Kyle playing offside on the mound. It is planted for mound, but because of the Clove Smoke, as well as the KJ turret, JDK is going to try to stick the plant here. Chewy Kyle gets rid of Mumu, but Chewy does find JDK with the wallbang clutch! As now it's 7-9, and Exalted Honey Badgers finally find a little bite back.
A huge bounce back. Round exactly is what Exalted Badgers needing. A huge investment from Matt and tucking into that C box. Get punished? I don't even know if they even heard the sound cue. It's such a default to just spam through that box. So excellent protocols coming after the attack, but look at this defuse. Kyle able to win that 1v1 and then just spam it through the smoke. Finds JDK. The crouch is not going to be long for the world, and that's a huge round win because look at the buy. Cooked Ones don't really have the greatest weaponry. A Phantom in the hands of Elena. Beyond that, it's pistols, it's a Stinger, it's a Frenzy. And this time, it's a little bit of a switch up from the offense. It looks a little aggressive towards C, but the spike has yet to be committed. It's a huge push out through A. What's a late?
JDK.
What is JDK? What is JDK doing?
JDK almost gets the
What's
flank.
Elena doing?
Actually gets rid of Oki Caitlyn. They're gonna push aggressively to try to get some information and they get rewarded. Unable to get the gun from Oki Caitlyn, so it's just a pick for the moment, but that's huge because, again, like you pointed out, Janice, at the beginning of this round, Cooked One's buy for this round is horrible. It's dog awful. It's cooked. It's cooked. Ellen is the only one with the Phantom because of the fact that they forced that operator pick, but able to get insane value so far, right? You have, you know, a really cooked buy for this the save round buy, so you may as well just try to get aggressive, right, and try to see if you can get something going. And so they're playing to the comp very, very well here. Meanwhile, for Exalted Honey Badgers, Mao taking space, nice little raise rocket on the Mumu, gets rid of the KJ, so that's C-side being given complete control over now to Exalted Honey Badgers. You see Elena trying to take that flank peek here with the door, get some damage down, but Mao, nice little Guardian kill onto Elena, prevents the flank from actually ever happening. And so now it's just a 3v4. You see Lonely Turtle with the Marshall able to get rid of Bento, who tries to TP away, and Lonely Turtle's actually be activating the raise rocket themselves. Finds Mao through the a wallbang rocket. Wait, okay, either way, 2v2 now as Mao, nice little triple kill with the Guardian headshot. It's just Lonely Turtle with the Marshall. Two weapons. Chewy Kyle with a nice little double kill to end the round and make it 8-9. Still in favor of Team Cooked Ones, but Honey Badgers are now finding their tempo here. Kind of want to go back to that Lonely Turtle. Yeah, the Lonely Turtle rocket. I've never seen that happen. I've never seen that happen.
Splash damage above, but hey, Mao with a big 3K coming out from the Guardian, just a little bit of spam through, and you know, I'm just gonna try getting that defuse, that little bit of a ninja defuse that we saw earlier, but Kyle pushes through the smoke. Once again, it's Chewy Kyle pulling things back for their team, and they're one off of the lockdown ultimate. That could be huge in trying to attack the C site, especially with how free that Mount Orb has been. It's been one thing that Cooked Ones have not really pushed for, other than that one time that you threw an operator there and it backfired completely for Matt. There's the lockdown investment. It's going to be a full backup for the side. Cooked Ones.
Oh, I like this. I like this from Cooked Ones. Just because you throw down the okay, I guess they're going back.
No,
I was just gonna say, yeah, just because you put down the KJ lockdown, you could fake it. You could fake it because you know for a fact that they're not gonna be on the C side for the moment. But instead, they're gonna opt for just the they're just gonna opt for the commit here. Bento, in the process of trying to get rid of the raised boom bot, does go down to Mumu. So Mumu with a nice little first frag here, as you see for the remaining members of Team Exalted Honey Badgers. They're not even pushing out for the moment. Ooh, Elena actually gets rid of Oki Caitlyn with a nice little headshot, and because that Mumu's able to get that Killjoy lockdown to take that re-push right here as Mao finds Elena. Meow gets rid of Lonely Turtle. And so Meow, stuck in a rock and hard place, will go down to JDK. As JDK, though, in the process of defusing, will go down to the Chewy Kyle Molly.
Time?
And I don't know. No, they should have enough time. The movement sticks this. Chewy Kyle does go down to obviously Matt. Should just have enough time. Just have enough time. Yes. 0.6 seconds left as Moo will get the clutch defuse. And so for Team Exalted Honey Badgers, because of that Killjoy lockdown, they had to, go get off of site and play for the retake from that C mound position. But because of that, Moomoo's able to get that clutch defuse, not a ninja defuse, clutch defuse with the last couple of seconds there. So crazy though.
I did not think they would survive with either the time or the spam through, because at the very end, obviously Matt getting a little, taking that B main pressure, trying to push the last two members where they know where the attackers have to play from off site because of the lockdown. Matt falling, I thought that was it. That's going to be a tight score, but it ends up being double digits for the cooked ones. They're in a prime position.
Whoa, look at this though. Look at this though. Exalted Honey Badgers, because of the way they've set up, they've actually gotten Team Cooked Ones a little bit here on a over-rotate, I think, towards that C because they smoked the C main. So right now, you can finally see JDK actually start to rotate back towards the A, and Lonely Turtle's just jump peeking here with that classic, just try to get some info. The Gecko blind does come out, and we'll give actually some information over now to Team Cooked Ones, excuse me. But meanwhile, look at Bento. Bento goes to obviously mad with the Sheriff peek. The Sheriff headshot gets rid of Bento.
Lubu, the cooked ones have shares in hand. That was only weapon upgrade, and JDK potentially for another.
We'll find another kill with the Sheriff. That's fantastic value right now as Mao gets rid of Moo. JDK fade ping, tries to get more, does get a tag onto Meow. Not much damage, but it's still damage nonetheless. Gecko ulti does try to get someone out here with the tame. Mao goes down to Lonely Turtle, and obviously Matt able to get rid of Chewy Kyle. It's a 1v2 now, just Meow left. Meow does find Elenia, but does Meow? No, Meow cannot find the last kill on the Lonely Turtle, and so Lonely Turtle able to make things now a little bit more even in favor of Team Exalted Honey Badgers, or excuse me, for Team Cooked Ones. It makes us 11-8.
Holy moly, I got told to not scream, but it is, pardon me, Brown, I'm very sorry, but oh my goodness. Thrash gets broken at the very last minute, and all of a sudden 1v3 situation from Meow, gets very close, able to find the first pick, but the spam through the box from Turtle. Look at 14 HP for the raise. Both of these players were so low, a spam through from either player could have been huge. Now Cooked Ones, last round was a save. Despite winning the previous round, that was a save, and now they have the money to buy up. It's going to be on the Exalted Honey Badgers on a forced buy. And Lonely Turtle fighting Mao is not a great way to start.
Fantastic peek from Lonely Turtle, able to punish and get rid of Mao, and that's huge because not only is that their entry, Mao had Raise Rocket ready for the entry, for the ulti, just for a little bit more of a convincing push here onto the A entry. But because of that now, the push from Team Honey Badgers gets stalled, and Lonely Turtle, because of that fade pain from JDK, able to pick up a second kill onto Oki Caitlyn through the smoke, and Lonely Turtle with a triple kill onto Meow. And that's the spike down now in the corner by the orb. Chewy Kyle does finally get rid of Lonely Turtle, but I think the damage has been done here as now the information has been given over. Wait, look at obviously Matt. Obviously Matt now going to be pushing for that information to make sure that for Team Cooked Ones, Team Honey Badgers, they don't opt to rotate out. If Honey Badgers rotates out, Cooked Ones, obviously Matt's going to get that information ready here. And look, Bento and Chewy Kyle are opting to go for the slow rotate. They're trying to suppress the noise, but obviously Matt, if they make one step here, obviously Matt's going to be able to pick this up immediately.
Chewy Kyle once again asked to pull.
Oh my god, they're not going to clear the corner.
Yeah, oh my god, Matt is not going to get cleared out. 2 kills for the Omen. It is match and series point.
Yeah, a little bit too late for Chewy Kyle to look left and to clear the corner. So, and because of that, obviously Matt, fantastic positioning, able to make this now 12-8, and we're looking at match point for Team Cooked Ones.
It's going to be a very, very weak buy, but Mao has to stay alive. Showstopper is pivotal. Mao has come up huge, and we have yet to see a big clutch moment coming out from the player of Honey Badgers. That is who you got to keep an eye on, and it looks like the C-side is going to be the answer for this. A very fast aggression. You are a couple points away from the lock. This is still very doable for the Honey Badgers, but it's going to be off the back of the Showstopper. Mao going in, trying to find a kill, not able to find anything, and ends up getting taken down by the turret. Lubu, no!
Oh my
not
god.
Like this.
The Moo utility coming in clutch, able to get rid of Mao like you said. And meanwhile, Meow, though, able to get the pick onto Lonely Turtle to even things up for the moment. Oki Caitlyn does find one, but Moo gets the trade back. Meow finds a second kill onto Moo. JDK pushed off from that plan for the moment. Obviously, Matt finds one, finds two. And now it's just JDK and obviously Matt versus Meow. Meow with a hope and a dream. Doesn't get detained from that fake pin for the moment, but the Hunt is going to be able to get the information as they know Meow is somewhere on site. JDK with the Odin spam. Trying to get a couple of tags here as Meow trying to fight back and not do anything, but oh my god, obviously Matt with a nice little headshot. Triple kill, and that is game, set, match 13-8. Cooked Ones take down Team Exalted Honey Badgers.
A grueling series, and the scoreline might be saying 13-8, which does not explain how close this match was. And like, look at this last break. Like, Meow is just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Is forced to swing out at the very last minute, just not able to land the shot. And if we look at the scoreboard, Cooked Ones running that double controller with the Clove and the Omen. Look, obviously, Matt, 28, 11, and 12. Elena not too far behind in assists, at least with 11, but seriously, what an incredible match between these two. I believe the scoreline doesn't really sell how good this match was. This could have been overtime. It was a back and forth affair. It was a game that what we've been following, what I've been seeing the trend is for brownieval is a lot of streaky Valorant. This game had that at the very end. The attacking side for the Cooked Ones at the very end is exactly what they needed. 4 rounds in a row to close things out on their attacking side. It was such a wonderful and back and forth affair, but at the end of the day, Cooked Ones just managed to close things out at the very end.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because if you recall, at the end of the first half, it was all tied up 6-6 for both. And actually too, if you look at the composition for Team Exalted Honey Badgers, their team definitely favored the attack side more, right? You're able to get the raise entry on top of the fact that you have the Gecko Flash as well to sort of cover for the raise entry. And so for Team Cooked Ones, despite the fact that, you know, from a composition standpoint, maybe not looking in towards your favor towards that second half, able to come up fantastic with that double controller value and able to delay any pushes for Team Exalted Honey Badgers. You saw time and time again, Mao was trying to take space, but because of the fact between the double smokes as well as that entry denial from Mumu specifically with that KJ util, it kind of just shook up the plans of Team Exalted Honey Badgers.
And speaking of the teams that we got to play, we have a wonderful interview. We got Mumu coming in from Cooked Ones, coming in for an interview. Mumu, how are you feeling after that match?
I am feeling amazing after that. Thank you for asking. It's honestly always good to come out on top, get a win, especially when it's such a close game like that, and they were such an incredible team.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it was a very close first half, and then all of a sudden, second half, you guys transition to the attacking side. It gets a little bit dicey all over the place, but you guys managed to close it out with a 4-round win streak towards the end. What was the change that resulted in that first round win and all of a sudden going in to close things out here on Moon?
Honestly, when they called a timeout, I think that usually when a team calls a timeout, I think we overthink the timeout and think like things are going to change and that we should change things up. So that's what we did. Like, we started putting me on A side and putting Omen on C. But then as we lost the next 2 rounds because of that, I was like, we should just go back to what we're doing, and everyone agreed upon that. And I think that honestly, just sticking to what we know is what we needed to do in order to secure the last few rounds.
Yeah, and so a question for you, Mumu, is coming into this game too, you guys opted for the double controller, setup for Lotus, going for the Omen as well as the Clove. And so because of that, and you're being put on the KJ as well. So because of the fact that, you're going with double controller and double, and no flashes, what was sort of like the game plan that your team came up with for, especially for that attack side, for your team?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I have a lot of trust in my players and my team, so we talk team comp like as we're before and then during load up, but they were very confident on the double controller. Usually we do double initiator, but the confidence level on Ronell on the Clove and then Matt on the Omen as well was just there today. They were absolutely insane, and they just know, not just them, but everyone on the team just knows how to play off their util. The comms were there today. So honestly, it's just us working together with the team comp that we have and just playing off of each other, honestly.
And I know you're going to have a quick turnaround. You're about to get set for a best of 3 grand finals coming up against against the Pink Geese, which you guys, I believe, have played before, right?
We have.
Yeah.
Yesterday we played against them, very close game on Breeze. Justin's a really good friend of mine, but we are coming for revenge today.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you. Like, how, you're going into a best of 3. You get more than one map. How are you feeling? How's this grand finals going to end in your mind? How is it going to finish?
We're winning. We're taking it all. I feel like we were the somewhat underdogs, and we're coming out and we're going to take that crown.
I'm excited to hear it. I'm excited to see it. Mumu, I'll let you go and get with your team. Take that little bit of rest. We'll see you for the grand finals in a couple minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, that squad is ridiculous. But like on the other side, but again, Lubu, you know, we have a winner, but we also have a loser, and we do have to sadly say goodbye to Exalted Honey Badgers. And for them, we got Sophia coming in for a little bit of an interview, which will be really good. So we're just waiting for them to get ready.
God.
Hello, Sophia. Welcome. Welcome to the A-Stream Live chat. Welcome.
Hi, hello.
Hi, I know you just had a grueling series, and you know, the ending of it is not exactly as ideal as you wanted, but how are you feeling after such an exhausting series?
Honestly, I'm still proud. We didn't practice at all.
That was the thing that I noticed. Like, I didn't see you guys during rooms at all, and then yesterday you go into all day of matches, and all of a sudden you just roll. Like, first map you roll through it. Second match, and I talked about it in the broadcast. Like, the second map was like your second match on what was it? Bind. Yeah, your second match on Bind was like it got a little bit close, and then you guys made adaptation, able to take it 13-5. So like, what's that experience like? Not having the time to practice, but still playing so clean.
I don't know. I had confidence in everyone. Everyone did their job. Everyone is giving comms. They all played well. Of course, we all have our moments, the whiffs, but all good. It happens. I'm still very proud of everyone.
Speaking about your specific performance, I mean, you did a fantastic job in terms of your stat line going 18, 17, and 6. Specifically though, I noticed that throughout the game, you were getting actually insane value on not the traditional rifles. You had a couple kills with the Guardian, a couple kills with the Bulldog and whatnot. So when it came to, you know, I guess the team's mental, when it wasn't a full buy, right? When it was just like a light buy, or maybe just like a half buy, something or whatnot. Specifically for yourself, how comfortable are you on those, not a full buy rounds?
Oh, I'm pretty comfortable. I do that in mostly every game. Second round, if we win, it's normally always a Bulldog for me. Yeah, or if someone has a Vandal, I'll just bait them and then pick it up. But
there you go. That's how you play Valorant. You just
absolutely bait your teammates, right? Bait your teammates.
Yeah, that's the lesson here.
You heard it here, folks. You know, Sophia said it out loud. Bait your teammates for the better gun. All right. So just tuck it to those boxes. It'll be fine. Yeah, and it's a best of one. It's a brutal schedule for the fact that today you go in, you have to win it out, and you just weren't able to cross the finish line. So fortunately, we have to say goodbye to you and your team. So is there anything you want to say to the people watching, the fans, and the people that are here?
I just wish the two teams going into the finals the best of luck, and I hope it's good games, close games. I just want to see a good game.
We've been having good games all
They've been good.
You've been excellent as well, Sophia, you and the entire squad. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for playing in BrownieVal. I will hope to see you again in another tournament at some point.
I'll be
phenomenal.
back.
Heck yeah.
I'm getting my revenge. I'm getting it back.
You heard it here, folks. Sophia is going to be here for revenge. So thank you so much. You have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Have a good rest of your day.
Sophia, everyone, from the side of Exalted Honey Badgers. Gotta remember the names, a lot of names. But as we take a look at our schedule going out, that is both of our semifinals matches done. Again, just to recap, our first match, Pinkies versus Red Robins, a close battle that ended in 13-11, and our second match, the Cooked Ones, able to upset the Exalted Honey Badgers. That means both teams from Group A will be meeting in the grand finals for a best of 3. Pinkies versus Cooked Ones, that is going to be an absolute banger.
Like you said, Janice, absolute banger too. And so, looking for this best of 3, it's going to be fantastic just to see, what amazing plays we're going to see in the upcoming BO3. But with that said, I think we're just going to wrap it up here and then we'll hand it off to Brown. So, Janice, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm done for the night. I'm done casting for the night. I know you still got the wonderful grand finals. You'll get to hang out with Goose, who I actually got to work with over the weekend as well. So it's kind of funny how that works out, but just wanted to give a big thank you to Brown, of course. Thank you for having me on as a caster and giving my first chance to observe yesterday. That was really, really fun. And of course, thank you everyone for supporting us, for watching the streams both here on twitch.tv/BrowntulStar and over on YouTube at BrowntulStar. It's wonderful supporting it. And of course, thank you so much to our sponsors at Community Gaming and drawwithkristi. They are wonderful and phenomenal. Help support Brown, the whole team, and of course the wonderful prize pool of $100 for the grand final.
Final nice sweet words from Janice. And so with that, chat, we're gonna actually head to break here. So before we do, we're gonna throw the video for you from our sponsors and we're gonna hear from them as we head off here before the best of 3 grand final. So stick with us, we'll get back to you very soon.
Thank you, Community Gaming, for powering brownieval. Community Gaming is the all-in-one platform offering esports infrastructure in order for people to create, facilitate, and participate in esports tournaments. And its partnership with the Play to Learn Foundation helps provide prize pool grants to grassroots tournament organizers. Learn more at communitygaming.io.
Thank you, drawwithkristi, for supporting brownieval. Bring Toffee the Brown Bear home by purchasing vinyl stickers for your journals, water bottles, laptops, and more at Kristi's Etsy shop.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Brown a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Brown a champion, a champion. This is me, I still
Oh my god.
Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause you I know I'm a superstar in the sky.
Oh my god. You're better. You're better. Wow. Wow, Ace. Wow.
I have my knife out.
No.
Go. Party. You will not kill. My ult's ready. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
The ace.
It's good for 8
Okay. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Woo! Cause I'm the goat. Cause I'm the goat.
Somebody.
Yeah!
One enemy remaining.
Please, 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 please. Please!
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
One enemy.
Got high load.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, 46 lane. Nice.
Oh my god.
Spike down mid. Spike down. Attacker spawn. One enemy remaining.
One.
Let's have rifles.
Let's go!
Children, I know here.
One time, close shot.
One enemy remaining.
No more. I hold this.
One enemy.
Long. Stretch.
Nice.
No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first die. One out of 10, hold my hands, I'm by my lonely. Two is savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my own.
Nice.
Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm making great. One is winning, the last one now can't call me late. Put in my hours, send the invoice, and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom. I wake up, flex, thumb down, now check. No drip, this time to run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I time to run it all.
Hi everybody, and welcome back to Brownieval Draft Deluxe, presented by Community Gaming and drawwithkristi. My name is Browntul. You heard me a little earlier today. We were casting the semifinals, and the semifinals were all truly bangers. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. There were so many clutch plays, so much drama in this best of one series, and you know, it came down to the last two teams that are standing, and those two teams are the Pink Geese and the Cooked Ones, 13-11 and 13-8. And those two teams came from the A side. Remember, in the A bracket on this channel, we saw the very first match here was actually Pink Geese versus the Cooked Ones, and they had played on the Breeze, which was so unexpected. I felt like when I was probing teams, they had strats to not pick Breeze, and suddenly I think they discovered something and said, yeah, let's go to Breeze. so that's what's going on there. But in any case, I guess we're gonna have to see if they end up picking Breeze in their map bans. Now, before we get there, I do want to show you all just how we got here, just kind of the generalistics of the logistics. So if you recall, in the beginning of the stream, we had 4 teams left. We narrowed it down to 2 after they faced their opponent from the opposite side. And the Pink Geese, they won their game. The Cooked Ones, they won as the number 2 seed, facing the Exalted Honey Badgers as the number 1 seed. So this is how we got that rematch. And you know, if you I don't know who's gonna win, but you can gamble your channel points and see who you can declare your love for what team, and if you guess correctly, you can increase your channel points that you can use in the redemptions to enter for our giveaway, the 1,050 Valorant points. So go generate those channel points. It is a limit to 10, but I'm sure you can generate those 10 entries, right? Now, if you are following us on Community Gaming, you can go to our Community Gaming bracket. You can see how we got to this point. You can see the group stage scores, and you can also see the where you are in the bracket right now. So let's take a look at these rosters again, and I'm going to give my little opinion here before we move on to the casters. So when you look at the Pink Geese, okay, I am always going to keep saying this. I was very, very excited to see Justin go into that interview after he won against the Cooked Ones, and he said, we're going 2-0. 2-0, no doubt about that. And we even asked him to double down, and he did. And guess what? He did. And that's how the Pink Geese got to this point. They have so much confidence, so much swagger. And the Cooked Ones, despite losing to the Pink Geese, they never gave up. They barely had time to really think about what happened. They had to go play that next game against Post Express, and that was one of the closest games I've seen. And they were able to just barely sneak it out there. And they had to sit through an entire game with the Pink Geese and Post Express, and they just had to wonder, oh my god, like, who's gonna move on? Now, funny enough, they have Pink Geese to thank for being sent to the semifinals because of how the rankings were working, but now they're gonna have to be enemies with each other. And how it worked was, in the grand finals, they are picking 3 maps. It is a standard best of 3 map ban, so they ban 1 map each, and then Pink Geese, as the higher seed, they pick a map, and then other side picks a side. Cooked Ones pick a map, other side picks a side. 2 more map bans, and then 1 more map left, and the Pink Geese will get to pick the side for that. So with that being said, we get to go to our casters now, and this was the very first thing that I wanted to figure out when I was making the caster schedule, who I wanted to put in the grand finals. And these 2 people, I think, are, first of all, they are amazing voices. They really enhance the broadcast with their knowledge, and they've been with Brownieval for a while, and it was very fitting that I was able to give them this opportunity to cast one of the biggest grand finals that we've had in quite a while. And here it is. It's Goose and Lubu. How are you 2 doing today?
Hey! Hi, I'm great! I couldn't be happier to be here. Oh my lord. Now, I may or may not have been kidnapped for various reasons in order to get here, but I am very, very excited to see this one going. Getting the rundown from you guys about what we are kind of expecting here and how everything has gone out the window, I couldn't be more bloody excited. How about you, Lubu?
I mean, same for me here too. I mean, the two teams that we got, ended up here in the grand finals. We've already seen how they played out the first meeting, so we'll see if things are gonna change up a little bit different in terms of the results, especially because it's a best of 3 too, right? Prior to this, it's been all best of 1s. This is the one that's gonna be a best of 3, so we'll see, just how teams can change off their, strategies and change their mentals depending on how, the first game and second game plays out.
Oh yeah, oh my god. All right, now you told me this before before we got started, but who are the big players that we're currently looking at, like as we move into this game? Of course, like there are some really, really big, obvious names like Justin Fly and obviously Matt. These very strong leaders of their teams, but who are the other ones that we want to be looking out for like the big aim-heavy plays?
Yeah, so for Team Pink Geese, a player you have to note for is Junior D or Jared, or however you want to pronounce his name. But if anyone who was watching from the semifinals 1, put up an insane stat line of 34 kills to lead the team to a victory. So on that raise, which is an absurd number. I think that's actually the highest kill total so far by an individual player for any of these games in the tournament. So that was fantastic from him. But the rest of the teams, the rest of the teammates as well for Pinkies are all solid across the board. I mean, Bedlam's been fantastic with that Utah and the Sova when they were playing on Breeze during the round robin stages. And then Kitsu as well, able to take space with the Jet from what I saw as well. And then Lack too. I gotta give a special shout out to Lack, because Lack wasn't actually on the initial roster too, because I believe Pink Geese's 6th member had to be substituted out because of scheduling reasons and whatnot. So Lack coming in and filling in the role quite well and able to help his team get to the grand finals is a special commendable shout out. And then on the defenders, sorry, not the defenders side, the other side for Team Cooked Ones, you pointed out already, obviously, Matt, but as well JDK, and I gotta give a special shout out to Elena and Lonely Turtle, because Lonely Turtle specifically, if you recall from the last game, we were talking about this prior to the start of the broadcast. I'm still blown away by the raise rocket that went, even though there was explanations given. I don't know. I still look at that raise rocket and I realized that, okay.
Sometimes black colorful magic happens on stream, and that's what we saw.
I've got 1,100 hours in comp alone, right? And I've never seen that happen with a raise rocket. So my knowledge of raise rockets now thrown out of the window. Anytime if I see raise being picked in this grand finals, I'm not gonna judge at all. I'm just gonna let it happen.
Oh yeah. And looking at what we have here, we have Icebox, Breeze, and Lotus. What are the sort of what is the expectation looking at this? I know that Cooked Ones have been absolutely undefeated on Breeze. They've been absolutely like killing it over in the Beachwood sites. What can we expect from Icebox?
Icebox is interesting. See, that's the one where I hate Icebox personally. So it's gonna come down to the team comp, right? It's gonna come to the team comp. I'm expecting a Sova. What I expect actually specifically for Team Pink Geese, because they're not afraid to run double initiator with Sova and KO specifically, and Icebox is actually a good map for both Sova and KO specifically. So expect to see a double initi comp. I would not be shocked to see Bedlam on Sova, Jared on KO, and we'll go from there. And then on the other side for Cooked Ones, I don't think I've actually seen them play on Ice. I don't know if they've played on Icebox or anything like that. Definitely wasn't a game I casted for them. So, but again, I think the initiator pick is going to be crucial here, and then also the Senti pick too for Icebox, because any one of the Sentis, it's not bad on Icebox. Icebox is the weird map where like none of the Sentis are bad, but you can't say none of the Sentis are like must picks. It's just kind of like, well, but each Senti is going to change the way how like the game is played on the attackers and the defender side. So
they're the perfect variable to add to any dish to mix it up. And I personally really like seeing Chamber on it. I think that the big open angles and the variable hiding spots, especially vertically, it just makes the Frenchman shine. It's a phenomenal map for him. But not everybody has the chops to actually take that headhunter into their hands and let fate decide what is going to happen. But here we go. We are going to be going into agent select here now. mind you, Agent Select is brought to you by drawwithkristi. Use the code brownieval10 for 10% off your order at drawwithkristi shop. Drawwithkristi.shop. My apologies, but
look at the
yeah,
Agent
no,
Select.
I'm not looking. I'm looking only at the right side of my screen. We're not going to talk about the absolute platoon of Yorus over to my left.
Oh
I want
my
to talk about the. I want to talk about the Viper. I want to talk about this potential deadlock pick, and absolutely, I want to talk about this Cypher. Absolutely love Cypher. Even with the small nerfs that we've seen coming into Cypher, I still think that our Moroccan is one of the best Sentinels in the game. One of my favorites to play, just because he's a very he's so varied, you know. And despite the fact that his poker chips are a little bit one-dimensional in the fact that they're just kind of like a grab-and-go type thing, the camera and the cages are such amazing abilities to mix things up all the time, you know? And don't get me wrong, I think the trips are broken, but I'm talking about versatility here. Like camera you can use to like be a fake flashbang or clear angles for you, stuff like that. I think it's I think Cypher is used far too defensively sometimes. Like even with cages, you can use them for site execs if you don't have somebody like a Jet or Phoenix to cut off short angles in order to get quick isolations. As well as having the camera to clear corners for teammates, because people are almost always going to shoot it, especially if they get tagged. Very, very few people will just swing off it, especially if you have somebody watching your back. I'm excited to see what we're looking at. All right, and I gotta say, we were talking about it earlier. We were wondering if we were going to even see Viper tonight, and I'm seeing a mirror here. What do you expect here?
Yeah, so it's curious because, you know, I in a post-game interview I had with Justify specifically when they played on Breeze, I specifically asked him about not picking Viper on Breeze and instead opting for the Harbor. But for Icebox, clearly he thinks that, you know, Viper's still, you know, good enough that, you know, or the nerf hasn't been so bad for Viper on Breeze that, like, should be fine. But I think if you look also at like the rest of the team column too, I was just talking about that Sova KO like double initi pick that potentially could have happened for the front. And well, actually, that's for the other team too. That's Cooked Ones. Cooked Ones opting for the double initiator with Sova and KO. So that's something that, like, okay, you know, you get the information, that's great. And then for Team Pink Geese, instead of the Sova, who I think is definitely the most popular pick in terms of initiators, for Icebox specifically, instead of Sova, they're going for Gecko, who, you know, in my opinion, would be the second best agent, just because you get the wingman plants alone for, like, let's say if you want to hit A site and then you plant for the A site nest, and then that just gives such fantastic post plant angles for the attackers. So gonna be really curious to see that. And then, like you pointed out, the Cypher pick too is gonna be really interesting too, because like you said, the Cypher trips, don't get me wrong, they're still great, they're still broken. A little bit exposed too, though, because Icebox is definitely one where there are trips, no doubt about it, that you can set up and it's going to give you fantastic value. It's not as like OP as like unbreakable trip setups that you can find on, let's say, Breeze or Split or et cetera, et cetera. So that's going to be the cool thing, though. But I also want to point out too that I guess for Team Cook Ones, you know, we'll see how they change things up. But I want to see, you know, for the Agent Select, how are they going to be able to play off of that double initi, right? Because you have the information given for sure, but are you going to commit to the pushes? Like, is it going to be an aggressive playstyle, or are you going to slow down? Because if people didn't forget that for the Lotus game that they had beaten Exalted Honey Badgers in order to get to the grand finals, they started out aggressive and then they went a little bit more slow and a little bit more off of just audio cues and just trying to bait out over rotations or over aggressive peaks from the enemy team. So we'll see if they continue that trend for the grand finals as well.
Oh yeah. Something that's really interesting, and what I love about seeing double initiators, that you get a very, very clear view of what a team is thinking, what information are they going for, and what utility are they going to respond with. Initiators have this this fairly unique ability to actively control angles from massive ranges. Like you can have a flanking Sova give you lineups for a team on like a different end of the map, you know? So you never know where it's gonna come from, but you always know what the result is gonna be. So as observers, it's really interesting to see what are they going for, how are they responding, and what are they going to do based on the information that they gather. I am super just ecstatic about this. Now there was a very slight issue here, so we're just getting things nice and relitigated here. I think there was a bit of a troll sentiment with the Yoru showing up. I get it. The Dimensional Walker just kind of wanted to go home to Icebox, you know, where he fell out of his portal originally. But with regards to Viper, what do you think of with her changes? She's become very stoic. She has to be very diligent about how she manages her gas, where she puts down that orb, and when to use her snakebite. What do you think the changes are going to be specifically in this map? Like a lot of the setups that we normally see when it comes to Viper's play style is likely going to get a bit of a mix up, because you can't be as indecisive with your utility as you used to be. So what are you expecting to see here?
I think the big thing is, specifically for Viper on attack, because the fact that you can't pick up her orb and post round start anymore, and instead you can only pick it up pre-round start.
Sadness.
It's gonna be kind of interesting to see how the mid plays out, depending on what teams pick as the Senti. Usually, I think a more common trend I've been noticing is that, like, at least in ranked play, is that teams will select KJ as their Senti pick, because with the KJ turret, you're able to look down, you know, you can set up the KJ turret on top of Boiler on the defender's side towards the mid, and so that way you get the information in case there's a flank or a lurk or something like that, right? You got the audio cue and the visual cue and stuff like that. Now, the initial way to counter that was, you know, hey, just throw the Viper orb at the start, right? Viper sets up wall for A and then throws the orb towards mid, and that way it provides a little bit of cover and a little bit of, you know, mystique as to where they're gonna hit. But because of the orb changes now, since Viper can't pick it up anymore, if you throw the orb mid, it's staying there. So at that point, you know, it's just one less tool in Viper's toolbox in terms of where, you know, she ends up hitting. So I think the attack side's going to be really interesting. And then on the defender side too, I think we kind of have to look at Viper more on the lines of almost like just a harder Cypher, right? Because you know, Cypher can at least pick up his trips and stuff like that if he so chooses to. Is he going to? Probably not. But he's going to anchor, right? And so wherever Viper is going to play in terms of the setup, you're going to be anchoring for the majority of the time. So it does mean that those Viper rotations on the defender side towards the site, it's going to be a little bit tricky to figure that out, especially because too that, you know, a lot of times you'll see the Viper, the toxic wall being placed to cover the entirety entry of that A site, like that the horizontal line for that A side from the pipe towards the Jenny, and then that way, you know, attackers that are hitting like the A ramp and whatnot and just A main, they don't have any vision of backside nest or anything like that. So if Viper is the pick here, then you gotta watch out for specifically, you know, what the setups are, and then I think that might just be the game.
Absolutely, there's gonna be a lot of that, but we will continue this conversation very, very soon. We will have to just throw things over to a quick tech pause. We will see you very, very soon. And I believe that we're going to send you over to a message from our sponsors.
Thank you, Community Gaming, for powering brownieval. Community Gaming is the all-in-one platform offering esports infrastructure in order for people to create, facilitate, and participate in esports tournaments. And its partnership with the Play to Learn Foundation helps provide prize pool grants to grassroots tournament organizers. Learn more at communitygaming.io.
Thank you, Draw with Kristi, for supporting Brownieval. Bring Toffee the Brown Bear home by purchasing vinyl stickers for your journals, water bottles, laptops, and more at Kristi's Etsy shop.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Brownieval Draft Deluxe. It seems we had a little bit of a tech issue. One of the PCs exploded, but we're good to go. I'm your host here, Lou Boo, with my co-caster here, Goose. And Goose, you know, we were talking about the agent select for Icebox. We can confirm that aside from Mumu, who's going to be able to pick a different agent because their PC exploded during the agent select, the picks will be the same outside of that. So curious to see how that plays out. So Goose, we were talking about that Viper pick. If you want to maybe elaborate more on Viper specifically for Icebox.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, Viper is still going to be very, very good for Icebox. This map is very long on the Y-axis, fairly short on the X-axis. And there's a lot of lines of unobstructed view upon a certain height. So Viper's Wall is the perfect tool in order to cut and dice that up with a dangerous, high-reaching, long-lasting, regenerating smoke. Now, it isn't as obtrusive as it used to be. Viper's Wall specifically was just one of the best smokes in the game, bar none. It is now the best in many, many situations, but doesn't have the dominance that it used to have, you know? So with Viper's Wall, you can there's a few very, very common ones that go all the way from like Boiler to A site. There's a few really dominant, dangerous ones that go along the boxes in B site that like forces you to cross it several times in order to get onto the even just the site proper through the boxes. And it is very good for covering movement, whether you're on attack or defense. Putting it over mid can always get you into some really, really great spots in terms of map control, stuff like that. Snakebite, always being very, very good. Vulnerability, plus that damage to push people off of angles. Always a very, very good thing to have. Again, Viper only has one charge of it now, but it is still nothing to be scoffed at, as it is a highly dangerous tool, you know?
Absolutely, and something to note here too is that Mumu, in fact, locked in the KJ. So, you know, right before the break, the tech pause, we were talking about the fact that, you know, KJ is the other Senti that is more traditionally meta, I think, in the current competitive patch for Icebox, and so looking to see that the turret set up there on the Boiler, and then just getting ready to see once again how that mid plays out. I fully expect at some point that a player from either team, well, I guess specifically Pinkies on the attack, if I was them, right, you at least show presence early on the mid just to break the KJ turret. You don't have to push it, but just break it. Just break it so that you can get cooked ones guessing. So either way, looks like we're getting ready into the buy phase now. And we'll see the setups here for both teams. Once again, though, game one of this grand finals of the Brownieval Draft Deluxe between teams Pink Geese versus Cooked Ones.
Oh yeah, I'm really, really excited. We're seeing a fairly standard setup coming out here from Mumu's KJ. A couple of mollies, sandwiching the lovely little alarm bot, the bestest little boy that you could possibly have in robotic form. And it looks like we're having a fairly standard like 1-1-3 over on the over towards B. Some fast flashes and utility popping out. Nothing to be seen at the moment. Defense playing it very, very slow, just to see if they can get a little bit of information or force these pistols and those shields to have to contend with this Viper Wall. And if you look up at the map, there is actually that there is Justin Fly creeping up tube. Looks like they're about to head back behind their behind the smokes, but it looks like we're getting some suppression. And ooh, Dizzy is going to be popping over. Kitsu trying to get a little bit of the action going. Lonely Turtle getting tagged, and JRD able to drop down. Obviously, Matt, the good boy wingman, the organic man, able to not actually able to get the spike down despite the sound cue saying it was. Lonely Turtle now going around to see if they can get that kill. Oh, just before the flash goes off, has to look right into it, forcing Mumu to make the peak, unable to get anything huge, but a huge amount of trades are going to come in. Justin Fly in bed, also hitting the ground, and it is now Kitsu in a 1v2, is able to get that isolation and take out one Lonely Turtle, now making their way back over JDK in a dangerous position. There's the tap. Now moving over, the two of them are just playing ring around the rosy. Oh, he's able to get the flick, and JDK is able to clutch that round with only 40 health to their name, 2 shots on the ghost. That is a spike defuse. Defenders are able to take home the first one. What were some of the big things that you saw on that map that really that were the tipping points, you know?
Yeah, I think initially you saw obviously Matt on the defender side able to get that first pick with that wallbang headshot onto the sheriff, onto I believe it was Bedlam. So that was huge too, because that actually stalled the push from Team Pink Geese for like a couple of seconds as well. And you also saw that Justin Fly, like you were pointing out at the beginning of the round, was trying to creep up mid to create some space, maybe create just a little bit of just confusion for the defenders. But actually, I believe it was Mumu was able to spot out, or I believe it was Enlia, one of the two was able to spot it out.
Yeah, and then this time a very different situation. Low investment coming in from the attackers here. Flashpoint is going to go through. Kitsu ends up dropping Eleanor, and that is a bit of a tube control taken, and everybody's going to be making their way towards B. A very different wingman play coming through, and then here we go. Mumushe holding towards CT, going over to JDK, trying to hold out against the mid rush here. We have a little bit of the hut control, and Mumushe is going to be moving over towards fence. Ends up getting dropped by Justin Fly as Dizzy ends up getting seen and shot. JDK's dropping bed. Obviously, Matt hitting the floor. We are now in a 1v3 scenario. JDK has been holding their own, but being forced in this position towards yellow, where you just don't really know where anything is, definitely does not bode well. That is a thrifty coming in, and we are at 1-1 in the game. What just happened? Help.
Yeah. I mean, Kitsu got the first pick with the sheriff, you know, with a fantastic eco pick too, but able to get control into the kitchen. And you saw too that Mumushe was getting picked off as well, and gave over that Spectre to Justin Fly, who was also able to get the pick onto, I believe it was Lonely Turtle, who was at that mid as well. So a lot of fantastic, I think, plays too, and Cooked One's not on page just yet with these callouts.
Yeah, Kitsu going for the spot, just throws out a shot in the outlaw. Low investment here, but Eleanor going all the way in, facing the outlaw. That could have been really, really bad. That is a one shot with low or no shields. Yeah, that is gonna be the call to rotate the second that zero drive pings 3 there. Low buy rounds, very, very dangerous for everybody involved. Yes, it is more easy to win, but things can go very, very bad very, very quickly. Moving very slowly. Little man is going to be the one to make the plant. Shock Dart isn't going to be able to kill him. Spike ends up going down, and Kitsu was able to drop Eleanor as we move into the retake portion of this game. Flashpoint sees nothing. They know that everybody is kind of grouped towards yellow here. Justin Fly ends up getting pinged and just holding firm against this double swing. Gets a couple chips and is going to back off, play it safe here. You know that your opponents have a pistol, so they're looking to aggressively push up. Tons of utility going on towards the spike. Black JDK, Mumushe hitting the floor as well. Obviously, Matt now one of the two, and even in an over/under scenario, good weaponry is probably going to win out. A delightful win for the side of the Pink Geese, able to bring this up 2-1.
Yeah, and so for that one right there, it was kind of a classic rotate from Pink Geese. Nothing crazy. They weren't really trying to create anything like, you know, sneaky and create an anchor. And you actually saw that for Team Cooked Ones. When the rotation was coming out, JDK definitely got the information that there were some players that were rotating towards the B. Wasn't convinced that it was an actual, you know, all 5 as it turns out. And because of that, you saw Alinyar push out and actually anchor with someone else on the A site too, and got punished for it.
Oh yeah, and then here we go on to the first sort of full buy round, with the exception of this one, Guardian in the hands of JRD. Not a rifle to be scoffing at, that is for sure. Few pings going through hut, seeing if they can find a high pen kill. Kitsu able to drop JDK towards mid. That is a death on top of the boiler plant, and Bed is going to see if they can check. Oh, going a little bit too far. I believe just their shoulder was peeking out from that position. And here we go. Obviously, Matt retreating behind 410, seeing if they can isolate a bit of a fight here. Definitely still playing this very close to the chest. You don't know as to whether or not there's going to be a rotation yet. We are still very early in the round. 0 Point is going to tag several and slow down this potential push and allow Cooked Ones to get an idea of what is going to be happening here. Something to note is that Mumushe is holding mid here. They believe that they've lost that space, and they're not trying to actively get it back. Neutral space, like especially with the ambiguity, you can tell like they are a little bit uncomfortable with the situation that's happening here. But here we go. The take is going to be going through. Tons of utility being tossed. Kitsu all the way up on screens, and that is 3 dropping back by back. And then here we go. Eleanor unable to make anything happen, and Pink Geese are able to make a dominant swing into the finishing out the first quarter of this game. 3 in a row after the unfortunate loss in the first round. This is not good. This is not good.
Yeah, I think it started off too because in that mid, Kitsu was able to push up mid and get the pick. And the reason for that is because if you noticed, Mumushe's KJ turret wasn't set up on the boiler. Instead, it was set up on the box in that corner past the midpoint. And I think the concern was the fact that since the Viper orb is going down mid, they are concerned about the fact that if they push past the orb, the turret's actually not going to pick it up. But instead, because of that, they opted to have JDK peek the boiler, and that's why you saw JDK get, one-tapped from Kitsu.
Yeah, you can definitely see that the Pink Geese, my brethren, are getting an idea of what this sort of early jet push is up to. And then here we go, Kitsu trying to just capitalize on the first kill, get as much space as they can, create the ambiguity that they need. Able to get a ton of chip. JDK trying to eke out a kill here with the Sheriff. Drone is going to go out, but unfortunately just low guns. Not really going to be working overly well. JDK trying to run for their life, but Kitsu is going to walk away with the 3K. And this is where the momentum has to shift for the Cooked Ones, because if they end up dropping this one, they are in a very, very rough position for the rest of the match. That is because they will have to start fighting like hell in order to even out the this half. And Icebox is weird.
Repel them.
Generally, I find like if your defender side is going really, really well, your attacker side maybe not so much. It's just kind of how the weird loop goes around. But after the info segment, we are what are we looking at here?
Well, I mean, right now you see the B execute coming out now for Team Pink Geese, and Kitsu able to once again making space with the jet pick, able to get rid of Lonely Turtle, and now you see the Viper pick coming out for Justin Fly, makes a safe plant by the Wingman, so plant's gonna go down. Oh, actually no! JDK opting for the early Sobo ulti to deny the plant. That's not really gonna do much to though, because Justin Fly, undeterred, just gonna replant it easily. And, and now they're out of the Sobo ulti too if you're Team Cooked Ones. And Kitsu able to get a second kill onto JDK.
By God, and yeah, this is just a kill. Really effective setup. But Eleanor ends up dropping Justin Fly with a quick little Viper dive, ending this one before. Whoa, nice flick! Tries to get the stutter step, but Kitsu is able to bring that one down. Dancer's choice. We are still up in the lead for the Pink Geese.
Yeah, it's
currently
crazy. Yeah, it's crazy too, because and okay, rightfully so, Team Cooked Ones get a timeout here, because if you look at the stat line for Kitsu, we're at 6 rounds in, 13-3 and 2 is insane for your entry. That's an insane value for your entry, and I think something too that needs to be noted as well is because the fact when you're going into, defender's side, and that was Cooked Ones, like, I guess, defining moment of figuring out, like, can they start to get some momentum going, because their money is in the gutter right now. They can only afford if they really wanted to, they could force, I think, 4 rifles here with light armor, so it's not like they can't fight back for this round, but they're going to need to come up with something creative here. You have 3 ultimates, you can do something, to maybe just claw back some victories here and build up some momentum. But if I'm Team Pink Geese, the driver's seat is 100% in your control right now, right? You can dictate what you want to do right now. the pushing is working amazing, right? Like Kitsu's able to make a lot of space and everything like that. The one thing that I want to see though is maybe now you can start to opt for a lurk, because at this point now, because Team Cooked Ones can't hold the site immediately, and they're opting to have early rotates to try to counteract the fact that, you know, their initial site defender holders are going down so quickly. Now if you're Pink Geese, maybe send a lurk out and just punish them for that over rotation for the early rotation.
Oh yeah, and I do have to say, economy here, definitely a big thing. We're gonna have a force buy coming out. Bladestorm is gonna come in from obviously Matt, trying to keep the wrist warm as the potential of this happens. I wonder whether or not we're gonna get a double down, but it looks like we're gonna get a revisiting of that 1-1-3 default from Cooked Ones as before. Get Lack making some noise with the Phantom.
Yeah, no, look at Mumushay's setup though. The turret's not at all for Boiler, so Lack could just stay here and just not really even need a peek. He can just go off of audio info just to make sure that he can catch the rotate. And so because of that, look at Pinky's setup. It's slow, but now Lack can get an easy rotate kill here if he's careful.
And then here goes the JDK ready for that entry. Definitely got a bit of a sight line on that route. And here we go. Lack is gonna make a 1v1 against Lonely Turtle go in their favor. Spike is gonna get planted. 45 seconds on the clock, but Lack end up getting just hunted down. And in that pincer movement, they are gonna take him out. We're now in a 4v3. About 15 seconds have passed on the bomb timer. Obviously, Matt trying to make their room, picks up the rifle in case this Bladestorm ends up going null. But here we are into the retake. That is a 3-drop for the defenders. Eleanor, yet again, as the lone player right now in this 2v1. Now switching to the classic. Right click is going to drop 1. 8 bullets in the mag, waiting for the utility to come through. Mosh is going to go out. Oh, Eleanor, 4 health to their name. I don't think they got it, but they definitely have put out the word. You bleed. Ooh. You bleed. 0.77 seconds. I just barely saw that outer ring show up, but Eleanor putting their foot down, saying, you bleed. We are going to pump the brakes on this now.
Yeah, it was a really good try from Cooked Ones, especially on that road, you know, the retake there. They were able to get the picks they wanted, but like I was talking about too, about what Pink Geese should have been doing is take that space on, in the mid and create that lurk. And you saw Lack was able to get the pick onto Lonely Turtle on that retake, which is huge because that's your flashes. That's your only source of flashes for retaking.
Oh yeah. And here we go. Yeah, 0 points are gonna end up getting traded. Viper's pick coming out from Eleanor, currently holding on top of Pipes, but ends up taking the 1v1 against Kitsu, and we've seen how that goes time and time again. Now, obviously, Matt seeing if they can get an isolation on a gunfight, unable to get anything, ends up actually getting chipped for their troubles. Kitsu pretty low in health as this as the Cooked Ones are going to start moving towards Pipe and mid here. Really aggressive double util usage, just max movement on that on the jet util. JDK checking towards A, knowing that no one is there. This is a big gamble that might pay off big time. Kitsu getting spotted in kitchen. JDK waiting for anything to happen, seeing if they can isolate something. Oh, there we go. Kitsu all the way in spawn right now. I didn't even see them head in. Just holding in the back of the hangar at the moment in this 4v1 in favor for the attackers. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Pink Geese are going up 7-1. Just really peeling away with it. This is Valorant. Anything can go, but you gotta stop the bleeding, man.
Yeah, they're punishing this mid again. I mean, you saw the KJ setup for the mid. It was a little bit different. I think you saw Mumushe was able to put the turret a little bit late after the round started on that B site heaven in the nest. And so because of that too, you also saw towards the end, Kitsu was able to push past the KJ util that was set up inside the tube a second after it got put up. So it was crazy.
Dizzy going up, spotting several. 0 point is gonna tag several. Kitsu ends up getting tag team down. JRD followed shortly after. Now tons and tons of bullet flying. JDA able to drop just fly. Bed currently trying to staunch the bleeding here. Able to drop 1. Flashpoint is gonna go through. Ends up killing him full blind. Oh my god, Mumu trying to get the shot in. One health. It is a 1v1 with City right now. No ammo in either of these glorious Mist Bloom guns rather. Mumushe now in a 1v1. Wingman, being the goodest boy, is gonna get the plant. Mumushe now really picking up the pace here, running it. Oh my god, not careful enough on the angles. I can definitely see a little bit of the nerves coming in here. That was an absolute run towards site, and Bed was ready to punish immediately. Oh lord.
You got a full blind wall bang, double kill through the wall on the wall bang. I don't know if the replay is gonna show that here. Hopefully it does, but yeah, full blind gets a double wall bang, kills. I think it was JDK was pushing it forward, and then Lonely Toto was getting caught through the wall bang. Or no, sorry, it was the Jet. It was obviously Matt. Yeah, gets the double wall bang. So that's crazy, insane value. So it was a great idea though. It was a great idea by Cooked Ones. I like the aggression. You absolutely need to get something going here. So being aggressive, that's the right call. Just unfortunate.
Obviously, Matt. Yeah, there it is. That is the aggression that we were looking for. Specifically, because that was a Phantom. He ends up living on 10 health and just backing off, taking that after the B control has been sated. Now, here we go. This will be a difficult site to take. Set up for a retake with the Sentinel utility, but ends up getting hit with the 0 point, and that is a free site take. Thrash isn't gonna find anything, going super deep in, and here we are with the flank as well coming in from Lonely Turtle. Eleanor is gonna drop Kitsu, and JRD holding this angle on top of 410, waiting for somebody to come out of screens. And man, Eleanor able to isolate that one fight with Bed. JRD following not long after. Now just Fly, the only one listening to way too many sound cues at the moment to notice, obviously, Matt swing out and end their life. And finally, we might have a tourniquet.
Absolutely, and this is something that I think Cooked Ones probably should have done it initially, is because the one weakness for Cypher on the attack side is that his trips cannot cover flank fully, especially if the enemy team has a Jet. In this case, you saw that it was Lonely Turtle actually going for the flank there, but because of that too, since they don't have a way really, unless you commit the Cypher camp to specifically the spawn and then covers the flank, I think Cooked Ones can start flank more and just really start to time Pink Geese and punish them for the rotations.
Oh yeah, and we can already see a ton of Initiator util going out on B and mid. Here we go, telling everybody how powerless they truly are. KJ util ends up just getting demolished, and this is going to be a setup for a retake. Kitsu pushing all the way into spawn to drop JDK, really trying to assert their own dominance, full on T-pose. Eleanor ends up dropping Kitsu, apparently through a wall. I wasn't able to see it, unfortunately, but it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Now, here we are, going into the full retake. Cypher util is going to get dropped, and the defender Killjoy lockdown is going to come through, pushing everybody off the site here. This is going to be difficult, but with both Mosh Pit and the Snake Bite, and the KO Molly, which hits like an absolute truck, mind you, this might be a very difficult one. And yeah, the stick is just gonna go through. I didn't even realize with everything going on how diligently they held that spike. Well done. Last before swap, we might potentially see an 8-4 or the coveted 9-3. You never really know. Full buys on either end. We got a few shorties being bought. I see, obviously, Matt planning on using that Blade Storm. There is the where is everyone hiding? The neural theft coming in from Lack. Do gotta wonder what's gonna happen here. Dizzy's gonna go up 0 point. Is gonna trade it off. And then, ooh, Fragment ends up being the being a call to slow down the potential push here. Oh wait, no, that's an operator. I didn't even realize.
Oh, and look at that, Lonely Turtle able to get the first kill. Yeah, obviously Matt opting for the op buy, which is pretty smart. I mean, last round may as well try to get a pick, but instead, I think the rest of his team instead is actually gonna be doing the picking for him, as JDK is able to get that nice little headshot on Lack, who's trying to make that space to the mid and maybe get a lurk kill. But instead, look at the rest of the remaining 3 members for Team Pink Geese, though, opting to slow walk towards that A. However, you see here, Justin Fly has the spike, and it's the last one to rotate over, and looks like for Team Cook Ones, though, they're not actually going to take that initial visual peek to just try to get that info on whether or not they're going to rotate. Oh, JDK will actually shoot the dart, so they know that there's someone watching mid, but right now, very slow on both sides, and I think Cooked Ones, though, they're over-rotating back and forth and just trying to determine where Pinkies is going to end up, which is, if you can see on the minimap, it's just straight up A.
Yeah, they're committing to it. 33 seconds left. Unable to make the long trip over to B. Now here we go, setting up. Initiator util is gonna go over 0 point, flashing towards screens. Mumushe now being the lone holder ends up getting traded out for bed. Now here we are, Hunter's Fury coming through, just ready to pick people off, able to drop JRD, but the bot's job has been done, getting Justin Fly onto the site. Getting pinged by the Sova Dart, and yeah, that is a obviously Matt getting 2 kills, 2 weapons. Bladestorm, nothing to be contended with. One of the best killing abilities and/or weapons in the bloody game.
Switching sides.
I said they got the tourniquet. They got the tourniquet. It all stemmed from that that really aggressive push onto B. Out of B rather, and that like the beginnings of those flanks, really well done. What were the big standouts that you saw like coming into the end of the first half?
Well, I think it's like Cooked Ones finally found, you know, the strat for at least the defense, right? Just play aggressive. Play aggressive. If they're going to be running it down on one site, then just push up push up info on the other side, and then just, you know, try to get the aggression going. And you saw that obviously Matt was able to get a couple of picks on the lack and whatnot. So, but for this second half here, pistol round is going to dictate the game right here. If Cooked Ones can get this pistol round win on the attack, this game is up, you know, for anyone's favor.
Absolutely. But here we go. Some attacker side util coming in on the neutral ground of B. They are coming up against this full Viper setup. Now, just like checking it here and there. Justin Fly looking for the info. Obviously, Matt has been seen, but very quiet. You can see that there's already a very quiet movement over on JRT's end. Whoo! Ends up getting tagged by the camera. And here we go. Obviously, Matt trying to isolate a fight here. LNR moving their way over towards A. Just a bit of a 3-person lurk. That is actually a fake. Spike is going to be moving towards A, and the call for the potential fake take is in. Everybody setting up for the retake on to A. And yeah, just a few bullets being traded. Nothing too substantial as of yet. A little bit of chip going out.
Wait,
and here we go. Oh, Kitsu able to drop a JDK, and Lack pushed up in a mid is unable to get the kill over to obviously Matt, and Mumushe in Nest is unable to get anything going, but against a 4v1 in a flank position, Lonely Turtle is unable to make it happen. But hey, it's pistol round. We've seen that pistol round doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing that Cooked Ones was doing there, I like the idea is that you keep 2 members on that B fake just to really try to throw Pinkies off, you know, guard in terms of where the spike actually is. But the moment that they're able to take A site, the 2 members remaining on B, which I believe was Lonely Turtle and I think it was Mumushe, they should have just rotated immediately the moment that they took space on the A site. And so because of that, they had to deal with Lack in the mid, and Lack was able to buy enough time staying alive just so that when the defuse started to go on, the remaining members of Team Cooked Ones were out of position.
God, playing Frogger over here. We have a full push into tube. Bed is gonna see if they can isolate a fight here. Maybe hold off this push. Lack holding their ground. That is gonna be 4 drops with only JRD as the consolation prize. JDK unable to get out of the window before Bed is able to end their life through the box, and that is a very quickly one defender side. We're going into our first bonus round of the game.
Yeah, and so something too is that, like, this is, I understand we still have a couple more rounds after this, but this is kind of, you know, game point or match point for Team Cooked Ones, just because, you know, this is a full buy, and if they don't win this round, they are stuck between a rock and a hard place for their econ after this. They're gonna be super broke. They're gonna have to save again after this round.
Oh yeah. Now here we go. Pinky's trying again. They have that jet up on the vending machine. Tons and tons of initiator util being traded. Drone is gonna go up, clear yellow, and see that the open part of sight, at the very least, is gonna be clear for now. Oh, Snowman gets just beamed through the smoke. Obviously, Matt now just charging forward onto the map, ends up dropping Bed. And here we go, just looking for more, hungry for it even. Drops their way back towards yellow and takes up their position in this this long angle. We do have Kitsu making their way back on, making their name known. Hey, don't forget about me. I'm here and I will be heard. I have a mouth and I will scream. Picking up the Bulldog as the weapon upgrade and throwing that smoke towards as their team battles with all the mollies that are going off on the spike. JRD and Justin Fly, the only ones left. That is a trade. Oh, Justin Fly actually killing JDK with the molly, surprisingly enough. But yeah, this is scary. This is where the forces need to come out.
Yeah, and so it's a good take, it's a good win for Team Cooked Ones, and the most important thing is you didn't lose too many members doing so, right? You only lost 2 members, and Matt and JDK, and because of that, they're going to be able to retain some econ so that even if they were to somehow lose this upcoming round, they're still going to be able to basically full buy for the team. And so for Team Pink Geese especially, you're going to see that, you know, across the board in terms of their buy, Lack's just going to be saving for the next round too, which I think is the right call here. So go for picks. If you're Team Pink Geese, you don't have to go for the win here. You just want to try to ruin the economy. You have 5 rounds to work with.
Oh yeah, with so much time in their plate, we're going to see what they're chewing on. JRD just putting it all on the table. Again, I am here and I will be heard. Able to drop the coveted, obviously, Matt, as Pinkies are able to make a quick lead into the into this round. A minute left on the clock. Spike is going to start going towards B. Interestingly enough, what can you tell me about this Viper Wall that's been on B every single round of the second half here?
It's interesting. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's the right Viper Wall, but I think it's curious to put it the Viper Wall B and then hit A, at least initially, because you don't have cover, especially because you know about the Viper changes. And at least for this one right here, look at Lack's positioning here, very close. I mean, with the Stinger, you kind of have to. That dart's not going to clear anything. Wait, they have no.
Oh my God! Able to find the first one, dropping the planter, and Dizzy there to save him. Lack ends up getting dropped anyways by Lonely, but here we go, Snakebite to keep him off, and the fragment there quickly after. This is a dangerous position in a 3v4. Pinkies. Rather, the Cooked Ones have to make something happen here. Like, they're bleeding. Again, they need the tourniquet.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, look at that. JDK
10
finds
seconds.
one.
Smoke is going to go up, and this is going to be a Hail Mary of a plant attempt.
Nope.
And no. Lonely Turtle, being the only one, is going to take the rifle as their consolation prize. Get an ult orb for their trouble. But my God, this is coming down to it. They really need this timeout.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting too. I think the call was it was a little bit too slow, I think, for the rotate, because the initial I don't know if the plan was a fake A there and then rotate off of the fake towards the B, but in this case, because your entry fake went down immediately, it didn't really fool Pinkies at all when the rotation was going up towards the B. And then you also saw too the Sova Dart going for the backside to clear the backside of yellow. It didn't actually get it didn't ping Lack at all. Instead, would have liked to see the KO knife, and save the KO knife for the yellow, just so that that specific scenario doesn't happen, right? Where the Sova Dart isn't able to ping, because KO knife, since it's an AoE, it's gonna get the information. You're gonna know if there's someone yellow, and that's gonna actually force Lack 2 to either peek or, with the Viper Wall, then rotate out. So for this upcoming round here, though, since 11-5 is the score in favor of Team Pink Geese, if you're looking at the Econ 4 Team Cooked Ones, it's rough. They do have ultimates to work with, though, here, right? You have the Sova ulti, you run away from Jet Knives as well. There's something you could work with around here. In my opinion, though, work up the B slowly, get the KO orb, and then see if you can go onto the A site. Maybe even get KO ulti, and then just execute.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Now, bit of a broken buy over on the defender side. The Pinkies definitely still comfortable in everything. 0 Point is going to scan out Gray, give themselves this room just to kind of push up and make this pretty textbook take on to B, rushing on. Yeah, tons of utility being traded just to ensure that this spike goes down. Lack
planted.
probably going to realize now where the spike actually is, thanks to that that jet smoke. And then here we go, Bed trying to find a hit. Oh, this if they pop Thrash here, there's gonna have to be some support for it because this is a very open angle. Oh, we're about to see so many flashes go out pretty much at the same time. Yeah, Dizzy ends up getting shot down. Thrash actually able to survive. Bunny Hop's able to bring him over the yellow, but unable to find any way to detain. Kitsu is going to get dropped down. Lack soon after. JRD able to drop Turtle with the fragment. Fed and JRD just in fly, all falling, and attackers are able to win in a situation that could have been very, very bad for them. But able to pull it out, and that is going to be an attacker side win, and the cooked ones finally starting to get a bit of a simmer going here.
Yeah, and again, the important thing too, look at those ultimate counts, right? They're getting really, really close for 5 ultis here. The only one that's like not necessarily close is Mumu with the KJ lockdown, but you could easily have 4 ults coming into this round. So I would start to use towards, you know, work with the KO ult. If anything, you can just force A with the KO ult. You already know that Obvious Matt is able to hit these headshots with the entry, then just go with it. Or, you know, you can also just ult B too. But either way, let's use the KO ult here, create some space, take advantage of the fact.
Oh, Lack again able to dodge that one, but making enough noise. People know that Cypher has to be fairly close to his utility in order to do it. Ends up getting tagged on their way out as well. Eleanor making their way out of yellow. Scan is not really going to do much. That trip unable to be capitalized off of, and here we go, tons and tons of mollies able to push the default out, and then here we go. The bullets are going to start flying, and JDK is going to come out on top for 2. Kitsu now redirecting back towards mid to join up with their partners, see if JRD can give them some utility to help them. Ed able to drop that Mosh and drop Eleanor as a bonus, but as their only one on the team against a 3-peak. JDK is going to come away with the 3-piece combo.
They mess with all of us. The crazy thing too is they Cooked Ones won that round without using any ultis. They have 4 ultis now, and Mumu's 1 away. Mumu's 1 away from 5 ultis as well. So it's a lot scarier than it looks if you're Team Pinkies. Yeah, because look, they're on a force round too, right? And they don't have much money here. So if Pinkies, let's say, you know, they lose this round and Cooked Ones win it without using any ultis, this could very well go to a tie at 11-11.
Oh yeah. Quick warning, we might be seeing a whole lot of ultimates here, so if you are sensitive to light, be sure to consult the doctor before watching this round.
My ultimate is ready.
Everybody grouped up towards B. This is a classic at this point. Very, very well done. Able to box everybody out with all the with the no command. And JDK able to drop Justin Fly through the smoke. That's got to be infuriating. And there we go. JRD ends up getting dropped by Justin Matt. Kitsu able to make up the ground. Dizzy immediately getting shot down. JDK playing his aim labs and ready to get rid of him. Neural Threat also going to come through. Kitsu ends up getting dropped through the wall. Now JDK able to win out another 1v1, grabbing them 2 on this round. Lack now as the one lone Cypher, no hat, no abilities. I nearly said no maidens, but that's neither here nor there. Making their way towards Butt, able to find and get the drop on Eleanor. And yeah, gonna make their way out with that additional ultimate point as a consolation. A little bit of money in the bag as well, hiding, just waiting for that timer to tick down. And here we are. Yeah. This is Cooked Ones. Let's go.
Yep, and again, remember, they only used 1 ulti. It was just literally Lonely Turtles KO ulti. Okay, and rightfully so. Pinkies, yep, calm down, and let's start to rethink this plan here because it's a save round. However you do it now, Pinkies have won a couple of thrifties in the past against multiple teams, so not counting them out this round just yet. But I think if you're Pinkies now, like, look, you've lost so many rounds now in a row, and they've only given up 1 ulti in the KO ulti. They still have 4 ults too. I think the thing that they need to do here is if B side is the call for Team Cooked Ones again on that B site, what was working initially for Team Pinkies is they were sending JRD or someone to flank and at least break the KJ turret that's set up to watch for the flank. Because you break it, then all of a sudden, Cooked Ones, the entire intention, it's not just directed towards the spike and towards, straight ahead of them. They're committing some resources to watch for the flank. That's what you need to do because the last couple of rounds, you've just been retaking as 5. And that because you haven't even threatened the flank, you know, Cooked One's rotation, like all 5 of their shooters have been looking at the same location too. It's going to be near impossible for them to be able to do that. At the very least, you know, and especially last round too, you saw the KO ulti was able to get so much value off because there's no utility coming out on the retake for Team Pink Geese. So for this upcoming round, need to slow down, need to think, and need to make, you know, something happen. Maybe even play a little bit more aggressive on the push out.
Oh yeah, Kitsu committing to the Blade Storm on this broken buy. Only two rifles, only one of which being automatic in the hands of Black. And here we go again with the B site take. No additional assistance. That's been a defender side switch up. Ooh, they've actually very smart to show your pistols first. See if you can catch people off guard, but unfortunately in the end the Guardian wasn't able to compete with the 2 full auto weapons, swinging them at full speed. Now this is what you gotta consult a doctor about before you play. Kitsu ends up getting dropped by obviously Matt as the Viper's Pit goes up and the lockdown ends up reaching the end of its tenure. And here we go, 3v5. 2 ultimates still in queue here, wondering as to whether or not they're going to make the way in. 0 Point confirming 2 of these positions. Lack currently trying to make the high ground, and yeah, Bed only able to find one of them before they end up getting picked off by obviously Matt. Lack with the only rifle is able to drop obviously Matt as they try to make their way into heaven, see if they can drop this rifle and destabilize the economy even more. But it looks like they're just gonna back off, giving Lack their space. And yeah, even with the window, not going to see a whole lot at the moment.
Yeah,
and so, way down.
Yeah, look, so now look at the money once again for Team Cooked Ones. Look how much money is across the board. Lonely Turtle is almost max creds, and same with Mumushe. And so coming into this round 2, if you're Team Pink Geese, you gotta look out for the fact that they still have 2 ultis. They still have Jet Knives, which is probably gonna be used on the save in the case that something bad happens. And then JDK's Sova ulti though is huge here for the value. Another thing too that you need to start doing is, at this point, you know they've been hitting B site relatively quickly. Yes, they might have a lurker mid, but you need to actually just rotate quick here. Yeah. If they rotate off towards A, that's fine. Just retake together as a team. But you need to be able to go faster for these rotates, because right now, Kitsu and Jared, you have not been able to hold this B main here.
Oh my god. Kitsu sitting here. Here's the drone. Ends up getting spotted and taking it out, backing off immediately. 0 Point is going to come through, and now... Look at the rotations. They're so scared about that pause. They don't know as to whether or not it's going to happen, but it looks like they're going to start making their way over. I gotta say, the Pinkies are scared that there was a potential retake, but JDK and JRD are going to end up trading LNR, just putting more on, like another notch on your gun.
Toxins going up.
Put them in the body bag, let them go. And ooh. The defender side bomb almost getting defused, ends up getting put back up, but immediately shot right back down. An unfortunate situation if you're the poor KO. Even when you're Fortnite down, things could be bad. But Bed and Lack dropping kills.
One enemy
down to 2v3. Justin Fly just pushing this defender side even further into a winning position. Bed on like nothing, throwing out Thrash, seeing if they can find LNR. Ooh! Just before the explosion goes off. You have low latency, you're probably gonna end up hearing that hear that burst. But here we go. Forced to make a move, able to drop one, and now is gonna have to chase potentially chase down Justin Fly. Ends up catching him off guard, but unable to hit the shot. Oh man.
Oh, that was so close. That was it. That was the round that they needed to win for Cooked Ones. That was it. But I want to highlight too, Black was able to get the flank. I don't know if Black actually broke the turret that was watching the flank or what happened there, because either way, when Black broke the turret, not a single member from Team Cooked Ones actually looked towards the flank for the potential, you know, lurker flank from Black. And so because of that, he was able to pick off one member and almost actually picked off 2 as well. So that was a little bit of a misplay from Cooked Ones. You're still in it, you're still fine, you still have the money, because either way, you took out 4 for Pink Geese, but you got to tighten up those little mistakes here.
Oh yeah, this time avoiding 0 Point, trying to kind of destabilize the mindset. You're on match point. You can't let anything up. 0 point is going to come through. I'd imagine we're going to be seeing some very, very quick rotations coming in here. Sticking to their guns. I got to say, like, doubling down on this, I'm here for it. I'm honestly here for it. And then here we go. JRD and Eleanor ends up getting traded out. We are now smokeless for the attacker side. A very, very difficult situation to be in. Now, here we go in this, trying to take a two-man site. Hunter's Fury is going to go out, see if they can clear out some of these attacking spots. Obviously, Matt able to make their way in past Nest and drop bed, completely unaware where they are. Justin Fly ready for this potential peek, ends up spotting the shoulder, but is unable to react fast enough. Singer is unable to drop down. Obviously, Matt now into a 1v4 situation. Kitsu probably just going to play it safe here. You still have rounds to play with. Yeah, very, very good opportunity to kind of back off, reset, let your team talk about what is next in this one. This is a got to use these moments as their own little timeout, you know.
Absolutely, and because this round is more than likely it's just gonna go for I think it's just gonna save the Vandal the Phantom for the next round here. Ooh, nice little shot on the Mumushe.
For the one.
Yeah, nice little Mumushe kill, but look at Matt here. Can Matt find Kitsu? No, Kitsu able to get away just in time. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Hey, that actually forced a little bit by shields too.
Hitting the wall a little bit, yeah, but so now it's 10-12, and so for Team Cooked Ones, this is interesting here in terms of the money. It's all about the money here at this point. Look at the credit distribution, right? So for Team Pink Geese, you have just enough money to make this, somewhat of a competitive round. You have 3 rifles. That's not at all bad whatsoever. And you have the Viper Pit as well for Justin Fly. Yeah. So there's some things that you can work with right here too. But for Team Cooked Ones, absolutely. But for Team Cooked Ones, right, you have all this money right here. You know that the next round is the most crucial round. You got to win this one, but the next round here, if you win this round here, Team Pink Geese, they're not going to have a full buy. So you got to make sure that, don't lose any members here. Maintain the econ.
And look at how far the Pink Geese have pushed up into spawn. You have both Ben and Kitsu moving their way into the back as this Viper's Pit is going to slow down the attackers. Oh my god, Justin Fly able to drop 2 and then dip right back into the safety of the
oh my god.
Mumushe now alone. Even the spray is not going to save you now. Obviously, Matt in just a hopeless situation as we're going to see the Pink Geese able to stop the bleeding and get their 2 wins. Icebox is going to go in the favor of Pink Geese, bringing us to Breeze.
Yeah, that last round there too. Cooked Ones, they opted to take the fight despite knowing that the Viper Pit was on the B. It was a little bit bold there because they were pushing quite literally blindly into the smoke, and because of that, Justin Fly able to get insane value because I don't know if anyone was paying attention there. Justin Fly was able to sneak out of the ulti at the right time on the right side, able to get the double kill into that backside of the yellow, and then sneak back in, able to get a 3rd kill. So that Viper utility coming out huge on dividends and is rewarded by being the hero to put Pink Geese up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Oh yeah. By God, what an absolutely amazing game. We could see the hope just get ripped out of the Cooked Ones. They finally were able to get the simmer going, but they weren't able to make the full roast. I am excited to see Breeze though, as they are currently undefeated on it and have apparently a very powerful comp that we're potentially going to be seeing in that one. Are there any insights that you want to give out before we push ourselves over to a quick break here?
Yeah, so the only thing I got to talk about is the fact that this upcoming matchup on the Breeze pick, this is a map that we saw these exact same 2 teams play yesterday during the round robin, which was that Breeze pick, and for that one, Pink Geese won that 13-8. And again, Pink Geese have ran the same exact comp when it came to Breeze, and they're actually starting on the same side as well, I believe. So what they ran was the Sova, the KO for the double initiator, and I can't see why they wouldn't just default back to it because, it's worked twice, they've won twice in a row, and it's against quite literally the same team. The only thing to keep in mind now is if Cooked Ones is going to switch up the, knowing what they've learned from that first matchup, if they're going to switch up the comp. So we'll see for this game too.
Oh yeah, but before we get into Breeze, very quickly, we have a few messages from our sponsors. We will see you back very, very soon.
Thank you, Community Gaming, for powering brownieval. Community Gaming is the all-in-one platform offering esports infrastructure in order for people to create, facilitate, and participate in esports tournaments. And its partnership with the Play to Learn Foundation helps provide prize pool grants to grassroots tournament organizers. Learn more at communitygaming.io.
Thank you, drawwithkristi, for supporting brownieval. Bring Toffee the brown bear home by purchasing vinyl stickers for your journals, water bottles, laptops, and more at Kristi's Etsy shop.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in the air, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still love.
Oh my god.
Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky.
Oh my god. You're better. You're better. Wow. Wow, Ace. Wow.
I have my knife out.
No.
Let's go. Party. You will not. My ultimate. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
The ace.
Is it good for easier?
Okay. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Cause I'm the goat. Cause I'm the goat.
Somebody.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Please, 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 please.
Please.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
One enemy.
High load.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, 46 lane. Nice.
Oh my god.
open.
Let's have rifles.
Let's go!
Children, I know here.
Sorry, Lauren.
Brim 1 fan, close shot.
One enemy remaining.
No more.
One enemy.
Long, 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 long.
No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell 'em run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No one is. Tell 'em run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. One enemy, run out of table. Throw my hands, I'm by my lonely. Two is savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no fans, I got my own.
Nice.
Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm hitting grid. One is winning, the last one out, can't call me Lil. Put in my hours, send the invoice, and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this, tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell them run it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all those who lie outside and in between, we're heading into Game 2 of the Grand Finals of brownieval's Draft Deluxe tournament, in between the cooked ones and the pink geese. I'm Goose, here with my co-caster Lubu. How you doing, man?
Doing great. You know, we were given a very exciting 13-10 scoreline. You know, we saw that initially pink geese were dominating the first half, and then for cooked ones able to find their tempo towards the end of that first half, and as well as to claw back towards again a 10-13 loss, unfortunately for them. But still, they showed resilience here, and for this upcoming map, I can't imagine that they're not going to keep that momentum going into the second map.
Oh yeah, what are you what are you expecting as we move into Breeze? Of course, the cooked ones definitely have a very public game plan going into this with their comp. But what do you think that we're going to be seeing from the pink geese?
So like I said before, pink geese have ran the same comp like 3 times in a row, or 2 times in a row, where it's the double initi setup, and we kind of saw that as well for the icebox. Only difference is that I'm expecting Bedlam to be on the Sova rather than the Gecko pick that he put for the icebox map, and so that's probably meaning the same thing, especially because you have your entry Kitsu has been popping off, was able to get finish as the match MVP for that game 1 with the 22-15-5 scoreline. 8 first bloods, by the way, 8 first bloods of those 22 kills. 8 were first blood, so Kitsu's getting that, absolutely doing his job as the entry. So moving into this game 2, I can't imagine they're gonna switch anything up, especially because you can afford to run something, quote-unquote, a little risky or even a little predictable, because, you've got one map to lose, and it's a map pick that you've played on before, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and then just go from there.
Oh, yeah. And hey, that is something that we were seeing in the last map. I believe that pretty much every single... I think all but, 1 or 2 plants from the cooked ones was B site. A site just wasn't even touched for the vast majority of the second half. So hey, maybe a little bit of that ideology is gonna bring it into Breeze here. So as the players gear up, we're about to see what the character picks are going to be.
Yeah, and again, for cooked ones, it's definitely about what initiators are you going to pick, right? Because if you opt for Sova, obviously Sova, you're going to get amazing value with the recon dart just off of A side alone, right? You have to clear backside and everything like that. If they instead offer something like, let's say, KO, that's actually also really good too, because if they should remember by now that pink geese have ran Cypher as their Senti, and so for B site where Cypher has been setting up every single time, if the KO knife grabs the Cypher, you don't got to worry about the entry trips. Just go, right? Just go and then just get rid of them. Especially too, because Justin Fly's been playing the Harbor on Breeze, so you don't have to worry about Viper Spit too, right? Or anything like that.
Spit.
I just call it Viper Spit.
Oh my god. Who are you trying to feed?
Ooh, look at that.
By Lord, and yeah, we're seeing just that as predicted. Sova's coming out on both ends. Oh, turtle, why is that a Yoru? But as these guys begin to lock in their characters, and we get to see what the agent select is going to be, I would like to let you know that this agent select has been brought to you by drawwithkristi. Use code brownieval10 for 10% off your order at drawwithkristi.shop. So, no lock-ins yet. Mumushe is the one hovering the Viper this time. Looks like they're going to be giving Elenyar the potential duelist pick with the Jet.
Wait, no Senti pick. That's bold. That's bold. I like it. If you don't want to run the Senti and you don't have anyone running Cypher, honestly, if you don't have anyone running Cypher, just go on comfort picks alone. So I like that. Also want to give a quick special shout out to our observer for this grand finals, Shin. Thank you, Shin, for providing the amazing quality highlights that you have been for the game 1 and for this game 2 here. But yeah,
you're doing amazing, Shin.
Like you were saying though, no Senti pick for Team Cooked Ones. That is crazy. But if anything,
locked in.
you could also look at it too as like a 3 initiator, 3 duelist or double duelist setup, because Yoru is in a weird spot now where obviously he's a duelist, he's leveled as a duelist, but the way his kit is set up and as well as people have been starting to unlock, he's basically just another initiator. He's another initiator that can also lurk. So they're going to be able to get some good value, but the Senti, no Senti is crazy, especially because now you have to be worried about halls. The whole point about, you know, Cypher and KJ and Chamber, and in the off chance that someone crazily decides to pick Sage for Breeze, is the fact that you have something to watch halls, right? You have something to just cover halls. But because they don't have that, you have to be innately aware of halls right now. That is an absolute must. You need to have someone just watching it, at least initially.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Especially when you're against something like a KO or Harbor, because Harbor thrives in halls, especially on the attack side. So we're gonna see as to what happens, but looks like they're gonna send Elenyar up into the tube to make their way over to the double doors. 0 point to clear out the close angles. Obviously, Matt is probably going to kick us off with the recon and into the back of the pyramids. 0 point actually ends up shutting down this potential take, but having 2 people up halls. Oh, there we go. Flashpoint out of the cloud burst, not really going to work out in their favor. Lonely Turtle able to find that kill onto JRD with a full flash, but ends up getting traded up by Justin Fly. Classic, even at that angle does kill, believe it or not. Bed is now making the. Oh, good double scan, confirming both positions, and here we are slicing the pie, getting pushed back towards the crab. Yeah, Bed is really going for it, and then here we go. Snakebite is gonna go through, but Lack is just gonna show him why he wears the hat in this relationship. Defender's gonna take the first one, and we are gonna be up 1 in favor for the pink piece.
Yeah, you saw it was a kind of a good start for Cooked Ones there, because you were sending Elenyar and I believe JDK into the halls, and for a moment there was a timing where Elenyar was able to get past Bedlam, who opted, was convinced that there wasn't anyone, at least initially, for that halls, and then went to go help out on the A main from that bridge angle, but then, as we saw, went back and then was able to get that information. So as a result, they executed at that point. Everyone was basically aware, so let's go a little bit slower here, maybe try out a potential overcommit.
Oh yeah, here we go. Tons of utility being traded down mid. Actually, full control for the defenders here. The Pinkies have a very well rehearsed setup going here, giving them practically full control of the upper parts of mid. Already is it a very, very difficult push, and Justin Fly is going to push Lonely off the angle. More utility being traded. Elenyar opting to back off. Poison Orb committed into Nest. And this is a potential B exec. Kitsu able to drop Mumushe on the DL. Your clone gonna go through, showing them the first, actually both wires here. I don't think that clone stopped being scanned at any second. But here we go, more utility being traded. His bed is able to drop one. Lack ends up falling to Elenyar, and there it is, able to find one. Rifles are the difference maker here. Lonely Turtle grabbing the spike, but unfortunately Bed able to get themselves a 3-piece combo, and the Pink Geese are cooking one for dinner.
Yeah, it was interesting how Cooked Ones decided to take that. The start was, they wanted to play slow and try to get that information. You saw that Justin Fly was able to get that nice harbor wall that covered all of mid going through. And then off of that first pick, still committed to hit that B site. So, they're undeterred from hitting this B. Only thing you gotta worry about now is because the fact that, Cypher has been setting up the B, your clone is not enough. Yes, it's gonna catch the trip, but then you either gotta push through it or you gotta get the Sova darts to break the shock dart, which it broke the first one, didn't break the second one.
Yeah, they're very, very well placed. Your clone is gonna be the decoy here. Flash is barely gonna hit him. Elenyar charging the way into the backside. Lack able to drop JDK and then dip behind the furthest pillar. Elenyar able to go wide and drop Lack. Obviously, Matt was actually the kill for that with the wallbang. Bed able to put that Guardian to even more use as he drops Lonely Turtle, finding the head. Kitsu as the defender lurking with this this Spectre. It could be really, really deadly and able to drop obviously Matt, and now charging onto the site in this 3v2 retake. Kitsu ends up dropping along with Mumushe and JRD, able to complete the chaos with a nice little cap onto Eleniar.
Yeah, I like this push from Cooked Ones, right? You're able to get the Euroclone, which captures the first trip, but on top of that too, the KO knife was able to catch out Lack, and so as a result, trips are down, able to push out quick. You saw Eleniar able to take space really quick, right, and then get rid of Lack as well. So it's a good take for Cooked Ones. The only issue is that the post plant, you gotta just tighten up a little bit more, get more members on site, you know, more safely, just play that post plant a little bit better. Do that, and then you should be able to get, you know, get on the board.
Someone was able to put it in the party chat asking if it's a VCT with something like that. Oh wait, no, that's a whisper to me. Never mind. I thought someone was putting in party chat, but never mind. Mumushe is gonna be moving up into that is heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. Nothing like taking the wind out of your sails than 0 point, literally taking the wind out of Jet's sails. But yeah, Harbor Wall going up mid, actually giving them full control of the area as the Cooked Ones haven't paid any mind to the area at all. Able to get a deadly crossfire going up, starting from double doors and ending in pit mid. What are people calling that? Oh, peeking Y or peeking really slow in. Kitsu able to drop Eleanor. We were talking about that exact situation earlier, where it's pretty clear that they use crosshair placement for operators and watch the corner. But here we go. Obviously, Matt able to get the trade onto Kitsu. A cheeky little isolation, and now looks like they're gonna cut for B here.
Yeah, this is curious too, because look what Lack's playing. Lack's playing behind half wall too, and so hasn't really given away the info here.
Oh my god!
Doesn't break it. That doesn't break it.
You absolute mad lad, just letting everything fall to pieces, and the defenders are just gonna fall in. By God, that all started when Justin Fly just like kind of like poked him on the shoulders, said, "Hey, I'm watching you. I know where you are," and that break just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, and then unfortunately too, the shock dart not able to break the trip too, and so I think they went a little bit. They didn't wait to see if the shock dart actually broke the trip, and so because of that, you saw that Lack was able to pick up 2 kills through the smoke because the trips went off and ping happens, able to get 2 kills. So insane value there. And rightfully so, Team Cooked Ones getting that timeout, and they got to refocus and think about what's been working, what hasn't been working. Something I want to see though, start lurking for at least the Yoru. Have the Yoru pick lurk, right? Because you have the TP, so throw one way, try to commit to a fake on one side, get that defender to be overcommitted to the rotate and make some audio cues so that Yoru can get the pick. If that happens, then you should be good to just rotate out super quick, or maybe even do a double fake, right? Do a double reverse fake, and then just get something going. Get these defenders to be not convinced into rotating and whatnot, and just have them start being worried about where should they be going.
Yeah, no, ambiguity is the name of the game, and there is nobody who's better at creating paranoia than Yoru, with obviously Omen as a close second. But my apologies, I had to make the pun. But we're gonna have to see as to what the plan is, and it looks like we're getting flashbacks of Breeze as the Cooked Ones are going to just run it at B. Utility being traded all over the place. Justin Fly able to drop obviously Matt as Eleanor makes their way all the way back to the backside pillar and making their way towards the half wall, moving their way through with the Euroclone and a flash. JDK also pushing their way up, able to drop Lack through the wall, just corner the man. Justin Fly able to drop themselves a second and a third, getting themselves the combo. Who's cooking today? He's got a 4K. JDK, the lone bot standing, ends up getting diffed out, and that is going to be a 5-0. Pretty much entirely thanks to Justin Fly, who was able to get just an absolutely disgusting 4K combo.
Yeah, and that all started because Lack decided to not play back B site because he remembered what happened, which was when the KO knife happened. He was screwed. Cypher trips go down. So for cooked ones, the execute was the correct call. Everything worked out right. It's just the knife. Lack just realized maybe he should have played back site if the knife got me out the first time. Because
that's definitely one of the strengths of Cypher. You know, like you're able to play off the trips at such massive angles. Meanwhile, sometimes for KJ, it's like if your mollies are not set up specifically to push people into the open, like you were kind of forced to play in a lot like much tighter areas in order to try and slow things down, or you're throwing mollies off of sound cues, But here we go, another B take. Definitely reminiscent of Icebox, that's for sure. Justin Fly again proving their aim right. We are now 4-2. The cooked one's really starting to burn here. Obviously, Matt now trying to make some magic happen. Elbow is taken. CT currently has a lone JRD in it. And window is about to be swung. There we go. JRD able to find obviously Matt swinging off of it. Elenyar able to find themselves 3. Maybe you're gonna find the combo today. What we cooking today? Hoping for this ace. Aggressively looking for a 1v1. Ben is gonna peek out and ends up getting immediately one-tapped. We have a 4K happening right now. Yeah, Elenyar has a pretty good idea. If anybody were mid or CT. Oh my god! Just face plants into the pillar, and Kitsu. By god, the patience on this one. Jesus.
It was so close. It was so close. Had the right idea, just wasn't patient enough to just, get a little bit, just a split second longer to be able to spot out Kitsu. But I mean, Eleanor is showing the headshots, one tap after one tap after one tap after plant, into somehow getting the headshot immediately after the fake plant onto obviously Kitsu's on the Bedlam.
I think that was a buffered shot too. Like that was just full hope in your crosshair placement. Just hold left click. But here we go. Another B take is gonna be the plan here. Yeah, null command is the play here. Unable to make that shot. That is going to be a trade only for obviously Matt and Bed. Lack trying to push up towards this Viper wall. Flashpoint is gonna go through. Here we go. Trying to push in. Elenyar going off that Yoru flash just in play, able to drop him. JDK able to make the trade, but it ends up getting knocked out by Lack. Mumu Shea, after getting hit with that neural theft, drops the snake bite onto the spike, forcing everybody off of it. Oh, Mumu Shea dropping, and even oh wait, no, they weren't blind. Kitsu dropped him. Oh wait, no, Kitsu dropped him full blind. Never mind, I'm insane.
That's crazy though, because now all of a sudden we're up 7-0. The gap, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And
I don't think to play from behind at this point.
Yeah, you don't need a tourniquet at this point. You need to get a fire poker and then just burn off the wound at this point, right? You need to get something going.
You need a full cauterization. It doesn't even matter. Get yourself to the dock.
Yeah. And this is something too.
ER's about to get flooded right now. This is not good.
Yeah, this is something too. And wisely, I think at this point, right, you've hit B so many times if you're cooked ones, it's not working. Take the mid space, right? The harbor wall shouldn't necessarily deter you from taking the mid space, and at least try to get maybe a split A going, right? Send 3 members towards the A main, 2 towards the door, and then just push quick. Get that timing. And so this is a good call, right? Because you have the 5 A main, but now because you don't have a Senti looking for the hall, this is what happens.
Kitsu and JRD are looking to be very, very well-minded here. Only taking a single shot to the leg. Yeah, you've lost your smokes. Luckily, you've been able to take the site, but Viper is really, really good later into the match. So JDK ends up dropping, and JRD is going to immediately drop at a shoot. And now they are collapsing in. Lonely Turtle able to pick up a little bit of the slack. Whether or not they're going to be able to coil it and get things back into the case is beyond me. But oh my god, with a walking shot, able to drop down Bed, ends up getting traded out immediately. We're now in a 1v3, and yeah, JRD able to pin the head through the pyramid. Sheriff is going to be the pinpoint pew pew or pea shooter, pea pistol. No. Take it away. Get the mic away from me right now.
So for right there, like for cooked ones, right? The 5A main, I think it's definitely something that you can you run and work well, but you got to go quick then. I think it's about tempo at that point, because as you saw, you buy a little time and you don't have anyone watching halls off rip. Then you get punished for the fact that you had Kitsu and JRD push up halls and create space, as well as get the audio cues as well that, hey, it's actually going to be an A site take. And so regardless of what site you take, I want to just see some splits come out now for team cooked ones, right? You have nothing to lose at this point, so you may as well just try to get creative with some of these hits.
Get wacky with it, but here we go. Going with the Blade Storm, unable to drop Lack and Justin Fly again, just from tunnel is able to drop him, finding himself 2. He's got 2 on the board, and yeah, Kitsu just waiting for something to push through that to try and punish Justin Fly. This is not good. You're not getting this leg back, buddy. You gotta just tie the knot right now and find how to stop this, because I don't think your insurance is going to cover this one.
Yeah, so we're past tourniqueting, we're past cauterization. What's next? Emergency open heart surgery at this point? It's something like that, right? But either way, at this point, so the crazy thing too is that it's not like Pink Geese are doing anything, I think, out of the ordinary, right? They're being very disciplined in the way that they're holding for this retake. If the KO ulti comes out, right, you see Lack goes towards half wall and then just play through the smoke. Shoot through the smoke, right? You just play safe, hide behind walls and everything like that. If you're cooked ones, you gotta be able to punish the fact that these guys are committed now towards the B main. Get something going here, and actually you see JDK here flanking just to do that.
Oh, Kitsu dropping turtle in mid, and here we go. JDK punishing it. Eleanor now moving up, seeing if they can get Justin Fly, but thanks to the reckoning, not really gonna happen. Position mildly confirmed for Mumushe, now playing Twister in here, avoiding the circles as best they can. Recon Dart end up pinging them, and that is just going to be an absolute firing squad for a 21 gun salute. JRD able to drop Mumushe and push this into a 10-0 at the moment, going into round 11.
Yeah, I mean, once again, open heart surgery. Maybe you need to start writing to your loved ones at this point. You know, maybe just send a little goodbye message. But I think
you better know a good underground doctor.
You better, because at least for cooked ones now, okay, this is something that you can do, right? You have 3 ultis, and they're 3 very, very important ultis. You have KO ulti, Sova ulti, Yoru ulti, right? Use the Yoru ulti to first get the information and maybe just harass one of the members on Pink Geese in terms of just locating, like, okay, guys, let's isolate this one individual. Just get rid of him, right? Get rid of him, take him out of the picture, and then go from there. Especially because you have the KO ulti as a follow-up too. You know, there's nothing they can do. It's going to be all relying on aim.
Oh, yeah. And look, yeah, Eleanor definitely worried about what might happen here. Nulls are going to end up getting traded, one with the 0 point, the other with the ult. Eleanor dropping bed up in 2, but immediately backing off, trying to capitalize on that space best they can. Kitsu, even though they're suppressed, they're holding right up next to the wall, and Eleanor holding that flank for a potential backstab here. And here we go, going back into the 2. Kitsu is now going to make their way onto site after JDK and Mumushe both end up going down. Obviously, Matt able to drop one. Eleanor falling soon after. Kitsu whiffing the knife. Obviously, Matt able to take them out. And Lonely Turtle staunching the bleeding right now. They got to get rid of this cove. Rushing it. Oh, he ends up getting pinged, and the drop shot able to take him out. Obviously, Matt coming out on top of the 3-piece combo. We're cooking, baby.
Before the switch.
And finally, life for cooked ones, getting their first round now as we entered the last round of the first half. That was fantastically done from cooked ones, right? You're able to get the quick pick. You were able to take space really quickly, and then especially for the post plant, you're not having members just out in the open and then worried about where should they be playing, right? Everyone's at least on the same page for that round, and again, it was rewarded with dividends here. Interesting though that they're deciding to go back to B. I think they're hoping that because of that round win, they can get Pink Geese off guard.
But this is still a 3-1-2. Of course, the Cascade going up and over. And yeah, Lack immediately spotting him out, able to find Eleanor over in the nook, and look at Justin Fly just charging out, ready to kill, and everybody was ready, dropping 2 and 2. We are now in an even 3v3. Bed able to just immediately drop Mumushe with no time wasted. But look at where Bomb is.
Yeah, they forgot the spike.
Oh no,
they forgot the spike, and so JDK is think JDK is like Tom Hanks from, you know, just screaming for Wilson, and Wilson being the spike here. And okay, able to get rid of Jared. Able to get rid of Jared. Able to get Jared D.
Yeah,
So
now
there's
2v1. Okay, Kitsu has found the spike. They know what's going on here. Yeah, Drone is gonna end up finding JDK. 0 point, trying to find some.
Just diff him here, JDK. Just swing it, ego peek it. Just diff him right here. You also know the location too of Kitsu now. You know that Kitsu's watching the crossfire.
He's gotta just make the shot, but unfortunately Kitsu being the one to see it. There are just too many vertical angles that you could potentially see there, and Kitsu was on literally the lowest one. They were crouching at the very back.
Yeah, so, I mean, last round of the first, or sorry, not last round of the first half, that already happened. The pistol round here is, I mean, there's no other way to put it. Either, you know, cooked ones, if they win this round, now you can get something going. If you don't,
yeah.
Yeah, you have the force.
Right,
you have the force, right? You have the force on that, you know, next round, and that's gonna be with like stingers and marshals, and it's gonna be ugly either way. So yeah, so you gotta win this pistol round.
That's a rough one.
Absolutely. So pistol round. This is it right here.
Oh yeah.
You can't catch us.
But don't forget too, because the fact that Cook ones they don't have the Senti, so they're opting to put Mumu right on the solo B.
Oh yeah.
And you can see here with Pink Geese. They like their odds with B. They love their odds with B. Yeah, up the elbow here. And also, too, look at Lack. Look at Lack's positioning here just to make sure.
Yeah, this is scary. And yeah, Kitsu making the way all the way in, able to get the first thing, and this Frenzy is going to drop him down, and JRD following very close behind, able to also drop, obviously, Matt really setting their dominance in. Like, this is what Harbor does. He allows you to do splits that you normally wouldn't be able to do, because he has so many smokes that he's able to use, and they are very, very effective. Lack on the flank, able to drop down to LNR, exactly as you said earlier. Just a profit over here, and it's just the bot left trying to do something, but JDK is unable to crack skulls. We are 12-1 right now in a force on Breeze. It's not looking good.
Yeah, and the value from Cypher coming through for Lack, right? Because he throws the camera at the start of the round up towards that the water tank, which is the default Cypher cam, just so that you can take complete control of viewing mid to make sure that if a rotation happens, you can see it. And then you throw the trip A main so that the flank can't happen. Only the issue is you gotta worry about the Yoru TP. But either way, just the fact that you're able to get that insane value, and then you saw the late lurk flank as well to confirm that all members are, there's not a lurk anymore. You just hit them from behind.
Yeah, look at the gamble stack over on B. They're gonna have to play this play this as attack. No pushing. Yeah, the
Lack's gonna hear this all too. He's gonna hear it all.
Lack is in a really, really good spot for this, but luckily they're not going to be contending with nearly as much utility as they would be, as it just ends up all fizzling out. We have no Cloudburst on Kitsu. Cove is gone, which is a huge dampener on things, and Cascade is still on. Lack, can you not?
He got the info. He got the info, and he knows too that Mumu's also on the B still. So this is a 3v4 on this retake, at least for the moment here. Finally now, yeah, you're gonna see the retake start happen. Jared, oh my God, Jared D with the wallbang headshot. Yeah. Oh, Kitsu finds LNR.
Yeah, just pushing this further and further. Mumushe and JDK dropping back to back, and that is the Pink Geese. My wonderfully clad brethren able to win Breeze and the tournament. Very dominantly done. Just looking at the score here, we actually have Bed up at the top with 14 kills and 6 assists. Kitsu 6 first bloods, which is just obscene for a 14-round game. That is, yeah, no, that is over half of all the first bloods in the game,
Oh, absolutely. And like, again, something to point out too with just how the setup was happening. You look at the team composition, right? Like I've pointed out again, for Team Pink Geese, this is the 3rd time they've run the exact same comp on the exact same map on the exact same players for each agent too. They're super comfortable with Breeze, right? As we've seen, and they're dominant on it too. So I think they were super happy to just take the gamble of just, let's just run the same thing again for the 3rd time, right? Yeah. Like we're comfortable.
Wait, are we moving to True Grands?
Don't know off the top of my head, but I think we're gonna do with
schedule final oh wait, no, we're seeing. Yeah, no, game is over. I'm very silly and confused. Don't worry, production just whispered something in my ear and I saw it as a prophecy. We're not gonna talk about that. Either way, Pinkies have in fact won. Do not listen to anything that I say. If anything is the yeah,
and I think we're gonna get the non-winners first for an interview first, and we're gonna be waiting for that shortly here to figure out who's gonna be interviewed. But yeah, I mean, I guess let's just talk about Pink Geese's sort of dominance throughout the tournament, right? Throughout scrims, showed up a good performance against Red Robins. You saw a bit of a fight in the round robin phase for yesterday too, where they put up dominant wins on Breeze, and then for today on the playoff, the first game, it was close. That was a nail biter for that win over. Can't think of the team off the top of the head, but just that first win alone, it just seemed that they were going on basically a train ride, right? Just full steam ahead. And like Justin Fly predicted, as Brown pointed out before, Justin Fly stated that last night he said 2-0. 2-0 was going to be the grand final. They weren't going to drop a single game, and the prediction, the prophet, Justin Fly, proves to be correct. I think you would have liked to see a 13-0 instead of 13-1. That's gonna be a little bit of a one there, just a little bit of a tiny little stain on that. But either way, though, dominant performance from Pinkies, and congrats to them again, once again, able to come away with that grand prize money as well.
Absolutely, and sometimes you just gotta really lean into your confidence. I think that's exactly what it ended up being. Like, every coach that you'll ever see will always be talking about confidence, and that is precisely what we saw with this. With pretty much every single round, you had people like Kitsu, just like Kitsu, Bed, Lack, Justin Fly, and JRT, just full on. Utility be damned, I'm going to hit my shot. And you know what? That is a lot of what happened. Yes, their utility was absolutely amazing. Their takes were clean and rehearsed, but sometimes you just can't outdo raw aim, which is a lot of what I ended up seeing in the in a lot of the tug of really, really crucial tug of war moments. But very quickly, we do have Elenyar coming into the chat. How you doing? How you feeling?
My mic's better now, which is the first thing. Second thing is, honestly, I feel fine. I feel great.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I still think that you guys played very, very well. What do you think were some of the highlights of what you guys did quite well tonight, and what are the things that you think that is going to be your niche for this team should you if you guys end up playing again in the future?
I think our ideas were there. I think tactically we're very, very good. We just lost most of the aim duels, which is it's a natural thing, right? It's a gun game, for Christ's sake, right? Yeah. If we get shot, we die. So I think our togetherness is there. I think everything that's outside of the game, from mental to our energy and effort, was very, very well. And picking it up, even we felt pretty down sometimes in this best of 3 series. But there were times where we were like, okay, let's just stop caring about trying not to lose and let's just play our game. So I think mentally everything is there. It's just mechanically we just lost fights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so for I want to go over to the game 1, right, which was the game that you started down, I think it was 8-4 at the half, and then was able to claw back very well to make it a close game too, specifically on that Icebox game. So coming into specifically Icebox, right, how were you able to get through, dig deep for that mental fortitude to start getting that win streak going, to make it close, right, and to get everyone, on the same page in terms of the executes and whatnot?
If you heard our VC, we were like, let's just try going to this site over and over again. And eventually pre-runs were like, I wonder where we're going, or guess where we're going, and things like that. So it was the energy was so there. Yeah, basically the energy was there, and we knew how to kind of play that. We basically pulled a team secret on Haven, where the one time they played DRX in the Pacific League last year, they just ran Haven A site every single time. We basically pulled the same thing. We just ran Icebox B site every single time, and it felt like it worked every time. We didn't want to change anything, even when the timeout came through. We were just like, hey, let's just have some fun out there. So yeah, that was the main thing. We just like we wanted to have fun, and play our game, and we we just did.
Yeah, no, you guys were absolutely like it's pretty clear that you guys were having fun. Like, I would kill to have been in the voice chat for the rounds that you guys did end up winning, especially the ones that came really, really close. And all in all, you guys gave us some amazing Valorant. Luba, I believe you had another question that you had that you wanted to ask.
Yeah, so for the second game too for Breeze, talk us through the process for your team comp, because you went with the bold strat of rather than opting for a Senti, nix the Senti and then all of a sudden add in a second duelist in the Yoru pick. So talk to us about that process there for the comp.
Yeah. So last time we played Breeze and through scrims and stuff like that. From scrims, we tried myself on the Harbor, and we played all the other agents that you saw besides the Yoru at the current moment. So first time we tried it, Harbor didn't work, didn't feel too right, but it felt a lot better. We went to Cypher, felt even better. And then when it came to this time, I was like, do we want to keep the Sova and put Matt on the Jet? Because I know Matt's Jet was very, very well on Icebox, and I just gave him the choice because I didn't want to like force people to play like what they didn't feel like opinionated, at least opinion like subjectively, I think is the word,
right.
Of who was like good or bad, just like what did they want to play. And Matt was like, "Oh, let's play Sova." It's like, okay, cool. I'll lock in the Jet, then I'll try my best on the Jet. And it's just because my Cypher ideas were there last time we played, because we played the same team for Breeze. The Cypher ideas were there. I just feel like I didn't find like too much on it, and I wanted to kind of play to our strengths, which is we played a lot more aggressive and a lot more disrespectful in a sense. And at least against Pink Geese, we felt like we could just disrespect them. Their retakes were phenomenal, by the way. I have to shout that out. Like how they played their retakes were absolutely amazing. They absolutely smoked us in the retakes, even though they gave us a sight. Other than that, I think it was just it was either the Cypher Chamber on me, or I just go the Jet, and we just decided let's just run the Jet. Like play something different that's like a small adjustment to the comp. And Turtle talked about how he used to play Yoru, so I was like, okay, let's put you on the Yoru.
Right. And so one final question then off of that too is, throughout your entire experience throughout this tournament, what is your favorite moment? If you had to think of a moment, right, just that you're personally proud of, what is it?
Every time we won a round, I took this from Shifter, Danny on Twitch, or Shifter on Twitch, but his name is like Danny, something like that. We would win a round, and it would be like fist bumps to my left and to my right, and all that. Like the hype after rounds, things like that. When we're having a lot of fun, win or lose was like very, very fun. And especially this today when we were like, when we won one round, we were like, we're not getting 13-0 today. We're not getting 13-0. We were cheering for that rather than like locking in and just like finishing, like trying to come back, right? I think those moments were very, very fun because it showed that like we knew we cared, but we wanted to like relax a lot and not like get angry at each other or even get tilted.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, that is the mindset is one of the biggest things in Valorant, and just in competitive gaming in general. And having good ones is absolutely amazing. Well done, all in all. I'm just like speechless as to how positive you are during all this. It makes me incredibly hopeful for the future of this game and for you guys in future tournaments. Thank you so much for coming out. You really did make this a special night. Is there anything you would like to shout out before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to my nephew Cyrus. I know he was watching the Lotus match, and he likes Valorant too, and he likes sometimes he watches me play. Like literally, like he lives across my apartment, so he'll just come by and watch me play sometimes. Shout out to my team, shout out to the staff, shout out to everyone, man. I mean, this is my first time doing this event, and I really wanted to win, but I'll take second place. Every event I've been in has been second place, and like top 4, top 3, top 2. So I'm fine with this. I'm taking this on the chin, right? This was super fun. Like, shout out to everyone who from hosting to the players to the teams.
Absolutely. You keep it up, man. Just the more you work at it, the better the chances, and let it be known, I think your chances are getting pretty damn good.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. Be sure to clip this and send this to your cousin, but we will have to let you go for now.
All right, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh my lord, what an amazing... That makes me so happy to see a team that like they had such like a weighted loss, but they're still smiling at the very end, like literally in their words, just taking it on the chin. It gives me hope for the future of like Valorant tournaments.
Oh, so funny. Fist bumps to my left, fist bumps to my right. That's great. That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
It's like the land thing, but that's neither here nor there. We have Bedlam and Justin in here. Oh my god! Wait, how many people are we bringing in?
We're getting the entire team. We're getting the entire team.
We're bringing everybody. Oh, we're bringing everyone. Oh my god. Okay, well, first off, very quickly, round of applause to you guys for placing first, especially in such distinct and stylish fashion. How are you guys all feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm very happy.
They sound tired.
Oh yeah. They've been firing on all cylinders all night.
I made a sandwich after that round 1. I had to step away. I ate a sandwich. It was real good.
Hell.
If we lost this, I wasn't gonna eat.
Lack just says that and then just mutes themselves. Oh my god, horrifying. But like you guys did phenomenal this tournament. That goes without saying. What do you think of the things that you guys did particularly well that kind of like pushed you as a step above the rest?
Yeah, so I'll answer this one first. One, I feel like we had some amazing players on my team. Like Kitsu, amazing duelist, always on that, getting the frags, getting the first blood, and always just being like, bait me, and get my trade. I'll just run in and you guys get the kills. And he was always able to do that because we had JRD and Bed on that amazing initiator, man. They always had the flashes. Everybody who needed blind was always blind, and we always had all the perfect info. And I mean, last but not least, the man, Black is amazing. He came in last second, never got to scrim with them, and he was like, I was like, I need you to play this. And he's like, I got you. I need you to do this. He's like, I got you. No worries. We need you to do this. And he's like, don't even worry. On me. And yeah, I just had the best team that I could ever ask for in this tournament.
Oh, that's amazing to hear. Lack, just big bloody applause for you. Well done. I believe that Lubu had a question that he wanted to ask.
Yeah, so I guess I'll first direct my first question to Lack specifically. So Lack, since you were coming in on short notice as a sub to be in that starting lineup, every map that I've casted or at least that I've seen you play on, the majority I've seen the Breeze, right? And you're playing the Cypher and you're basically locking down B-side by yourself. How stressful was it at times though? Because when you're Cypher, you kind of know when they're hitting B, and they were not hiding away from their hitting B. So were there any moments where you were like, oh god, like how were you able to keep your calm throughout that process for like just the start of the round?
Yeah. Usually, I'm usually pretty calm, but whenever like a KO knife hit the back of sight, it hit me, I start shitting myself.
That's fair. I mean, I saw too though that I think after the first time that happened, you're like, okay, let me just not play backside, play the half wall, and then just stay there. And then they kept knifing the backside, and you're like, haha. And you were able to get some insane Cypher trips as well, right, for the kills. I think you got like one where like a double kill, and just through the smoke, the Viper wall smoke as well. So insane value there. And then I guess my next question, I'm gonna direct it to kind of, I guess, the initiator duo and Bedlam and Jared. I'm not even gonna try to say Genie. It's too hard. Between Bedlam and Jared. And so coming into, I guess let's first talk about game 1 on the Icebox. I noticed that Bedlam, you picked Gecko instead of, I think would be considered a more traditional pick, which would be the Sova, to complement Jared's KO pick. And so was that more of a comfort pick, or was that just like a team comp? You were like, okay, let's forget about, screw the Sova, let's just go full blind and then just get the wingman utility for that.
Right, so it was a combination of both, I would say. So I don't normally play Sova, but So with the KO flash and the Gecko flash, we just coordinate the flashes, and if they shoot Dizzy, then they get blinded by KO. That was kind of the strategy going into it.
Oh, that is wonderful.
Oh, I mean, that's fantastic to hear. And then I guess to Jared, specifically on that second half of Icebox. The first half, you know, you guys were dominating pretty well, and then second half, you know, Cooked One started to show a little bit of life with their attacks, and eventually they were just like, run it down B, run it down B, run it down B, just get him B, get him B, get him B, get him B every single time. So what was like sort of the game plan coming in to sort of get that mental check and then just decide to, you know, how did you guys adjust correctly in your mind to be able to like stop, you know, the push?
We started realizing that they weren't hitting the A site very much, so we started stacking a few more people over towards the B site, and yeah, it managed to get us enough rounds to win out the game.
All right, I'm gonna head back to Goose for another question. Goose, got anything?
Well, is there anything that you guys want to shout out? No?
I got one.
Shout out
Lax
Justin.
got one. Lax got one.
Twitch.tv/xkd.
Oh my.
Jared's also shouting out his team captain and Justin. I mean,
shout out Justin for pulling us all together and being the strong voice of the timeouts.
Right, yeah, he doesn't give
Couldn't ask
himself
for a
enough
better
credit.
captain.
Ooh, wait, I just
Yeah, speaking of whom.
Yeah, speaking of 2 questions, Justin. First, what are you gonna do with the $100 grand prize that your team won?
I'm
Your
giving
share.
it to all my teammates. I'm not taking any share.
Not taking a cent. Ooh, look at that, selfless. Guys,
That's a true captain.
that's 2 orders of boba now that you can go, or maybe 3 if you do it right. 3/4 of boba maybe. But actually, too, another question I just thought of as well. Since you have your entire team here, we're gonna throw it back to a month prior for the draft process. Can you go through and explain why you drafted who you drafted, like each pick, real quick?
Yeah. So I was just chilling, looking for people. I was like, I think all the super high ranks people are gonna, you know, go first. And I was like, but there has to be some hidden gems in here. So I sat there just all night. I was like looking at everybody's trackers, and then JRD's profile popped up, and I was like, what the? Why does this man have a 1.5 KD in Diamond 3 lobbies? What the? And I started looking at his agents. I was like, oh my god. And he had like a 45% headshot rate on half his maps. So I was like, oh my god. I was like, he's an aim demon. I need him. So he was my round 1. Okay. And I was like, okay, now that I have my aim demon breach KO player, I need a Jet. And then I found Kitsu. I put up his streams. I was lurking. I was like, let's see this man play. I was watching all of his clips from months ago. I was like, oh my god, he's crazy. He's crazy at the game. So I grabbed Kitsu. I was like, he's next. Bedlam was definitely high up there. I think Bedlam was, number 5 on my list right after the 2 who got taken. And I was saying that, I was like, I need a flex player because I might pull out some double initiator and double controller comms. And I need somebody who I see plays Gecko. And that's when I found Bed. I was like, Gecko player? Solid aim, and he plays everybody. I was like, Luck and Bed. And Lack is a player I never knew I needed until I had him, basically. Like, if Lack was on that list, I would have claimed him. But man, Lack has just come in clutch, helping us out for these games, dude. An amazing Cypher player right there. So, yeah, that was my mindset.
I mean, it clearly paid off. I mean, a dominant grand finals win. You said, right, 2-0. You said last night, 2-0. And today, 2-0. Again, let's smirch on that 13-1 victory at the final. I think you would have loved to see the 13-0. Really just put your stamp on it. It was, just saying like, this is the team I drafted, right? Dominant win. Don't mess with Justin Fly. So fantastic win though. Again, congratulations to all of you guys on the grand prize of $100 that you guys are gonna be all, sharing there. I guess except for Justin, who's selflessly giving up his share for the rest of his team. But congrats to you guys. Goose, any final questions before I head back?
Not really. I believe that is all that I have to contribute to this conversation. You're the brains, and I am the man on the mic. Thank you guys so much for coming out. It has been an absolute pleasure and honor to have you in here. Do you guys have any last words before we send you off and give our thanks to the crew here?
Yeah, quick shout out to Moo and the Cooked Ones. They played amazingly. It was a great game, and you really had us on the edge of our seats for it. especially with it being the run back after such a close game last time too. So yeah, shout out to them.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, I'll let you guys go and get some rest. Gotta say, there's no better sleep that I would ever get, than after a damn good tournament. So I'm hoping that's the same for you guys. We'll see you guys later. We are gonna throw it over to Brown for the final goodbye and I believe a very special surprise. Thank you guys again so much. And we have a few extra thanks to give to our amazing staff here.
All right, well, thank you so much to our wonderful casters, and I'm gonna go ahead and get all my other event admins to come in too, to get them in here as same come as well. All right, so that was a pretty fantastic ending there, and let's just go ahead and just recap what we just saw. It was the grand finals, and we saw Icebox 13-10 and then Breeze 13-1. This is the first brownieval ever where there were two 13-1 games, a new record for widest margin of victory, and it goes to Captain Justin and the Pinkies. And when you look at the way that we got to this point, you know, everyone, they played very hard. These were some very competitive games, and there was a lot of anticipation for the final. I really didn't know who was going to win, to be honest with you. Only until we got into the later in the second game did it seem like it was set in stone, but even then there were still some doubts. Semi-final games you saw right there on your screen. So Pinkies, Red Robins, that was a close game. I mean, you don't know what would happen if the Red Robins actually came back and tied it 12-12. They could have pulled a really fast one there. Like that Red Robins could be in a position too. You never know. And then the Honey Badgers, they dominated their group, and then they ran across the cooked ones. They started cooking early, and that's how we got to the grand finals there. Anything is possible in these type of single elim tourneys. So, you know, sometimes you just gotta get a little bit luck on your side and a lot of powers of friendship, things like that. Anyways, we gotta thank Community Gaming. You can go to the website on the screen here or type !CG to go to the Community Gaming website where you can start your own grassroots tournament. And also, I do want to thank Kristi as well. By the way, the coupon code for Kristi, it's brownieval10. It expires tonight. It ends in 3.5 hours. So look out for that, because if you want to get those stickers for 10% off, and you can stack it on top of the current site deals, for example, you get a keychain if you spend $5. So what are you waiting for there? Really awesome stuff. drawwithkristi.shop is the website for that. Okay, now it is time to do the giveaway. So this is an interesting thing here. I decided this morning I was going to do the giveaway. So here we go. I have a scuffed screen here, and let's see if I can. Okay, that's the wrong button. Okay, let me see if I can get this wheel up. So let's see. I need this to appear. Okay. Boom. All right. So this is my reward screen, and then I need the picker wheel. Okay. Yeah. So here we are. Initially I was only gonna give out one battle pass gift card, but it seems like it would be beneficial if I did multiple, because there are 98 submissions. Remember, you do have to be here in the chat. Oh, this is gonna be kind of hard to do, huh? Because you have to sit here for a minute. But oh well, we'll figure it out. We'll stay here for 1 minute then.
It's okay.
And just wait it out. Okay. Anyways, 98 entries. If there are duplicates, we will re-roll. So I'm going to end now, and the redemptions. Sorry for those who are trying to enter, because I am I said in text chat that whenever my face showed up, it was over. So it's over. And now let's take a look here. So we got Janet, and then Janet entered early. Very big fan of ours here. And then a bunch of bentos. I got a couple of Riemis, Emily's, Emery's. Okay, there's a whole line of those. Turtle, Moo, OG, Chimp. Okay, you see everyone else here. This list is kind of too long. That's page 1. We got page 2 over here. You see the order. Okay, that's all here. So you all have a general idea where you are. And this is all thanks to you totally gambling in channel points so you can have enough. Now, 98 entries over here. I'm going to spin it. And whatever number it lands on, we are going to find out where it is. Go. Okay, it has landed on 72. Okay, 72. Oh god, and now here's the fun part. I used to do this on stream when I did these giveaways for coding Tuesdays. We're gonna count backwards. Okay? 98, 97, 96, 95, 94, 93, 92, 91, 90, 89, 88, 87, 86, 85, 84, 83, 82, 81, 80. Okay, that's 80, alright? 79, 78, 77, 76, 75, 74, 73, 72. XKD is XKD in the chat. XKD, you have 1 minute after the delay is over to claim your prize, okay? Now, to get ahead of the game, I'm gonna roll again for the second winner. Alright, there's only 2 winners here. And I'll ask my event admins to check the chat to make sure that they're there whenever it gets to them.
Yes.
Okay, so 19. Alright, that's on page 1. Poor Bento. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Who is Soma? Who is Soma in the chat. We'll give you a minute after it gets to you there to get the selection. Okay, so hopefully you won and hopefully you're here. So XKD, all right, the call for XKD, the winner of 1050 points. And who is Soma? Oh no! Oh, this is a problem here. It looks like yeah, we're getting the pings over. Okay. As everyone is pinging, I do want to give some shoutouts to people. I will let them give their closing thoughts, but maybe it's good to just say a thank you right now to bridge the time here. So I do want to thank all the casters for helping out, and especially our grand finals casters that we saw just now. Goose and Lubu, y'all had so much energy. Really appreciate you all just giving not just the hype, but also the knowledge. That's something that's, I think, very important for when it comes to engaging, but also being educational. So very cool. And also from yesterday, we got Kavian, who casted with me on the Group A stage, and Oscar in Group B. And Janice as well was doing observer and casting work. All of them gave it their all. They really wanted to do the best that they can here. So really appreciate you all for the wonderful casting. And speaking of observers, Shin observed and did amazing. Ryemi was also the chat mod here. Shout out to her. Such a big lifesaver for me to fill in these positions. And of course my admins, Soph and Kai. You'll hear from them in a moment. Very cool admins. Painted. They are a very awesome producer. They came in and helped produce the YouTube stream, so shout out to them. I think I covered everyone here, so yeah.
Yes,
Shin,
neither are
Emery.
there, so you can reroll both.
Okay, yeah. Well, how unfortunate, but fortunate for everyone else. You know, y'all can win now. So yeah, let's do that. So now if XKD and Soma appear before I announce the next winner, then they win. Just because the time delay is kind of crazy. So let's just do the roll. All right, I'm doing my count. Oh, 96, 95, 95. Okay, fellas, 95. That should be easy. 98, 97, 96, 95. All right, Mumu Shay. Everyone say congrats to Mumu Shay. Certainly Mumu is here. I do see Mumu in the chat, so I'm gonna assume that she says yes. So congratulations, Mumu. 10, 50, Valorant points. Very cool. Okay. And next role is this Soma's role. So if Soma doesn't show up right now, then tough luck. Here it comes. Soph beat the Twitch delay. I see. Oh, okay. 91. Okay. But I like being at the ends here. All right. 98, 97, 96, 95, 94, 93, 92, 91. It's June Moon. My longtime mod is June here. June was here a little earlier, but hasn't sent a message recently. So June's got 90 seconds to.
It says they're in the chat. It's so maybe they will.
Everyone say June. Where's June? Everyone tag June Moon. When it gets there, I guess 60 seconds. So yeah. Oh yeah, so it finally got to Mumu in the stream. So congrats to Mumu. And we'll see if June gets it. If June doesn't get it, I'm just rolling again because theoretical.
Sophie, you're so funny for adding like June. Say Mumu.
I was excited!
Okay, let's see what happens if June doesn't respond. It's 77. I didn't think this would take this long, but here we are. 4, 94, 93, 92, 91, 90. Okay. 88, 87, 86, 85, 84, 83, 82, 81, 80, 79, 78. Oh, it's Mumu. Okay, you can't win again. This is so tragic. My internet died. Oh, Katie is here. Hey, Katie technically showed up. And if we didn't get another winner,
Yeah, but technically you already announced that June would win.
Yeah, we did. Is June here? Oh, June's here. June's here. Congrats.
Here.
Yes, congrats, June.
June said, I'm happy to give someone it too.
Oh.
But unless June takes it, then we reroll, I think.
Okay. Wait, well, now. Okay.
Wait, let's ask June.
Can we ask June directly
yeah,
in
let's
chat?
ask June.
Yeah, this is awkward. This is very awkward. And technically, we jumped over.
This is what happens. This is what happens.
When there's a delay.
Yeah.
The delay.
Technically, we jumped over X Katie, but you know, if June wants to give it, otherwise it's up to June here because June won. June showed up. So what do you want to do, June? Let's see. Anyways, whoever was 24, just out of curiosity, that is not Bento. I'm sorry, Bento. Poor Bento. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is so inefficient. I'm doing something different next time. 20. Maybe I actually use Streamlabs or something, but no one has reward for it. Oh, Rue would have won. Afterwards.
Oh, good.
Can I give my son? Oh no, Mumu, you can't win twice. You can't win twice. So it's up to June because June appeared. So what's June gonna do about it? Okay, y'all are giving suggestions, but there's like a whole 90-second delay, and I already made up my mind. It's up to June. Okay, well, while we figure this out, let's just do our conclusion, and then we'll visit, okay? So up to June.
Yes.
So let's see. Let's go to. Oh, I need to update the OBS thing to say it's the brownieval stack that we're interviewing. What's that?
Oh, June says you can give it to Katie.
Oh, okay. Gift to Katie. Okay. Congratulations. Okay, so June gives it to Katie because she is nice. So congrats, Katie. Everyone say congrats, Katie, aka Emily, aka X Katie Emily, because there's like 3 Emilys in this chat right now. Yippee! Okay, so I will probably go to sleep after. So message me after. So congrats to Mumu and X Katie. And now we can go to everyone that is here for some closing thoughts. So why don't I go interview my wonderful people here. I think I'll just go down the line from top to bottom. So first is Goose. Thank you, Goose, so much. You got any shoutouts to your fans?
I have a Twitch. It's called twitch.tv/can_goose. Thank you very much for having me. Brown, you're the best. I was just kind of here to be here. I wasn't expecting to get shoutouts. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye, Goose. I'm gonna say bye to Goose.
Bye, Goose.
Okay.
Bye, Goose.
Bye.
And next is Kai.
Yes. Hello. What? Can you repeat the question?
Do
What am
you
I
have any
missing?
shoutouts or final words?
I don't have any shoutouts, but this was a great tournament. I haven't admin in a while, and this is fun to do. So I'm happy Brown asked me to join. Congrats to everyone who played, and yeah, I hope to do this again soon.
All right, big shout out to Kai who jumped in here as our event admin, and we'll hear from our head admin at the end of this. So, W admins, I think both of them are pretty much meant for each other when it comes to logistical things, and they've helped me out so much. This is probably one of the smoothest events we've run, and when it comes to just like getting these logistical stuffs going and just keeping me head leveled. So, thank you to Kai and to my wonderful admins. All right. So moving on now to Lubu. Thank you, Lubu, again.
Yeah, of course. So I guess I also stream every now and then too at Runaway It's Lubu. Just look it up. It's there. But yeah, I want to give a special shout out to the entire tournament staff and the admins and whatnot, and to you, Brown, because it's always fun to stream for and not stream, shoutcast for your tournaments and everything like that. Ever since I think it must have been like a year ago at this point by now. So getting that experience and everything like that's always fun, and then being able to finally cast with Goose as well. It's been a treat to cast alongside you as well, Goose. Yeah, so it was just so much fun all around. Really, really happy to just do this again one more time, and yeah. So thanks everyone.
All right, thank you, Lubu. Okay, Ryemi. Although I wasn't expecting to have you here this weekend, you still came in when I texted you saying, "Oh my God, I need help," and you showed up. And so thank you, Rue, and I think you deserve an opportunity to say whatever you like on stream.
Thanks for inviting me to help you out. As per usual, I'm always down, considering you were my mod for the longest time, and we also did tournaments together.
All right, awesome.
Yeah.
This is factual. There was a past to brownieval, and that was very long time ago, and it feels like a long time ago by now. But maybe we'll do some more in the future. Who knows? Okay, it's Shin's segment now.
Oh no. I guess shout out to all the players. Really good games. It was really entertaining to be able to catch all your fights and see what I can get from all of them. It was a joy to be able to observe another brownieval. And also thank you to Goose and Lubu. I started screaming in Observer VC after the shout out. But yeah, congrats to the Pink Beast for winning, and yeah.
All right, thank you, Shin. And now, last but not least, and I'm going to give Soph the head admin treatment now, because I always say lots of nice things about my head admin, as per tradition, and Soph is a very awesome person. She has helped me out in the beginning. We brought her on for the Swifty Showdown back in March of 2023, and she accepted my invitation to be head admin in this event. If anything, Soph was the one person that reminds me not to stress and to make sure that I sleep and eat. Whether I actually followed that is another question that may not be answered on the stream, but still, Soph has been very... So ask me every day and make sure that I am okay. And above all, she was basically the one person that would volunteer to do everything if things went to basically went underwire. So I do have to give a great shout out to Soph for being someone that I can rely on. And Soph is retiring, so we won't see Soph for a while for these admin things. So I do want to make sure I give my proper thanks and good luck to Soph with all the IRL things that you're doing this year. Soph, do you have any words?
Thanks. I feel like we did this not too long ago. I swear we just had a tournament where you were interviewing me like at the end. But I just want to say thank you for always thinking of me whenever it comes to tournaments. I love working with you. It's always a pleasure being able to work with you and your staff, and all of your players are great. Everything is so well thought out, so well planned out. I'm sorry that for this one, for the one where I had to step up my game, I didn't. Because of personal reasons, I was not super available to help with a lot of the tournament proceedings, including like draft and scrims. But going forward, I'm hoping that for your tournaments that you have, assumedly, any tournaments that you have in the next year, I will be able to work with you again. I'll have the opportunity to be able to help with anything that you may need, even if it's on a smaller role, whatever it is. And he's right. Whenever we were like, oh, we don't have an observer. Oh, we don't have a player. I was like, hey, man, put me in there. I don't care what it is. As long as I can help you, as long as I can help take any of that stress off of your shoulders, I'm more than willing, because I love Brown and I love the events that you put out, and the attention to detail that you have is incredible. I'm gonna cry. Don't make me cry.
No, don't
but
cry.
I really
allowed.
no crying. But I really do love working with you, and it's been a pleasure being able to have the opportunity to achieve all of these things and see these players do so well and meet so many new people. And thank you for letting me bring the love of my life, Kai, with me to work, because it was Kai picked up all of my slack. Thank you so much. Blessing. But again, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to being on the sidelines for a little bit and being able to just watch brownieval, but still don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything. But I know that no matter what you do...
That's a dangerous phrase.
Just
ask Tiff.
I'll
That's
hold
a
up to
dangerous
it.
phrase
If you
to
need
say.
anything, just DM me. But I know that no matter what you will put out in the future, it's going to be a success. It's going to go well. And I'm looking forward to it.
Well, thank you again so much to you, So, for all your kindness and all the things that you do, not just for this event, but for all the brownievals that you've been a part of. And I can say proudly that Tiff and Soph, my wonderful admins that are both retired, I hope you all enjoy more retirement. And now I have to look for another head admin. So the next time I do brownieval, I need to look for another head admin, which means if I don't find another one, there's no more brownieval. So thanks y'all for watching.
Oh my goodness.
Jokes aside, though, we'll see what happens with it. But in any case, it's not possible without all these people. So thank you all so much. All right, a final look here. So I actually have multiple graphics on this. So obviously we saw the this is how the whole thing ended here. But if I very scuffily pull this up and show you all, and hide this logo here and hide that. Okay, there we go. Here's what the round robin looked like for all of you. To just get a recap of how the group stage went and how we got to this point. And then when we got to the this is so scuffed, there we go. And then we got to the semis and finals. That's the those are the results there. And a quick shout out here. So of course these players made it to the playoffs. But what I really want to do is hide this and show this. This shows all the players that took part. And so I want to give a shout out to all of them here, and I'm sure your captains are very proud of you all. And this format was very interesting. You know, we split up the teams into 2 groups on Twitch and YouTube, and then we had a normal playoff stage. It was a relatively short tournament, a different style, though not unseen. We did this last year in brownieval Challengers in May 2023. But I still want to get y'all some feedback. Or get everyone's feedback to me if it's possible. So if y'all would like to do that, the survey for the players will come out tomorrow. There will be an opportunity for you to enter that, and if you missed out on the giveaway, you can also win another $10 or 1050 VP if you answered the survey that will come out tomorrow. So keep a lookout for that on stream. All right, well, that's it for me. This has been a very fun time. I don't know what's gonna happen next. I honestly speaking, I do love brownieval and I want to keep doing it. And I look back and I realized the last time I did brownieval before this was in November. So that's 6 months. So who knows? Maybe the next one is actually 6 months or next year. Who knows? But everything always depends on circumstance. This was just a good time to do a brownieval, a good time to try something new. You saw with the overlays in the background. By the way, shout out to Donut Cat for giving us the extended overlay to expand the logo and turn it into a big overlay like this. Big shout out to her. But having this big refresh, having to do a draft tourney for the first time, I felt now was a good time to do it, and I think it's successful. And for that, I'm very grateful. So thank you to all the staff. Thank you to all the emergency fills from both players and staff. Thank you to all the people that were involved and all the people that promoted it. And thank you to me. Thanks, Brown. I have to give myself some pats on the back so that I won't be too humble. So, yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you to BrowntulStar for being a good tourney organizer and not being too humble. That is something I need to give to myself. Okay, so we're gonna end by running the sponsors again of Community Gaming and drawwithkristi. Don't forget to use code brownieval10 before the day is over Pacific time to get 10% off your order. And those ad reads are read by Surya and Sujin. Thank you to those two ladies. And then we got the promo video from Velreal. Thank you to Velreal, aka Fred, for making that awesome hype video. We're gonna end with those two things, and I guess it's back to normal streams. Next stream is on Saturday. Back to Honkai Star Rail I go. For all of us here in brownieval, and I invite everyone here to join me in saying, this is Browntul saying goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye 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 bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Community Gaming, for powering brownieval. Community Gaming is the all-in-one platform offering esports infrastructure in order for people to create, facilitate, and participate in esports tournaments. And its partnership with the Play to Learn Foundation helps provide prize pool grants to grassroots tournament organizers. Learn more at communitygaming.io.
Thank you, drawwithkristi, for supporting brownieval. Bring Toffee the Brown Bear home by purchasing Benel stickers for your journals, water bottles, laptops, and more at Kristi's Etsy shop.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, so famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still
Oh my god.
Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky.
Oh my god. You're better. You're better. Wow. Wow, Ace. Wow.
I have my knife out.
No.
Go.
Party, you will not.
One enemy remaining. Last
Yeah.
player standing.
The ace.
There's a different
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Woo! Cause I'm the goat. Cause I'm the goat.
Buddy.
Yeah!
One enemy remaining. Please, 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 please.
Please!
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Oh my god!
Yo, 46 lane. Nice.
Oh my god.
Let's go rifles.
Let's go!
One time, close shot.
One enemy remaining.
No more.
One enemy.
Long. Stretch.
No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might break, but first I stretch. One enemy, 9 out of 10. Throw my hands, I'm by my lonely. Two is savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no fans, I got my own.
Nice.
Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm liquid grid. One is one in, the last one out, can't call me Liv. Put in my hours, send the invoice, and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down, now check. No drip, it's time to run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might, but first I stretch. Time to run it up.